everybody. It's wonderful to see so many of you here to discuss and follow important matters in the EU, and this makes me feel very good. It's wonderful that you have all arrived to Turku, to the Europe Forum, and those of you who are following us online, welcome as well. Last year in this forum I talked about stories, how they build up hope and resilience. And this year I would go on to the next chapter. The climate situation has become more dire. The world has not only changed, it's going through major upheavals. And in this poker game, the winner is the one who can make the others to retreat. So we need a compass on how to proceed. Trump's return to the White House shakes trade policy. China's influence is growing bigger, for instance, in technology, and Russia's war on aggression is continuing. Trade policy is not based on rules, it's based on fights and based on the secure supply of raw materials, and it has an impact on the future of companies. And that's why Europe needs its own story for all this. Dear listeners, today we ask how Europe responds to the changes in Europe, but also we must ask how Finland can adapt and react as part of Europe. We need a Europe which is brave and can take a hold of its own future. Europe that understands that without a new chapter there is no growth, no investments and innovation, no well-being in Europe. And this means that we must deregulate, we must debureaucratize, make sure that companies can operate predictably in Europe and outside of it. We need a Europe which can let go of its dependencies and make use of its own energy sources. Competitiveness is very important, where we can develop and manufacture, for instance, medication. Climate and safety investments are an opportunity for growth, not just an expense. One example, in one small municipality, an island municipality, a new technology was created, and it serves not only one use, but it has triple uses for economic and safety and security and for defense. So this is a good example on how we can operate. NATO produces security, but we can also create growth as long as we know that growth needs resilience, long-term activities and bravery. When we combine all this, we can create a new industrial basis which is good for stability, growth, creating jobs, and this is all for the future, so we are not waiting for the future to happen. President Stubb just stated at the ambassador seminar that it's only afterwards that what decisions we make, they have an impact on our future. So that is why we need a story for a compass to guide us. We hope that Europe has enough bravery to write its own story and find its own place in the world in these upheavals. And we in Finland can be a part of that story as long as we see the future as a possibility to act, not just something that threatens us. As Moomin Mother said in the book, sometimes we need time. Sometimes it takes too long time for things to become clearer. Thank you very much.
Ja hyvät ystävät, olin itse 20-vuotias nuori, kun Suomessa äänestettiin tulevaisuudestamme osana Eurooppaa ja Euroopan yhteisöä. Mulle oli tosi tärkeää olla aktiivinen. Osallistuin kampanjointiin jäsenyyden puolesta ja uskon,
was very active campaigning for the EU membership in those days, and I was quite sure that this will change the world. Of course, it did change it in many ways. I'm very proud and pleased that today we have the opportunity to listen to Prime Minister Orpo as part of this discussion. And I have to say that since for me, Europe has always been a very close matter, something close to my heart. So it's also been wonderful to follow how different governments, prime ministers and politicians have seen Europe as an opportunity and created the future that I just referred to. And I have to say that Prime Minister Orpo is one of those exceptional politicians in Finland who really has, in his role as a Prime Minister, have had a strong impact on European actors on what to do with Europe's future, how to build it. And later on, Henna Virkkunen, the Commission's Vice Chairperson, will also be telling us about how things look like. And the Commission President van der Leyen is visiting also Prime Minister in Helsinki later on. And there we can look at an industrial project and see how Finland can have an impact on growth. So first of all, I would invite Prime Minister Petteri Orpo to tell about his views. And then after that, Markku Jokisipilä from the University of Turku will interview him. Thank you. Good morning to everybody and a warm thanks to Minna from her wonderful and encouraging words. It's again wonderful to be here at my hometown to talk about politics to this very important gathering, Europe Forum. It has a very important place in all our discussions. As I was getting ready for my speech, I was going through quickly the 30 years of EU membership. But then I also was thinking, what did I say here last summer, just after the Euro elections and the new Commission was being established, the European Parliament was organizing itself, and we were preparing Finland's objectives to be handed over to the new Commission's work program and strategic agenda. And it was nice to look at my speech. What were the objectives and where are we now after 1 year? A lot has happened. And as Minna just said and referred to Henna Virkkunen, who's been elected as one of the chairpersons in the Commission, which is a very historic decision. We've had before important commissioner portfolios, but her election is also a very important one. So we've been in the EU for 30 years. In those days, here in Turku, on the streets, I was campaigning for the membership, and truth to be told, I didn't quite grasp at that time how significant the moment was. It was the idea about freedom of expression. It was something refreshing for a young student and something towards which we wanted to proceed. If we were not a member of the EU today, I don't think that President Stubb would have been in Washington, D.C. with the major leaders there. And I don't think we would be promoting peace with NATO in Ukraine, and President Niinistö would not have written his report on the extensive security model. And actually, I do not believe that the strengthening of Europe's defense would be based on this particular idea that we have now, that Russia is the permanent threat for the existence of Europe. Unless Finland had not been in all the European Union summits and in different gatherings, we would have reminded everybody about this. It's realistic to say that the further we go from the eastern border of the EU, the less Russia is seen as a threat. However, this is the view that we want to change every day. It's also very difficult to think about a situation where Sweden and the Baltic states would be in the EU, but Finland would not. Yeah, think about that. It's chilling to even think about what had been Finland's situation in 2022 in this kind of situation. Currently, the NP8 cooperation is very important forum for Finland. Ireland wants to join the group as well, and we gladly take them on. And the Polish Prime Minister Tusk, right after being elected, approached the group, and also Germany. The new Chancellor Merz has recognized the importance of this group, and when he visited Turku, he said how Germany is now looking towards the Baltic Sea and to the north. They've been looking towards the south and west too much previously, and he stated that the Baltic Sea is a hotspot for security, and we have to pay attention to it. And as a Turku citizen, a former student here, I have to say that one of my biggest moments was when I was standing there on the opposite side, waiting for the German Chancellor to arrive here. I welcomed him, and I can honestly say that it felt like a very impressive moment in my own city. Now, dear listeners, so we seek actively alliances extensively according to different subject matters, and it's important to find these different groups. As Paavo Lipponen has said also, North-South Summit, which was organized in Lapland, and the Greek Prime Minister was there as well, for instance, and that's a good pointer on this. Finland has increased its influence in the EU during its years of membership. We have been given political influence, and also otherwise we have influenced in the internal market development, and that gives our companies opportunities to be active. So this all has shown how Europe works. The Euro crisis, the Crimean occupation, pandemic, Brexit, the Russian occupation, and all these crises have required pan-European solutions, and we have been able to find those. We have supported Ukraine heavily, both economically, politically, and in military way. Already we have set 18 sanction packets. The 19th one is under preparation, and Europe has exited from dependence of Russian energy. Also, the Corona packages were in an important role, and we were unified and were able to carry out negotiations and find an agreement. Also, this was seen with an agreement trade agreement with the US. It's not a perfect agreement, but it brings stability to the markets. Also, EU has found opportunities to find new trade agreements, and this is good news for a small country like Finland. New trade agreements open up export opportunities, clarify rules, and deregulate hindrances for market access. Now, before we start our discussion with Markku Jokisipilä about the EU membership and its history, I would like to highlight the current topics. First of all, the strengthening of security and defense. This is a very important direction, and for Finland, the direction is the right one. The basis is that Russia is a permanent threat, and we have worked hard for this to be understood everywhere in Europe. Everything that's been done in terms of defense in Europe is beneficial to Finland. EU has committed itself to strengthen defense in a way that we couldn't even imagine a few years ago. And Finland's specific position as Russia's neighboring country has been recognized. For instance, in the next MFF, a 1.6 billion euro funding for border security and migration management has been added to Finland in this budget. So this is a major political gain for Finland, and our government has succeeded in its job. So here in Western Finland, we are very happy about this decision because we are talking about the security of whole Finland and guaranteeing its economy. So these funds can be used to support vitality in the whole of Finland. Now, a year ago, President von der Leyen arrived to the eastern border at our request. So Russia is the permanent threat. That's the basis. And in the Commission's proposal, funding criteria is especially emphasized with those countries who have a joint border with Russia. This is also linked to the EU defense policy. President von der Leyen will visit me tomorrow in Helsinki, and she wants to look very carefully at the challenges that these frontline countries are facing. And this reflects how the Commission is taking our position seriously, the Baltic countries included. So our message is very clear. Finland is defending the external border of the EU, and we also take part in the defense of the Baltic Sea security. So our position is important. The Commission is investing on the important objectives that Finland has. This can be seen in the budgetary proposal. So here we have to understand that even the total amount is on the increase, then we are there able to receive more than expected. So 5 times more.
Border security is proposed a triple budget and 7 times the current budget to developing other areas. We have our artillery systems should need to be developed and improving the security of the cables in the Baltic Sea. And Commissar Virkkunen is proposing increase in developing digitalization, AI, microchips, and network technology. EU must be at the forefront of technological development and remove the dependency it has. And in our budget negotiations, MFF, we have to look after our food safety and many other areas. As a basic principle in Europe, we have to go after something that others in the world want, and it cannot just be beautiful architecture, long vacations, and interesting museums. It tells us something that in the euro area we have also already been interested in doing investments into AI worth 230 million. And I consider it very important that Finland went after the next giga factory of AI that provides us with lots of opportunities. It's going to be very tight competition, but Finland will do well, and we have a lot to provide and give through the European Union in particular. Dear listeners, we are supporting the quick improvement and boosting of the defense industry in the area of the European Union. At the same time, we want to ensure that this doesn't happen at the expense of smaller companies. Finns, the Finnish defense industry businesses must have genuine opportunities to involve and participate in defense acquisitions. Equally important, it is to make these systems better functioning and create a common defense market. We need a lot of funding for that as well. I have often said, for example, the European Investment Bank must be a guiding light in this matter. It has to have a stronger role, and its own rules and regulations cannot act as an obstacle in this process. We have already collected a coalition of 20 countries to promote this matter. The Finnish defense industry is a very fast-growing industry. In the last weeks and days, I wanted to create optimism and make Finns believe that the worst is behind us and our economy has a lot of opportunities. And this is not just a wish, we see that in concrete terms in the numbers as well. Positive developments have taken place at the end of during the summer, the previous summer. Now the turn is here. And not only a turn, but the view what we have. Clean transition technologies in defense industries, in the marine industry, and in many other industries. We truly have a great future in front of us. We have a permission to believe that and to hope. In the defense industry, we have companies Nammo, Patria, ICEYE, Nokia, Bittium, Rauma, Shipyard, and many other companies are at the very forefront of the industry. On Tuesday in Kokkola, the defense minister had invited companies, businesses to discuss new opportunities, and there were a lot of companies present at this event. We Finns know if anybody making peace does not mean that Russia would change, and peace gives Russia the opportunity to collect its bearings and gain strength again. We must do more faster in very tight coordination with NATO. Last Friday, during my visit to Estonia, I stated together with my colleague there is that we must make sure that we have good documents, we have decisions to strengthen Europe's defense become concrete very quickly. Strengthening our defense is an important priority, as well as supporting Ukraine in all of EU's policies. After the meeting in Alaska, we had an extra summit of EU leaders through teams, and we presented concrete actions with which we have to support Ukraine. First of all, Europe has to be prepared to set new sanctions to Russia. We have to, the 11th sanction package must be tighter than any before. Secondly, we have to strengthen Ukraine's army. It is the best security guarantee to Ukraine, the only true army in Europe currently. And one solution to this is to allow the funds in the peace fund to be used. And Russia's assets must remain frozen. And we also have to ensure the 300 million to be able to be used for strengthening Ukraine's needs. Ukraine's EU membership is a necessity, and we also have to build a very sturdy support instrument for Ukraine through the European Union, and it should be about the size of 50 billion. Unfortunately, there are obstacles in this matter, so Hungary's actions are an obstacle. And we also favor increasing of single majority decisions in order to move forward. Dear listeners, finally, I would like to point out how EU is finally focusing on big entities instead of small things. We can see this in many fronts, internal markets, capital markets, unnecessary regulation is being dismantled and new agreements are being signed. Finland has all the prerequisites to be participating in building a safer, more secure, more well-functioning Europe. Today, dear friends, we need the European Union more than ever. I want to thank all of you, active Finns, European Union activists. You have all been needed greatly. All the background work, lobbying, discussions, making sure that European affairs are in the forefront and receive attention that is necessary. This is not just the government acting, this is something we all have in front of us as a challenge. We want to make sure that our work bears fruit, that good work continues. We will do this together. I'm so happy to see all of you here today. Thank you. Distinguished Prime Minister, thank you for this interesting review on the current political situation in the European Union. Our title today is Finland 30 Years in the European Union, and this was a great review of what is taking place right at this moment. I'm going to ask a few questions from the past, but if we have time, I thought we could also have a look at the future. But before we move to that, a few words as background. Prime Minister and myself, we got to know each other at the Social Studies Department at the University of Turku in the early 90s. 1994, 1996, he was the General Secretary of the students in the Turku University. I believe economics was the main subject at the time. I had political history, so this is our personal background. I had a list of 18 questions, and Prime Minister already replied to many of those questions in his opening speech. So, moderator, interviewer here is in a panic situation because all questions were already answered. No, that was just a joke. In 1987, you became 18 years old. You lived still in Köyliö. You were a high school student, and the times were very different back then, thinking that your parties Harri Holkeri, many changes had taken place in the party you represent, and Harri Holkeri was the Prime Minister. Do you remember what Finland's international position was like back then and what you thought about it? Kekkonen's times were 6 years back. Well, the time was kind of a very hopeful time. I don't know exactly what I thought as an 18-year-old young man, but the time was a very hopeful time. Hope was awakening. There was solidarity movement in Poland. I was following that, and the Soviet Union was crumbling piece by piece. I was following all of that. That was a huge question back then, and there was this sense that we are moving towards something better. From the past relationships with Finland to Soviet Union, and I have There are many individual events, and one that I particularly remember at the age of the 80s, there were no mobile phones. Information didn't flow quite as quickly. I went for my military service in the autumn of 89, and then in the winter we were somewhere in a forest, in a camp, and it was my turn to keep watch. And I walked past the fire that they had made, and one of the military servicemen, young men there, said that the Berlin Wall fell. And I heard this piece of news in the middle of the winter forest, and I ran there to them and I said, please tell me more. If I hadn't been there in that moment, I'm sure I would have traveled to Berlin. So these were the types of moments we lived through. And then Finland started preparing its EU membership, so I was very excited and getting involved with that. We were moving towards the light. That was the idea. A concrete proof of how different the times were. I was writing the history of the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs just now in the spring, and President Koivisto said when he took part in the discussions in the European Council, he was skeptical, as he used to be, and he said that, well, we shouldn't join all the possible clubs. So the change in attitude was quite swift. So Finland started its membership applications in 1992, and then 1994 there was a national vote in the autumn, and you were very active, speaking for the membership. Do you remember what your thoughts were back then? Were you prepared for also that possibility that Finland didn't become a member in the European Union? It was a very reasonable concern because the national vote was very tight and the surveys only started showing a positive result in the very last moments. And I do appreciate highly all of those people bearing responsibility. For example, Esko Aho, who spoke very strongly for, was promoting the European Union membership, although it wasn't as a popular choice in his party, his own party. And I'm really appreciate all those people. I think the opposition was more about fear. But there was a concern that Finland would have said no to the membership, and Sweden already joined, and that would have left us in a horrible situation. It was a scary thought.
Yes, it was the role of Heikki Haavisto from Raisio didn't have an easy role in the negotiations. Well, Esko Aho gave his ultimatum to his own party in the spring that if you don't like the EU membership, then you can elect, you will get a new prime minister and a new party president. So all three biggest parties, the Social Democrats, the Centre Party and the Coalition Party, have all been there in the negotiations and been leading the activities. Now, if you remember back about the Finnish EU policy, what are the highlights? Exceptional achievements. And then perhaps after that, what about some failures, some disappointments in the negotiation process? Well, first of all, like you said, the Finland's EU policy had been led by the three biggest parties. And I think our strength as a country has been that even though we have had some small differences in priorities, but the main line, the main guideline has been the same. So what were Finland's priorities? On that respect, we had a very strong consensus always. Of course, we had some difficult periods, for instance, during the past government term, there was heavy discussions on the savings package. But if I think about the highlights, the achievements, especially now that the Russia's threat is such an existential question to Finland, I did state on several occasions just in my speech that with good partners we are able to have an impact on the EU's defense white paper and the preparedness plan to be based on the permanent threat of Russia. Of course, we recognize other priorities as well and threats as well, but why does we need to prepare for this type of defense strategy? It's because of Russia. So this particular strategy recognizes Finland as the frontline country vis-à-vis Russia. So this is a huge achievement for us, that this has been recognized by the EU and we can trust in the member countries' assistance. Well, I'm not so good at looking at failures or mistakes, so I think it's better to concentrate on the positive achievements. And then EU policy strength has indeed been the fact, like you said, that across parties common line has been found. And then in the Parliament, EU criticism or anti-EU line was not very strong. However, this changed when the True Finns came there, and they are now in the government, and they influenced Finland's EU policy. Now, yesterday, SDP's chair, Antti Lindman, was here, and I had a quick talk with him, and I asked him, as the opposition leader, do you have anything you would like to say here to the Prime Minister? He thinks that this unanimity on EU policy in Finland is shaking. It has been shaken during the past 2 years, because in the government now we have a party which is not so much anti-EU but very anti-EU critical. So how do you see this? So that the EU policy line is not so clear anymore because of this particular government composition. Well, Antti Lindman, with his question, actually reveals the fact that the SDP is the party that has made EU policy into an internal policy issue. So I really hope that we still try to find consensus and do not attack each other with these questions, because all of us who follow how things are going, of course, we might disagree on certain details in terms of foreign policy. We have certain differences with smaller priorities, but the total comprehensive policy line is unified, and I would not like to see that there is somehow intentionally somebody trying to find a dispute on this. So I think it's very important to continue our discussions. In EU policy, indeed, I think all the parties at the moment share the view on defense, security, competitiveness, rule of law principle, climate change work, green transition, development of internal markets. So on all these we agree on. And I'm sure that as far as the government work is concerned, well, 2 years ago when I prepared for the governmental negotiations, I thought that the EU policy would be the most difficult one to find agreement on. But actually, we found agreement and commitment quite easily. And with that, something I think is a very positive matter is that when we try to defend the common European interest, then that is also in the interest of Finland. So we are all committed to the EU membership. The whole government works in this line, and I think this is quite a big change. Now then, about green transition. And I've now followed the EU in this, and I've listened to political discussions on this, and it seems that green transition has become a sort of a camouflage-colored transition. So we talk much more about defense matters now than we have ever done, perhaps after the Second World War. And the EU member states in the summer summit committed themselves to the 1.6% from the GDP on defense expenditure, and major investments will be carried out in that respect. So these figures are in the range of hundreds or thousands of billions. And then alongside this, we have the European social model, a cause for great pride, to counter communism in those days. And now if we look at these levels of investments that we need, but then on the other hand, when we put so much money in defense, how can we hold on to the European social model, guarantee services and welfare society? Yes, this is a very big question, not only in the EU, but in Finland. We have to continuously discuss this. And the basic starting point is that defense capability in the face of aggressive Russia is an existential question for Finland and for the EU. So the ability for the EU to defend itself is at stake here. Otherwise, without these investments, there is no good future for that. So we have to take care of that. And as long as we keep this fact in mind, then we have to think of what other funding can be taken care of. So stronger competitiveness is key here. More added value jobs. And all this is possible only with a healthy, a growing economy, so that we can take care of our well-being. So these all go hand in hand. And for that reason, the development of the internal market and other things that I mentioned are very important. And then when it comes to the green transition, well, climate change has not disappeared anywhere. So the Finnish model that I have tried to present in Europe, since the 1990s, we've been able to cut down, to decrease our emissions. And at the same time, we've been able to almost cut emissions in half, but doubled our GDP. So reducing emissions is not taking away something from the economy. During this week, I've been now touring in the Ostrobothnia region, and I have seen that they all do this. They are at the top of technology, clean transition, hydrogen, clean wind power, more jobs, etc. So I have seen that it works. And this should be carried out also at the European level, not just to decarbonize and be independent from fossil fuels. It's possible, but we need permanent action. And then, now when we look at the situation in Ukraine and how we can find peace here, perhaps as a criticism to the EU, the war has been waging in Ukraine for 3.5 years, and sanctions have been issued permanently. Well, in the beginning it was admirable, this unity of the EU, but now it's not so good anymore. However, I can say that the EU alone does not have the means to force Russia to accept peace. A bigger coalition is needed. At Washington, D.C., we saw the coalition of the willing, and this was impressive. So how do you see this? If the peace deal means that Ukraine on the map will look different as it did 3 years ago, what do you think? What a blow will this be to the EU? The EU has been saying for 3.5 years now that they will not accept this kind of peace deal. Ukraine's sovereignty has to be respected. First of all, Russia cannot and must not win a peace deal, the peace negotiations. So sovereignty and Ukraine's right for self-determination, for instance, to join the EU or other Western alliances, it has this right. Ukraine has a right to take care of its own defense. So this question about Ukraine's land borders is a very thorny one. So the EU does not have any competence in security policy in this respect, nor in defense policy. So therefore, qualified majority decisions should be used more extensively in these policy matters, so EU would operate better. And the EU and the biggest member states, Finland included, are trying to find solutions at the European level so that the EU would sit at the same table in these negotiations. So it's important that the EU have the same line, a united line. EU does not have any military forces. And for that reason, getting the US on board when trying to find a solution for this, it's necessary. So now, in the past few weeks and months, Trump has been very active in trying to find solutions. So this is a very important development. We had difficulties to look at pictures where the two presidents shook hands in Alaska. Well, it's difficult to look at that, but this is what we need. They have to come together. And this transatlantic connection and the coalition of the willing is necessary because the EU cannot do this alone. I would not criticize the sanctions packages. We are adopting them, and it's very important so that we can stop Russia from getting necessary components for their war equipment. We also need to see what maritime fleets are at stake and stop them. So the EU can concentrate on what it can do, for instance, military mobility or the strengthening of the defense industry. So I'm quite happy with the EU, what it has been doing. However, Hungary is the biggest problem here, and we have to find a solution for this. It's not tolerable that one country, one member state, always blocks necessary decisions. Thank you. Hopefully next year when we meet again, and we can discuss the situation, and hopefully we can then discuss a positive peace deal for Ukraine. So our fireside chat has finished. Our time is up. I would like to thank Prime Minister Petteri Orpo. Once again, you took the time to come to Euroforum. 8 forums have been organized already, and most of them you participated in. And let's see next year again, when we meet again, what the situation is. Thank you very much for coming here. Thank you very much for this discussion, and I wish everybody a wonderful day at the Euroforum. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Well, I think people are still getting into the room, but if you're a repeat guest, people have already heard your best lines. I think we'll be all right. I should also start off by thanking you all for having me back. It's an extraordinary privilege to be coming back to the same event this year again. And I will say this very honestly, that there's not many political forums and conferences that I attend every year. This is probably only one of two that I do. So it is an extraordinary privilege. And one thing that actually comes with that privilege is that you're not giving a lecture anymore. You're not coming here to speak. You're actually having an ongoing dialogue. And that actually changes some of the things that one is about to say. And also, I wanted to thank the team that almost become real friends, and many of them have actually visited me in Brussels, and I encourage everyone here who has an interest of doing so to feel free to reach out to me. And yeah, Mr. Uho Blum, who actually found me initially at Eurofact, has become a very, very good friend of mine. And so I kind of think of myself almost like a very happy visitor to Turkey. Anyway, with that said, being a repeat guest also means that you don't want to repeat all the same lines. And I was going to say that in my previous speeches, I warned about Europe's lagging competitiveness. But the warning was not so much about Europe falling behind, but it's also due to the fact that the rest of the world is catching up. It has very much to do with the fact that Europe has chosen to stay and dig where it stands. We do the things we do the things that we always done. And that also means that India and China is very, very willing to catch up and try to take that seat as number 2 in the world order. I also warned about United States being ahead of Europe in terms of productivity. US is about 10% ahead of us in terms of the value that every worker managed to create for every hour worked. It has nothing to do with the labor cost. It has nothing to do with lacking regulations or whatnot. It's just due to the fact that they are much, much more technological advanced. And this 10% gap is something that we've tried to close for the last 30 years. And we never really managed to do that. And that's not really just the main issue. It's actually also the fact that, once again, the rest of the world is becoming more productive because they want to basically reach where we are. And also, I warned about Europe believing too much in status quo. The world has changed. And the last time I was here, at the same time last year, I said 40% of the world is heading toward the ballot box to choose their leaders. And predominantly then, as well now, what we've seen in the election of the United States, obviously, but also India and Europe itself, is that many of the powers around the world want to see a changing world order. What does that mean? Most of the world are actually looking for a change in the world order that is going to be completely against Europe's interest. I'm not here to say, or I wasn't here to say that the world is out to get us, but I'm just saying that predominantly the majority of the world, including people of Europe, wants to see a change that is perhaps not entirely with our interest. And that leads me to the first point about what's happening in the United States. When I graduated from university in the sort of mid-90s, I chose international trade and trade negotiations, my expertise. I remember because in the US, there was elections when Bill Clinton became the president. And in the United States, you always do a list of the top topics that electors care about. International trade was then number 30. I remember number 29 was federal funding for playground. So at a dinner party, I'll be moderately less interesting than the guy who was doing a PhD on federal funding for playgrounds. That is no longer the case. I'm not sure if I'm getting invited to intercollegiate dinner parties anymore, but international trade is number one of the key topic. And I will start by saying that you've probably all seen the headlines about how we now have some kind of a truce with the Trump administration. We have accepted 15% in tariffs in return for us buying more defense equipment, which we don't mind, and buying more liquid nitrogen gas and LNG, and which we are probably going to do anyway. And this year, I'm here to warn you that our troubles are not over. This is just starting. We went into these negotiations thinking that we are negotiating tariffs. We are not. What United States want has been remarkably consistent, and it has nothing to do with tariffs. What United States wanted was to have a macroeconomic balance. Sorry, I don't want to become economic, and I don't want to become academic. But what United States want is a lower trade deficit, simply because it cannot explain to its voters why the most technologically advanced and most skillful labor in the world is running a trade deficit. Imagine Finland explain to its constituents, or imagine Germany that is running a trade deficit. We can't explain it. I can explain it, and many of you can probably explain it to a central banker and someone who has a PhD in economics, and it has to do with the capital balance versus current account, etc., etc. But for a regular voter, how can a skillful and successful country, like the three countries I mentioned, ever run a trade deficit? They cannot explain it, and they cannot win elections unless they can explain it. And so far, United States have tried to basically boost its export through trade agreements. And that has been the rule of the game. And what I think we are seeing now is a major shifting of the US economic balance, where they're saying that these rules, this equilibrium that we have created, is not working for us. And if you're facing that kind of line of argument and thinking that the United States must consume less, invest more, and export more or import less, what you end up is actually a United States that look remarkably more like, maybe not Finland, but at least France. And when Donald Trump talks about a child doesn't need 27 dolls, maybe it just needs 4. I don't know how many dolls a child deserves, but what an economist here is that maybe United States have an overconsumption that is fueled by consumer credit. It's borrowing money from abroad in order to buy those 23 dolls that it doesn't need. So what I'm here to warn is to say that, no, our troubles are not over just because we agree to a 50% tariffs. We can scream and shout, it's unfair, it's against the rules. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Free trade is great, agreed. But basically, United States trade deficits is actually funding and financing a lot of export-led growth, either directly or indirectly. And if they decide that they don't want to pay, someone else has to pay. The question is, are we ready to open up our markets to the same extent that the United States have done? Are we ready to open up our agriculture? Are we ready to open up a public procurement? For real? On that point, I am not sure if we are ready to shoulder that responsibility. Responsibility in global economics means that you're actually paying for someone else's benefits, not just for Finland, not just for Sweden, not just for the whole of the EU, but also for people in Indonesia, or even people that we might call adversals, like China. So, with that said, I also want to warn that we tend to think US-China conflict as the one really defining conflict of our era. I agree. But we shouldn't forget the fact that for the United States, the main commercial rival remains Europe. Boeing competes against Airbus, not Chinese Comac. Their engineering companies are competing against our engineering companies. Their automakers are fighting for market shares in the same way that our companies in the exact same price and quality bracket. That makes a difference. And also, when it comes to soft power, United States is not fighting Chinese influence in terms of regulations when it comes to agricultural standards, food standards, chloride chicken, hormone beef, or digital regulations. The regulatory competition in the world is actually between Europe and the United States. And that beef, to say the least, is still uncooked. And to continue, I wanted to also mention the question about China. I think one of the biggest mistakes that we're doing currently is not just how we see China, but also miscalculating what China actually wants. It's easy to frame China as an adversarial, and I do, to a large degree. It goes against every bone in my body and everything I believe in terms of economics and politics. But at the same time, we have to recognize the fact that there are two major growth engines in the world. If you look at growth, not in percentage, but in billions, China and the United States will generate approximately $700 billion / euro worth of growth this year. So when we are talking, actually, when the European Commission or our governments are talking about expanding our market share, expanding our international presence, all the market shares beside growth is already allocated. Oh, by the way, just to give you a little bit of perspective, our growth in Europe, our single market, is just 1/10 of the one of China or United States. Size matters. It's not just about the size of the market, but it's also the growth of the market. India is growing twice the rate of Europe. That's the reality. Anyway, going back to China. When we are talking about growing our market shares, basically, if all the market shares are taken, it has to come out of that growth. There's only United States and China where we have a reasonable chance because we are quite a sizable economy with quite a sizable export. That basically means that if the United States is closing its door, if we want to grow our exports, we are basically condemning ourselves to opening up China. You have to either do it by cooperation or by force. I don't think that really dawned on us what it actually means. And also, I want to warn against miscalculation of China. Because, one, the strategic rivalry with the United States is indeed very, very true. China invests considerable amount of both industrial capacity, but also military capacity, and these two are very linked in China, to deflect United States' attempt to contain it. But United States is where it is. China respects power. China does not respect weakness. That's how global politics and business works. China is not after to replace United States. Not in this cycle. I would even go as far as not this century. What China is after to do is to replace Europe as number 2. And here's where I'm not just talking about strategic hard power. I'm also talking about market shares. I'm talking about businesses. China is going all in on EVs and infrastructure equipment. These are not necessarily a threat to the United States. This is primarily a threat against the European commercial interests. So I think that's really important to bear that in mind. And also, China's fear is not necessarily about what we think it is, about potential crumbling of its own internal system. Sure, it worries about destabilization. It has a fragile political system, and unlike what many people believe, I don't think the Communist Party is completely in charge of the economy, simply because no one has ever run China with an iron grip. It's too big. There are sinologists who say that actually Xi Jinping's power over Chinese economy shouldn't be overestimated, and it's somewhere along the lines of Ursula von der Leyen's. So Xi Jinping controls the economy of Sichuan to the same extent that Ursula von der Leyen controls the economy of Turku. I'll leave that aside, but the key question here is about the fear of being cornered, the fear of being contained. I think that I heard the question about Russia coming up several times and China in the part of that equation. And I think one of its fears is not so much about supporting or not supporting Ukraine. It's looking after its own primary self-interest, which is about they don't want to be in an economy or global system where either Russia or China or anyone can be isolated. In our case, we dominate the financial system. Kicking China out of a system like SWIFT would have devastating consequences. If all Chinese companies were treated by American sanctions like Huawei has been treated in the last 5 years, the Chinese saga is over. Right, and which brings me to the question about Russia. And I will be very brief on that point because I think that's a topic that's going to come up on several times. And now I think in the end, the global economy is less dependent on Russia than anything else. Let me explain why. Economically, Russia is a non-power. It's not even a huge market for us. It is a market for some of the German luxury exports, for example, on Mercedes sedans. But if you're in the business of making Mercedes sedans, I would suggest that you do something else than overpriced tin cans. But that's something completely different. That's my own personal opinion. But Russia's only claim to global relevance is that it can create very expensive problems for Europe for a very, very low cost. It could open up the borders through Belarus to basically let criminals flow into Lithuania. Why? Because it could create those problems. If Europe's relevance is declining, Russia's relevance is declining even faster. The key question that we have regarding Russia is about where we get our energy. And here's I'm getting really, really worried. We are on a path towards sustainable society, which I, as a Nordic, and for my own personal conviction, am very much in favor of. But I'm not blind to that cost. And if the rest of the world that says we actually don't want to pay that cost, we are going all back into fossil fuels, then I have to be very blunt and answer how the invisible hand in Europe is going to respond. The market's going to respond by saying, either we fix this energy parity or the investments start to flow abroad. And that has already happened. I know it's getting very dark, and I know that they play the Addams Family here in this theater. So this is kind of the uncensored version of the Addams Family, I know. But we will cheer up in a brief second, but please do bear with me for a few more moments while this Frankenstein of a political speech is taking its toll. But what I wanted to say here is basically that we are asking now for a number of political initiatives that we need to invest in our innovation and industrial capacity, and we need to build our capabilities in order to basically support our way of life. I get that. People are asking for public funding to do so. As once again, a believer in the Nordic model, I can see pros and cons of that structure. I don't mind the government sharing the risk of a major capital investment. But what I get really, really, say, ambivalent about is when people, especially the private sectors, is looking for investment into R&D in Europe, but they are not putting their own money into it. Why? The profit margins in Europe are still too low compared to the United States, China, and even India. The best way to reward risk is profit. If you have a healthy profit in a society, if we can actually reward startups, if we can reward risk takers, that it makes it worthwhile, we wouldn't have a funding problem. And right now, if I look at the European multinationals, even the manufacturing companies like the auto industry have aggregated so much capital, they don't actually need any loans. They don't need capital. They can fund all the R&D they want. They have become banks. They make money by managing money rather than building cars or dams or planes. That, to me, doesn't sound like a sustainable economic system. Right. So this brings me basically towards the end, the happy end of the saga. One of the future bright spot is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is going to boost 30% of our productivity. This is our way to catch up. And as one last final disappointment, we have agreed in Europe into an EU AI Act. There are a number of reasons why we had to do it. We were in the middle of elections, and a number of people had to produce some kind of a deliverable, a political deliverable, to show that we are doing something in Brussels. Hey, believe it or not, but even people in new politics have key performance indicators. And the worst part is that it's like a TV talent show. You get voted out. Anyway, to wrap up that point around AI, I don't see currently, despite our network of alliances and free trade agreements, I don't see anyone going EU's path and thinking that regulating this is a good idea. I happen to speak Japanese fluently. I can tell when a Korean is lying. I understand some Chinese. I speak Californian if I want to, or if I want to impress some lady. I'll put on a nice American or British accent. But what I can see across the world is that no one, regardless which political system you have, no country have chosen to detail, regulate, and create a liability around AI the way that the EU has. Even the Chinese have said it's too early to regulate. Europe is a collective leadership model, which means that if everyone makes a mistake, nobody has to face the political consequences. Our voters don't know what the European People Party is, or whether S&D is a socialist, or who's actually in the political group. I think a part of the collective leadership has led to this point where we can actually produce these laws without thinking about these consequences, where China, Japan, United States, including California, have said, we want to see where this is going. It's too early to regulate. We can shoot ourselves in the foot. If we were the fastest growing economy in the world, and if we were the most productive economy in the world, I would say, let's go for this, let's go for net zero, let's wing it and see what happens. We don't have the luxury. And this brings me to the final point where I actually, this is the crescendo. Donald Trump talks about the weave. I wouldn't go as far as saying that I'm such a good speaker like Mr. Donald Trump. At least I'm very different. But I think it comes down to a factor that is much bigger than just regulations or trade agreements or 15% or 10%. It comes down to a European psyche. I think the fundamental problem cannot be solved just by thinking differently about how we approach Europe. And I think this is also where Finland, together with its neighbors, hello, is that an old Nokia? Just checking. Anyway, kudos to you. I admire nationalism. But anyway, to wrap it up, I think here's where we have the biggest contribution to make, because we have always lived with the mentality of catching up. And this is not a luxury that Nordic countries had. Whereas if you look at continental Europe, you have the basically default mindset that things were going great, and if we do nothing, things will continue to be great. That's not how the world works. People, ambitious people, skilled people, and sometimes vicious people wants to replace us. And to some degree, is there a fair right to have a chance to develop new products, to have access to global markets? Then how you do it, why you do it, differs vastly between, let's say, Finland and, let's say, Russia or China. But in the end, everybody has a fair chance to try. And they are trying, they are working hard, for the reason that they want to create a better future for their children, sometimes with very adversarial means. I think that we need to bring that mentality back into Europe. That's one of the most important points I want to say today. And that's what I feel is lacking. There is no responsibility. I heard a European commissioner, former European commissioner, talk about one of her regulations, one of the most intrusive business regulation, as a mistake. But does she resign from politics? No. Imagine an American politician or a Japanese or Indonesian going up and saying, you know what I did 3 years ago is the worst that happened to my country. And by the way, please vote for me again. That still happens in Europe. Anyway, so a different mentality, and realizing that the problems are far from over. United States is after to get us on tax. It's not just about tariffs. Until it gets its economic balance in order, they are after to get Europe's lunch. China is after to get us. And maybe we get the technology backwards. And perhaps here I start to maybe overstay my welcome and start to wrap up. And yeah, thank you for having me again.
Thank you, Hosuk, and please don't leave the stage, but take a seat, please. So, we will now move on to our panel discussion. In today's panel, we will consider whether it is time for innovation policy and how business-driven research and development can thrive in a transforming Europe. Our first panelist is member of the Finnish Parliament, vice chair of the Grant Committee, and she served as member of the European Parliament until 2024. Please welcome Miapetra Kumpula-Natri. Next one is Kenneth Videll from Wärtsilä. He is the General Manager, Research, Coordination and Funding, Sustainable Fuels and Decarbonization. Welcome. And last but not least is Lasse Leppäkorpi from CardioSignal, Operation Executive from CardioSignal. And please do check out CardioSignal if you don't know the company. They have very interesting products and applications. So do that after the panel discussion. And we will hear a little bit about CardioSignal, I suppose, during the discussion as well. And as a reminder to everybody, you are free to participate through the chat. Maybe we can have the QR code in the background for a while. Use your phone and put up some questions, and I will come back to those questions during the panel discussion. Okay, let's take first a kind of a warm-up question for everybody. Let's start from here as a round. What kind of or what types of companies and innovations are you monitoring particularly closely right now? If you have any specific ones you would like to tell us about. Kenneth.
Thank you. Well, of course, being publicly listed, we won't say which companies we're looking into, but innovations, yes. And of course, I think all companies are looking closely at innovations which are in their value chain, may it then be their core or next to. So in our case, then it's the marine value chain and of course the energy, the power generation, which is very close. And emphasis clearly is on the green transition and energy efficiency.
And those topics are hot at the moment.
They are very hot, of course. And I think Hosik made a very good point. I also had some points about this, that at the end of the day, I mean, this is all going to cost us something. And I think that's something that the public has to understand. Because if the sustainable solutions would be cheaper than the fossil ones, we wouldn't be here, would we? So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Miapetra.
Yes, for my 10 years in the European Parliament, it has been a lot on the digital and climate. And without digitalization, someone else is making the digital, and then we just get to use it. And I think that's very similar. And the others, as a great speech here showed us that others are running faster, so we have to run and not keep the position that we have. So also that holds with the climate solutions. The biggest investor so far is still China, even we are challenging politically them to be faster and not to peak highest emission later. So these innovations are globally needed, whatever the politics will say. But then, of course, now my interest is a lot on the innovations on the dual use and security, because that is a new challenge. Even the old challenges have not been solved yet. And also, I think the one global that Finland has been good in looking at is on health, that remains also to be there. But summarizing up, strategically important innovations are very much and should be high in the agenda on the European level.
Okay, thank you. Lasse.
Yeah, I think for me the really interesting in innovation is where you can package truly a complex research and innovation to simplify it for the end user. I was working many years for Apple there in San Francisco Bay Area, and it was all about simplifying so that the end user can get it. It's very complex things, but for the end user it's simple. And now it's obviously influencing my work at CardioSignal, like you mentioned. It is the recognized breakthrough innovation globally, now coming from Finland, actually coming from Turku. So really cool that we have this technology from Finland. But what that is doing is we are changing a smartphone. Every people nowadays have a smartphone. Now a diagnostic device that it already has the sensors in it. It has motion sensors. So if you keep that 1 minute on your chest, we can analyze the mechanical function of the heart and give a simple answer and detect most the major heart diseases. And this makes healthcare much more accessible to everybody anywhere. Like, it doesn't matter what's your socioeconomic status, what's your digital literacy or skill level, you can access healthcare anywhere, like improving health equality. And it's good to see that it's recognized in Europe by innovation rewards, as well as designated as a breakthrough device by FDA in US.
Great. Thank you. Hosuk, any specific?
Well, I think these are all great points. And since I'm not an engineer, at least not a successful one, I went to 1 year in engineering school and it was way too hard. So I went into a completely different field. And also I didn't want to sort of like live up to an Asian stereotype. But I must say there are a couple of things that come to mind. One is it's not so much about where innovation is made, but how its innovation is made. And I think that we heard that from the previous answer as well in a very good way, that there is a synergy, for example, between, for example, IT and healthcare. There is also the synergy between, even if I look at 5G and 6G technologies, that's now being combined with sensory technology, for example, heart readings and eye movements, in order to create next generation of new networks. And I think that's really interesting. And the same things with material technology, because that's basically converging to atom-level chemistry. And it's not enough to master one domain. You have to master at least 3, 4. And one final point, if I may add, is actually what we don't think about. There's a great deal of innovation in finance. And this is where a lot of countries are beating us. How some countries can actually, to our image, it seems like they can give away their stuff for free and still make money. They're beating us in our game, which is banking.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Let's move to the current state and maybe the direction as well of European innovation policy. We have tools like public R&D funding and supporting private finance and test beds and accelerators and innovation-friendly regulation and all kinds of different tools that the EU can hand out to boost innovations and help the businesses to innovate. What is, in your opinion, some of the kind of most important tools, maybe for your companies or in general, that the EU has in its arsenal? Last.
Of course, funding. That is the most important, like different ways of funding, but also the a connection, making it through these consortiums available to create connections between the public sector, private sector, research, and also across the borders. So, but really, it's often comes through the funding. Another areas are harmonization and the regulation, especially harmonization, and hopefully also some deregulation, and not just the regulation, but the making it more of a single market than the collection of fragmented markets, like it still pretty much is, and that's one of the reasons I think US and China are seen as a more interesting markets for the capital in innovation, because they are seen as a single large markets instead of a collection of small markets. Still, even the EU is doing a great job trying to remove that fragmentation.
Yeah. We know that in health tech, the regulations are somewhat slowing down the business. Is this something that you feel as a company as well? Is your product and applications regulated?
Yeah, that's definitely the area where the more harmonization would be. Like, there are international standards, not necessarily US standards or European standards, but international standards. We need more of those. We need harmonization across these markets, and especially in this regulation, like medical devices, we could take these truly impactful technologies and innovations into use in all of these markets much more rapidly, creating value, instead of having every single area like having this protectionism through regulation.
Yeah. How about you, Kenneth? How does this?
Oh, I agree with what Lasse is saying. I would maybe emphasize on sort of 3 points, as that is now very popular, 3 points. So, and this comes maybe more to the European Commission than to the national one. That for us, I believe, not only for Wärtsilä, I believe for all of us, that we need to stay technology agnostic in our policy, so we don't give in too much to dictate which technology will then prevail. We have a saying that we believe that our customers, because when they buy our services products, they will use them for 30, 40 years. So it's not only the investment cost, it's the whole life cycle cost which is of importance there. And if we then strive to drive towards something new, which we don't know the life cycle cost of, then that's a bit scary in a sense. So remain technology agnostic is number one, and then when it comes to regulation, extremely important to be stable and stay on course. Again, if the cycle is 4 or 5 years and the politics change and the regulations change, it's very difficult for customers to make these investment decisions. And now maybe more to the Nordics, so Finland, Sweden, due to political reasons, change in the fuel mandate, for example. And that has, of course, had led to, for example, Neste, who is still front runner in making sustainable fuels, which are drop-in. They are now suffering. So, I mean, that's very unfortunate and very difficult for the companies then to predict if there is sort of a stable, predictable regulation. And then maybe the third, like Lasse said, the funding bureaucracy. I have to say, as we have both EU and national funding programs and projects, and hopefully the national parties are not here, because of course, Finn doesn't say when everything's going well, but I have to say that Business Finland is not bad compared to the European funding programs, because they are quite cumbersome. So there's a lot of improvements made in the national funding as well, but then if you compare again to the US, where there are targets set, okay, and then you reach those targets and you get the funding, and not, now I'm being, of course, cutting some corners, target set, and then 17 pages of how you are supposed to get there. So there is something still to be improved.
So how does this sound from a policymaker?
The bad engineer who end up in the politics.
and just to be clear, it's not meant to be you against.
No. I chose myself this career, so I love it. Otherwise, I would work for Wärtsilä or some other company, because I was educated in Vaasa, where they have the biggest R&D to be an engineer. But then, the regulation, European regulation is better than often said, because this is part of lobbying. European regulation is one regulation instead of 27 different ones. Then we are not successful enough making implementation so that would be enough. So Cardio could have like one regulation to fulfill and go for whole markets easily. So this is why we should purely be better single markets. But then also we do have regulation that creates demand. And also we have a regulation that we have been successful, that everyone is proud of afterwards. I think there's no one in the room who would say like, oh, it's so bad that Finland started to regulate on the decarbonization, because you love it to say to the foreigners that welcome to Finland, where we have like electricity production 96% emission free. It was not the old energy companies who came to the politician that please regulate us. Please make it a little bit more expensive. And now we do have industries who say that, yeah, there is a cost for transition, but let's do it and let's regulate it good way, let's finance it, let's have this common spirit to do it. And that's where I think that we in Finland have chosen very, very good paths. Even here we see that fluctuation after the elections, which is always bad. But then I think that there was like idea of the climate law, for example, that we know that this is the direction to do. And I was happy even our nowadays government, I'm in opposition, didn't change the climate law. So that should give some predictability, and then we look at several law cases are going different. So that is my speech for explaining the regulation. So also it was great speech on AI Act that I was also regulating for my part for the sandboxes and others to try to make it also enabler, but then trusted AI systems to come. And whether to say it's too early, quite many people were thinking it was too late. And that was happened. So some stages were too late, like the climate. We were all too long, very dark way, polluting the nature. Or we were very long on unregulated surrounding for the social media. So that's why it was a good try to put framework, not to regulate technology, but to regulate AI systems on the markets, like we have for the medical advice applications, or we have for the medicines. I don't go to a pharmacy to sign every time a consent, yes, I'm going to swallow a pill. But I trust the market. So, but then on the details, I'm very happy if the better version will be implemented very soon. But also to give up, start from the beginning, very much lobbying is not a good idea also. But for the R&D, I think the regulation has a bad reputation, but in my eyes, implementation could be better, and permissions. When we have a new innovation, according to all the laws, it needs a permission because it's first of a kind, and then 3 years later, okay, I go to other markets because there I can go to markets. In Europe, I can go to the laboratory, and this needs to be also changed.
I would like to come back to the financing part maybe later as well, but the audience is already making my job much easier by asking questions, and there's one I would like to take now as it's relevant, I think. It's directed to you, Hosuk, but I think if you want to answer, and then everybody can comment if they like. How can we encourage companies to risk more and increase the profit from R&D instead of acting like banks? And then if you have an idea on that, then maybe you can comment on from business part at least.
Well, couple of reflections. One of the most obvious answers in terms of how to boost profits in an economy is actually to say that it is okay to make money. It is okay. If you innovate a new drug, we are going to reward you handsomely, and you are allowed to make a profit out of it. And that goes a little bit against the Nordic mentality that, you know, especially the Swedish one, you should never believe that you're better than anyone else, and you're not allowed to make any money unless you're one of the founding families of Sweden, you know what I mean. But I think there is another, perhaps more down-to-earth approach to that, which is, we should really think about how we set our taxes. I mean, one of the great models of Finland and other countries that we realize that we don't tax growth, we encourage growth. Without growth, there is nothing to redistribute. And I think that's a key factor. The other factor that I would also point to is the question about regulation. I mean, as I laid out very clearly, and it's going to be a very boring debate because we all agree, I think nobody wants to have anarchy, but it's not black and white. And I am kind of ambivalent to the question of whether we should be first to regulate before we even have a market failure that we see in front of us. There are different schools of that, and I have a lot of respect for people who say that, no, this is an intolerable risk. But also, you should remember that if you remove the risk from a society, you also remove profits. That's the basic law of business. if you regulate a 100% safe and secure economy, you don't have any profits. That's the way it works. And in a system, economic system, where we are in a competition about talent, business, capital, innovations, we can't afford to be the one that rewards innovators least. That is going to have an effect. This is an equation, this is a classic having the cake and eat it, which simply doesn't add up. That's all I'm saying. I'm in favor of making a choice on that curve between risk and profits. I'm just saying that our choice is very, very different from the rest of the world. And this goes back to what I was saying before about AI. The rest of the world have said, it's too early to say. And we have said, no, it's too late. I think one of the two is going to be severely punished. And I will not, because I'm not in a bet making, and I will not make that judgment. However, there is one thing that I want to add, because in part because of we have great innovative companies that are present here today and talking about this. One thing I see in the European layer, which is that we have less of a technical expertise. And I think that's really damaging. We don't have people who knows anything about AI making up the regulations. And it goes the same thing when it comes to medical devices. And that's a fundamental problem if you act upon principles rather than actual risks. And that creates a very dangerous trend towards over-regulation.
Lasse and Kenneth, how do you feel about risk and profit? Is the balance correct for you?
For me, I won't repeat because I'm totally agreeing with the, especially after living in the US, the attitudes and toward the getting profit and toward the success and taxation. So I agree with all of that. But I get back to that also, that the profit comes also from scale, being able to scale in the market. And going back to that, like whenever Europe is seeing, what I mentioned earlier, seeing as a collection of small markets rather than a one big market, you're always having a bigger cost to create the scale. And that eats the profit.
Yeah. Yes, fully agree. I was thinking more of the risk-taking, yes, and was it Edison who said that 1% is the idea and 99% is work to get it forward. So, of course, there's a lot of work, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get there, and sometimes you fail. Out of our 100 internal ideas, 3 will go forward, meaning that 97% is thank you, goodbye. And what Hosuk said about mitigating or how do we carry this risk and could there be taxes? Probably there are new tools that could be done here for companies who then fail, and there's still a cost. And if that partly is mitigated, even the failure, then that reduces the risk to continue and take the next challenge on. So there could be some tools maybe there, but that's maybe more up Hosuk's alley how to do the financing there. But clearly also to look, I was very pleased when you said about in your speech about, or was it here on the sofa, about also having new financial instruments innovated or business models, because there was a lot to be done there as well. So it's not only technological innovation which is needed; it's everywhere, and even social innovation is needed. So, yeah.
Yes, what comes to the political side of the R&D and what is on the businesses, it's much on the businesses after having this R&D financing and part. And then we have been seeing too long in Finland also this marketable products is a question. So really thanks for people doing it from the labs to the markets. And that is also that we know kind of debt volley for the financing and seems to be European level as well. So we are missing on some of these families or financing, but it's getting better. So for the guest, I want to say that it's changing in Finland. I'm a Nordic social democrat, and so I love taxes. So that is the feeling. But then it's changing. We have a great startup ecosystem built. So 300 companies. And then the taxation day, what my friends in Brussels never learned or believed on, is that we have public taxation. And these startup ecosystem people, best of the creme de la creme, they are saying, thank you, society. I had the free education, I had all these opportunities, and they are not lobbying only for cutting the taxes, they are lobbying for getting more talent here, getting more innovative surroundings. So this is something new to come, and I'm pretty sure that we will double our unicorns and things will evolve. It's not politically motivated in the back old structures that everyone know who is talking to who. This is something that we should learn in the politics, and in Europe also this Californian spirit. Even though after being the deputy vice chair for the US delegation in the last mandate, visited Washington and California often, I now can say that Europe is a very predictable market.
During these last 3 years of Russian aggression in Ukraine, we have talked a lot about energy sector, for example, and the kind of changes that has created for Europe and businesses as well. And now my question is, at this point, do you feel that these large-scale changes in security environment or the green transition, how are those affecting your R&D efforts, and is Europe able to, has Europe been able to react sufficiently with, on those changes that are happening around us?
I'd say, of course, when it comes to if the geopolitical or other changes in the world, of course, they affect the markets, and hence it also affects us. I'd say that so far minor. So we still believe that the path we have chosen, that the strategy enabling sustainable societies, that will continue. So on the big picture, no. Of course, we then see that some things are maybe delayed due to these changes that happen around us. But this question is maybe more to those who are in the dual use or defense sector. There's probably been a much larger impact on them.
Yeah. On innovation point of view, how has have we been able to react fast enough?
I've visited several drone companies. They are growing fast, and so it's very dark side of the politics of today. So finding some positive here is that we have been committing to the spending on military much more. So really hope that the dual use will also läikkyä yli, that there's this spilling over effect. Yeah. So that is something that I want to share a short story. When I visited Pentagon a couple of years ago, still in the Biden administration time, there was a new department, and we met the recently nominated new department leader of Department of Climate Change. And I was like, okay, if they really start doing a research on that one, it will spill over effect and give something good for the world. So this needs to be happening in Europe as well. And then on Ukraine, I think the colors are good. They are prepared to come closer to the Union. And I'm very happy that during the Soviet times, Ukraine was the hub for so much of science on data and others. Happy to know some great young talent on AI, for example. I'm happy they are on our side, not on the opposition or not on the opposite. So yeah, it was a shake for us on the dependencies, where we were too late to notice that we are too dependent. So even the dependencies is something that companies are in charge, how to have this chain of goods and knowledge. It cannot be taking on the political side fully, but then at least communication there needs to be done. So that's why this strategical autonomy is an issue. It's not anti-trade. There is like 93%, or I don't remember figures anymore, but the Bruegel Institute had the thousands of goods that what we can trade with China and other countries. But then the criticals are not that many. And unfortunately, we didn't mention here, but the raw materials is something serious when you create not vulnerable society. And there we also have been quite late. And then circular economy was something starting from the environmental perspective, but it's really actually also better security on the important raw materials and others. So in the end, I think the titles Europe has had for 5, 10, 15 years are very good. So it's just speed up and do it finally now.
Yeah. How about you, Lasse? Has your kind of business strategy stayed the same, or have you adjusted it to the changing environment?
Yeah, not that much impact. What we are starting to see, and also reading from Estonia now recently, is that the security landscape starts to impact on the capital investment. That it's seen a risky investment in these Russian border areas, and this discussion starts to come up with the venture capitalists from US, and we're now reading that there are this investment escaping, for example, from Estonia, what was just read on the news. I'm not seeing that much yet in Finland, luckily, but the security landscape is impacting to that. But as mentioned, it also creates opportunities, and especially for startups, which are often fast movers. These big changes and fast changes create opportunities. I think it's more impacting the larger corporations, and also these industries like health industry, which has long time to market and regulation, that fast changes are having a bigger impact. But if you are in the industry area where you can react fast, when you can get to the market fast, these big changes in security environment, in trade economics, all of this, it does create opportunities.
Okay, I would like to change now the topic a little bit to the research side of innovation. And again, I'll start with the audience question here. There's a very point-on question. What should universities do differently to help industry and startups to success in global markets? So, yes, go ahead.
If I may, first of all, go out there, discuss, put yourself on the line, and establish a sort of a personal or organizational communication channel with the companies in question. Understand their pain, but also, of course, let them understand your pain or your need, and then through this discussion find, okay, how can we help each other? That's not only through the funded projects that you do something, I do something, and then they say we collaborated, which on paper we did, and we reached something. But really to understand, because of course, and don't get me wrong, I'm not putting down the academic world, but there are, of course, in order for that to function, there's a lot of assumptions, and the real world is different. And that's something also then for the real world to understand, okay, that there are these academic limitations, you have to make these. So out there and discuss, reach out, try to see how we can help each other. Yeah. In short, easier said than done, but yeah.
Anybody else want to contribute?
Could you repeat the question?
Let me read it from here. Let me see. What should universities do in order to make the life of companies and startups easier to scale up to the global markets?
I would just add one small point, which is that I think this is a very, very European problem that comes to its core. We are world-leading in foundational research. We are great at creating things that can, theory behind things that can fly, but we don't want to build flying cars. I always ask myself where that is. Yeah. I think it was Kissinger who said, politics in academia is vicious because there is so little at stake. And maybe it has something to do with the the interface between the business and academia, or it's maybe a question about how we recruit people into academia. I'm an academic myself, so I'm shooting myself in the foot. But there is a distinct European problem, which we don't have in the United States. We don't have that in Asia. We invent the wheel, but we don't want to develop cars. This doesn't add up.
Looks like Lasse wants to say something.
Yeah, it's exactly like when you have the attitude that business, somehow being involved in business takes a credibility away from your academic career. Yes. It's the wrong starting point. Like you should be able to be involved in business and to make something out of that foundational research. Another thing is that what I'm constantly seeing is that the funding themes are guiding research at the universities, and sometimes in the wrong way, that these laboratories and universities are looking to stay afloat and having the research going, and then somebody who is doing something very meaningful are pulled to do something else because there is a financing available instead of continuing to do something that could lead to an application or business. So I can see also this directional element of funding happening a lot at universities. In these consortium projects, I'm seeing that all the time, that universities are coming on board, and the researchers who are great in different areas are jumping to a totally different area just because there's a funding available.
Yeah. What kind of cooperation is your company doing with universities? Are you doing something at the moment?
Obviously, a lot of clinical research. So clinical studies, we need evidence for our, it's a medical device, we need clinical evidence about the performance, safety, all of that. So we're doing a lot of clinical studies with European universities, academic institutions, as well as in US. So that's the main. But also we have acquired IP from universities. We have, not many startups in Finland do that, but we have done that actually a couple of times. And I guess those are at least the couple examples.
Yeah.
Can I just answer?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just saying that I enjoy talking to the young entrepreneurs inside the universities who are complaining that university take too big part of their monies if they succeed, and they have a lot of ideas. Then they compare, London offers this, Tallinn offers this, why Helsinki, Espoo only offers this. So there are ideas if we want to be more brave and improve. So just open the ears and do. But at the same time, also many startups are based like almost purely to the university research. Worth to mention in Europa Forum that new MFF is going to that direction. That should and hopefully will remain so that it will improve that relation. And Finland has been visited by many others that we are doing it. Wärtsilä in Vaasa. Living laboratories together with the others, very open boat that is actually a laboratory, and students, many universities, very close. And also new startups now in Finland, 1/3 of them are deep tech startups, and they closely work with the universities, and I see VTT here. So also all that is very, very interesting, and I must even say that I'm asking other way around, that how close it can be if you are university professor and leading big EU things and working for the companies. So how they keep some limits that what I work with the private companies, not even small ones, but the biggest one, and then do the research at the same time. So it's very well linked in many cases already.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in with, I mean, obviously, if we are doing everything right, there is no problem, right? So it can't just be because we have a few startups in Finland and other Nordic countries. There is a bigger problem at hand. And I think one of the key problems that I found in my personal experience, and I have to become a little bit clean here, as some of the funding, EU R&D funding problems, actually I was a member of the evaluation board that decided on this project. I'm not going to tell you which, because then those sectors are going to try to buy me dinner, and that would be highly inappropriate. But I did ask around and say, like, why doesn't American or Asian innovation innovative companies participate in European innovation? Why don't they put the innovation centers here? Why aren't they participating in EU-funded research? The answer was very, very clear, which is that one, they don't believe in our consortiums. Why? They're competitors. They are not cooperating with their national companies. If you're Japanese, Panasonic is not going to cooperate with Sony, and they don't believe in the idea of contributing to a common standard, and which will eventually, to be game for everyone. As you mentioned in Silicon Valley, you don't believe in standards at all. It's all proprietary. Microsoft lobbied to Bill Clinton to get rid of the American standard setting organization. And that's why European standards became so prominent in the 90s, because Microsoft didn't believe in national standards. They wanted to set their own proprietary market-driven standards. And this is something that goes straight into basically our way of doing things. It worked very well for 10, 15 years, I think. But ultimately, we are now in a stage in how many of the world's market work, which is that market power is not the same thing as standardization power. Europe still controls many of these standardizations. For example, in 5G, we have full control of 3GPP, thanks to 2 of the 3 companies being Nordic. But that doesn't translate to market shares anymore. And the value of their work has been captured by people who make devices, not networks. And the same goes for the car safety standards. We created every one of them to our benefit, but somehow that failed to generate the market result that we wanted. And in other words, participating in European cluster collective standard setting R&D is contrary to your commercial interest. That's why they are not participating. And I'm wondering, when will European companies start to think the same way?
Kenneth, you had
No, I mean, Hans is right in ways, and I have to admit that we rarely, if ever, go into EU consortia if there's competition in it. In Finland, we don't have, so it's not a problem for us as such. I mean, on some levels, of course, we do, but sort of mainstream now. But then, on the other hand, we do like to go into large projects or consortia where we together can, in our value chain, we are part of that value chain, but together we can make 1 + 1 more than 2. And to understand that, okay, how can we change our thing so that the person downstream or the entity downstream can improve the overall efficiency and these kinds of, so how can we together then make a better offering to the end customer? So these we really like to go into.
Very interesting.
I want to quickly comment on these like startups coming out from the research. Is that's something that has been changing rapidly, and that's so great to see. Like my first startup almost 20 years ago was a spin-off from research. CardioSignal is a spin-off from research, and the amount of companies spinning off from research at that time compared to now, it's a big change. Around that time, the Slush was organized first time, whole startup culture has been built. Now there are VC funds led by students. If you haven't check the Wave VC, for example. There is like it's been a big shift there, and that's so cool to see in a startup environment in Finland.
Great to hear, and we heard also that maybe in the kind of EU side has been moving forward. I'm looking at our timetable, and our ticker is already flashing red here. So unfortunately, we are running out of time. I suppose this discussion could have continued for at least 1 hour more. Thank you for our panelists for these excellent insights. I think this discussion has shown that innovation policy is not just a technical matter, but a strategic choice for Europe, and should be. So thank you very much, and have a nice rest of Europe Forum. Thank you. Meidän ohjelmamme tässä aamussa päättyy tähän. Kiitoksia kaikille osallistuneille ja erityisesti kiitos yleisökysymyksistä, joita ei ikävä kyllä kaikkia ehditty ottaa, mutta kiitoksia. Joo.
Hyvä yleisö, hyvät ystävät, lämpimästi tervetuloa.
Esteemed audience, dear friends, a warm welcome to the main stage at the Turku Theatre, and also welcome to those following our Esko Antola lecture online. At the Bank of Finland, we're very happy that once again we have the opportunity to organize Esko Antola lecture in connection with the Turku Europe Forum. This year's lecture will be given by the Bank of Finland Governor Olli Rehn. He will take a look at the situation, geopolitical situation linked to what is going on in the EU and its institutions, what the Union can offer to small and mid-sized countries in the EU. The commentary will be provided by Jenni Karimäki. She is from University of Eastern Finland, and she used to work and study in Turku. She is a very experienced researcher and participates in many discussions and is a senior researcher. My name is Elisa Newby. I'm head of General Secretariat at the Bank of Finland, and I'm the moderator today. As we heard from Mika, this event is streamed live also on Yle Areena, and as previous years, also today we are confident that we will have an excellent active discussion. Questions are welcome through the chat, and I will read them out loud. Now, let's get to the main point. Bank of Finland Governor Olli Rehn, you have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Elisa, for your opening words. Esteemed participants at the Europe Forum, both here at the Turku City Theatre and also those online. Dear friends, dear Esko, a warm welcome to listen to this year's Esko Antola lecture. At the first Turku Europe Forum in 2018, we proposed to create an event carrying the name of Esko Antola. And then it was agreed with the organizers of the forum that the Central Bank of Finland, the Bank of Finland, will be organizing this event. And since then, we've had the honor to organize this event in connection with the Turku Europe Forum. I would like to state that Esko Antola is a very active and undisputed pioneer of EU research, and he brought this discipline to Finland. His activities have been very extensive, and he has participated in societal discussions. During this summer, I was going through the extensive publication work from Esko Antola, which can be found both in my and the Bank of Finland's bookshelves in abundance. This book is from the Bank of Finland library. I also have it. And I was looking through this book, and the central message is very topical at the moment as well. So this is a book dedicated on the work of Antti Satuli, Finland's permanent representative and ambassador, from the margins to the core. And by the way, this book was edited by someone who stays around this region every summer, and he acted as the advisor for Antti Satuli in the mid-2000s, and now he is our president, Alexander Stubb. The various chapters of the book describe how immediately after Finland had become EU member, two major developments gained momentum in the Union. The first was the EU enlargement to the former socialist countries in Eastern Europe, and the process culminated in the major Eastern enlargement in 2004, which in a way marked the beginning of a whole new era in the whole of Europe. Integration, security was impacted considerably. Another major project was the deepening of cooperation between the member states in the field of economic and monetary policy. They move forward hand in hand, especially Germany and France, together with others. They built this so-called deal, if you can use such a word in this connection. And this theme was discussed in the chapter written by Esko Antola and myself in this book, called The Small, the Big, and the European Economic and Monetary Policy. Esko and I pondered what advantages small countries get from the European integration and into what direction small countries should take the EU's development. And very clearly we thought that it was clear from the very beginning that we should move forwards to the EU core. And as Paavo Lipponen, right after he had been the Prime Minister, went to the Parliament, he said in the opening words of this book the following: the central policy line adopted by Finland was committed to the Union, its institutions and jointly adopted goals. This was linked to the strive towards the Union's core, i.e. towards all forms of cooperation, including those that do not involve all member states, i.e. monetary policy. So these were the words from Paavo Lipponen. The EU membership, together with the euro, might today seem self-evident, but it was not at all like that in the beginning of the 1990s. During a deep recession, Norway had been on the same membership path in the same negotiations with Finland, Sweden and Austria, but left the path as a result of a referendum. It seemed that Norway was content with the wealth of its oil, EFTA and NATO. For Finland, the move from the margins of Europe to the center took place rather swiftly and without friction. Finland became one of the founding members of the euro, and in the second half of 1999, Finland had the presidency of the EU Council with great success. Our economy recovered finally from the recession quite swiftly, thanks to the telecoms technology sector. Dear friends, it is good to know your history, but you cannot live off good memories, and today we live in a totally different world. We have economic blocks. Geopolitical situation is very difficult. The return of power politics is bad news for Europe, and our part of the world in terms of ideologies is a love child of education, which is based on knowledge and science, facts, and the union based on these values seem to be trampled down by and their power politics. Russia and at the moment also US as a traditional partner have tried to build a world where the superpowers want to have their share. So against this historic backdrop, we have to ask, what is the idea of Europe from the perspective of small countries in this world of power politics? What type of solutions will strengthen EU's influence in the long term? This is very important for the small and mid-sized member states. So these questions are those that I would like to look at in my lecture or speech. By the way, I have some slides. Could they be shown somewhere? It doesn't seem to work. Does somebody have control over this? Just skip over 2 slides, please. No? Okay, let's move on. So, can be seen and felt also in the activities of central banks. Last week I participated in the Federal Reserve's research conference in the Wild West in Wyoming. And there it felt like a big sports event when the Reserve Director Jerome Powell held a speech on stressing stable monetary. Well-known economists were there, also central bank governors from the US and from different parts of the world. And our team was led by the ECB Director Christine Lagarde. President Trump has put a lot of pressure on decreasing interest rates. However, Mr. Powell has kept his line and continued his policy, which is based on knowledge and the principles of monetary policy. And as the last move, Trump is trying to fire Lisa Cook, a member of the governing board. And in the 1980s, the 2-digit inflation was done away with. Then this principle that I mentioned has been kept as an unbroken principle. However, now it seems that the principle is shaking, and this can have considerable impact both for investment markets and for the real economy. Right, now we can see this. So why is central bank so important? We have to guarantee price stability, and an independent central bank can make reasoned decisions without political pressure. When there is trust and confidence in central banks, then financial markets and companies and people can trust in the price stability, and this confidence anchors inflation expectations, and it means that inflation stays low, then of course more likely it will remain low. So this type of psychology has a great impact on decisions that are made. So this credibility improves the impact of monetary policies, and central bank doesn't need to react drastically to certain short-term changes, because the overall objectives remain the same. And this reduces the need to curtail inflation by carrying out certain drastic measures that cause unemployment and other negative adverse social effects. What is the situation in Europe? Can this be seen also in Europe? What is happening in the US? I'm not quite sure about that, but I know that when the euro was set up, the ECB independence was anchored in the EU treaties. it is there still quite safe. It's not a coincidence that the inflation in the euro area is within the 2% objectives, and this is linked to the independent decision-making powers of the ECB and the credibility created by that. So it is important to note this because in past few years we have faced quite enormous crises against Ukraine. They have an impact on inflation very swiftly. Now, monetary policy line has managed to stabilize Eurozone inflation, as you can see in the picture from the top 10% that it was now to 2%, as was the target, without growth suffering in the euro area or without employment expanding. In fact, employment in the euro area is at its highest that it's been in for the unemployment lowest, about 6% for 30 to 40 years. So, in fact, Finland is a bit of an exception from the rest of the eurozone. Geopolitical uncertainty and trade war have an impact on economic perspectives. Economic growth has, however, been more sustainable and resilient as expected. Inflation is slowing down, going lower than the 2% level set by the ECB. This is due to cheaper energy, stronger euro, and slowed down services inflation. So ECB Governors Board is very closely following the situation, and we are very vigilant, ready to react if the need arises in order to keep the inflation at the target level. So now we can go to the broader picture. Many of us are asking, will the US dollar dominance be maintained? This is discussed broadly here and globally. The developments at the financial sector in the US has risen many questions. Deregulation, forgetting partly the financial crisis and the monetization of cryptocurrencies have created many problems for the stability of the financial markets. Of course, those who know history, they can remind that the collapse of dollar has been forecast already many times earlier, but it has never happened. And the euro has sustained many problems in the 70s and the global financial crisis in 2007 to 2009. We can always all remember, or we have read, how the US finance minister John Connolly stated in 1971 to the Europeans in one crisis meeting, the dollar is our currency, but your problem. That's what he said. Well, it's quite topical as a statement today as well. And this hegemony the US has been trying to make use of with the exorbitant privilege principle, and Valéry Giscard d'Estaing coined the term that time. So dollar has not been able to make use of this position as an anchor, and now it can make use of that position. It's an anchor currency and the most important reserve currency, and the US has been able to benefit from the lowest of all financing costs. And it has funded its.
Regardless of these trade wars, I find that the dollar crashing significantly is unlikely. In history, the currency's position changes slowly as the structures and the power balances swifting in safe security policy swift. There was this 30 years of swift period where the power balances were shifting. But there is an exception. If the dollar's institutional position would crumble, I refer to the principles of the rule of law and civil rights in the United States, then we might be in a different situation. Each of us may consider how close or far this situation we currently find ourselves. Instead of revolution, I believe evolution is more likely, meaning that the international monetary and financial system becomes more diverse. Euro, after the dollar, is clearly number 2 currency in the world with a 20% share against the 60% held by the dollar, and yuan, the Chinese currencies, is in particular geographical areas and in areas of trade has grown its share. Some people believe that renminbi would become as the first line reserve currency, and perhaps I would like to further describe that there are 2 powers changing the international monetary and financial system. One is the geopolitical power, and the second is the technological power force, the digital crypto value currencies, and the way they are strongly marching forward. And these both dimensions are having an impact and forming the international monetary, and this is something we in Finland and Europe have to keep in mind. Could renminbi become as the first line reserve currency? Well, although China is a big economy, its currency does not enjoy sufficient trust and confidence because of controls and weak legal protection. At the Berkeley University in California, a professor there, perhaps the top name, Barry Eichengreen, has been emphasizing that not just the size of the economy, but the amount of confidence in the currency makes the reserve currency. Euro is trusted because it is based on a solid legal basis, functioning market economy, and the big euro economy area. But we have to keep strengthening the euro. Europe has here a unique opportunity to make euro a stronger international currency that creates stability, and we should keep working at that. Europe has to strengthen its common defense with national actions as well as common actions. We have to strengthen our growth, economic growth. Growing interest of foreign investors in Europe would and is a reality, and if it strengthens, it would benefit the entire continent. A permanent strengthening of the euro would require big decisions and changes. First and foremost, the deepening of integration in the financial markets. The most important factor here is the completion of the Savings and Investment Union, and for this, a bit similarly to the in 92 regarding the internal markets, we need to have a clear timetable. For example, 2028, so that this is not just going to remain an unfinished project. Why this is important? This long name, Savings and Investment Union, it is important because it creates prerequisites for a type of Volkscapitalism, and we could build these change the citizens' savings into an engine of growth from deposits to investments. The Finnish and Swedish private equity markets are active in the European field, which gives the Nordic market operators excellent basis for benefiting from the Savings and Investment Union. Europe should also offer investors a liquid and safe investment targets, an asset that investors can trust if the financial markets become tumultuous. I find we should ask, could we, with this safe investment target, at the same time simultaneously strengthen the prerequisites of euro to act as a global reserve currency and fund the European defense? I would like to assume part of the dollar's position, which would also lower the price of private equity in Europe. Dear friends, for small export-dependent open economies such as Finland, EU's significance is evident, especially in the improvement of the operating conditions of foreign trade. In the second chapter of the book, From the Margin to the Core, Päivi Luostarinen and Pertti Salolainen describe in detail how, within the limits allowed by the Eastern policy, Finland participated in Western European integration efforts through cautious but gradual efforts to liberalize foreign trade. According to surveys, even today, the aspect that Finns still value the most about the EU are the internal markets and the free trade agreements signed by the Union, in addition to free movement. From this basis, it is not surprising that the trade agreement between the EU and the United States, signed last month, received a lot of bitter criticism. It is understandable that people have found it puzzling why the EU, recognized as a skillful negotiator, was willing to accept a solution that is quite unfavorable with its largest export market, the US. Is the deal as poor as claimed, however? By and large, the duties paid by the American companies for the goods they purchase from the EU will increase to 15%. Of course, in the end, the American consumer pays for this. 1/4 of EU's total exports to the US are services that there are no duties on, and 43% of Finland's exports to the US consists of services, which of course gives us a bit some further safety. There are no winners in trade wars. The greatest loser may, in the end, be the American consumer, whose standard of living is being eroded by the customs tariffs and whose wallet becomes lighter due to higher prices. Even though the United States is the biggest trade partner of the EU is investing more than ever into developing trade relations with the rest of the world. Currently, the EU has 44 valid trade agreements covering in total 76 partner countries, which covers almost half of the Union's foreign trade. These countries include, among others, big economies such as Japan, South Korea, and Canada. Free trade agreements are progressing currently with many large countries such as Indonesia and India. US's actions have not created a new order of world trade. It hasn't succeeded in that, Instead, the US is denying itself many of the benefits of the current fairly well-functioning system. All of this, renewing, updating the economy and trade, has a clear link to the security of Europe. A healthy economy is a crucial part of security. How should Europe otherwise act in the structural changes and their pressures? I asked this question before I summarize my speech or lecture. The answer is clear. Europe has to build a credible defense, common defense that is based on partnerships and preparedness. NATO's strong European pillar. External safety is a European public commodity. Both civil safety and military defense, security of supply. It is a European commodity that all member countries benefit from, regardless of their size. Many EU countries, Germany in the forefront, have already increased their defense investments. And this is widening the manufacturing industry in the defense industry. Alongside national investments, we can strengthen the security with common European acquisitions and procurement, and the Finnish defense industry also is offered a lot of opportunities through this. In the spring, the EU adopted a fund called SAFE, Security Financial Instrument, through which the member countries can fund their defense investments by EU-guaranteed loans. Because the need to develop and maintain European security is long-term, Europe would benefit if defense spending could be financed from a large and liquid market for safe bonds like the US Treasury bonds. As I mentioned previously, this is something that Europe is lacking currently. And this is something leaders in Europe are very carefully considering in the upcoming months. Dear friends, I will summarize. The future of the European Union is crucial for small countries such as Finland. History proves that the biggest benefits are created when we are involved and participating at the core regarding trade, climate, environmental policy, defense policy, and so on. In this world, Europe must be a strong trade area, but also a credible geopolitical actor. We have to strengthen our common defense and security, the financial integration, and build trust to Euro and the European societal model. Europe should not stay in the sidelines. It needs to return to the core of world politics. This is also so from the perspective of Finland and the Finns. I thank you for your attention, and I wish everyone a great autumn. Esko Antola, first and foremost. Thank you.
Kiitos pääjohtaja Olli Rehn ja Jenni Karimäki, ole hyvä.
Thank you very much, Governor Olli Rehn, and then Jenni Karimäki.
Mikrofoni toimii ilmeisesti edelleen.
So now the microphone works. And it doesn't matter if it's on the table. Thank you very much for the Bank of Finland for your invitation to come here to talk to you.
Pääjohtaja Rehn pohti luennossaan vastauksia siihen, millaiset ratkaisut
Governor Rehn was looking at what type of solutions can enhance the impact of the EU on the long term and how to react to the world policy upheavals. Well, perhaps I could interpret this in a way that we have to be proactive and strengthen our positions in the midst of these upheavals so that we can remain as relevant actors and not just as targets. And as a means to this, we heard from Mr. Rehn, a credible defense policy is important, integration is important in the monetary markets. We have to deepen it, and self-determination must be cherished, including strengthening competitiveness. In addition, I would like to look at a theme that was already included in Governor Rehn's speech. However, this concept was not mentioned. So I would like to focus on democracy, on how especially liberal democracy and its resilience and acceptance can be cherished. As we heard from Elisa in the beginning, I work at a consortium where we investigate resilience of democracy, and therefore this is very important for me. Now, whether we talk about global power politics and breaks there and the impact of digitalization on everyday life and work life now and in the future, or climate change and nature loss, biodiversity loss and demographic phenomena, for instance, aging population. So in all these matters, a trustworthy and well-functioning political system is key. A system where both citizens and decision makers are committed to. Democracy is one of the basic values of Europe, linked to human rights, freedom, equality, principle of rule of law. So the value basis of Europe are contained in the concept of democracy. The state of liberal democracy in the world is not stable and without problems. Democracy Institute, Vedem Institute in Gothenburg stated in its report last year that in 2024, worldwide there were more authoritarian states, more of those states than democratic states. Europe, for instance, Hungary is not counted as a liberal democracy anymore, and illiberal actors have gained momentum and support in other member states as well. Liberal democracy and its strengthening within the EU is not an easy task, as many of you who are following EU politics know very well. Not all member states cherish and maintain freedom of expression, and also the possibilities to operate for the civil society is weakened. The rule of law principle is upheld, and it's been difficult to intervene when infringements against it are made. So we need a deepening political integration. However, this is a discussion which is not mature in the EU yet, although there is a need for that when you look at what is happening in different parts of the world. Trying to strengthen liberal democracy in the EU is difficult. However, this does not take away the need for that. Juxtapositions in the EU have led us to consider how we can strengthen our independence in this world of juxtaposition. So therefore, strategic autonomy as a concept is more and more present in our discussions. Deepening strategic autonomy is one of the major objectives for the EU. As a concept, it is a bit difficult and we don't always agree on its definition, but when it's used in discussions on industry, technology sector, defense, internal markets, trade policy, or security of supply, it requires major investments politically, socially, and economically. It must be well reasoned to the citizens, and this requires a well-functioning democracy. Crisis management and resilience are at the fore in many countries. And as one example, Mr. Rehn just mentioned President Trump's attempts to intervene in the independence of the Federal Reserve. They are responsible for price stability on the long term and also support the democratic stability. The independence of central banks' history is linked to history of crisis, the oil crisis in the 70s and inflation crisis. A former Cambridge professor David Nucciman has stated that inflation that was believed to be the biggest threat to democracy in the 70s was taken under control by taking it out of the representative system, i.e. to the central banks. And Nucciman saw that the crisis of democracy was avoided exactly because of that, because the created system is flexible and can react to pressures on the system. However, the pressure did not go anywhere and we are still struggling with it. How to bring together the representative system, activism of organizations and the objectives of participative democracy. However, democracy needs democrats, central bankers, all of us, decision makers, citizens, who understand how the system works and are committed to it. So this all starts from schools and homes. And growth must be cherished throughout the life. There is the possibility to learn and possibility to have an influence in the society, have confidence in authorities, be treated equally, and on the other hand, the system has to be able to trust that citizens are committed to democracy, even when there are certain compromises made. So at this particular event, I would like to highlight also the link between democracy and prosperity of states. In Finland, we've been considering this as an automatic shield against the weakening of democracy. However, this link in research has been established many times. So wealthy states, prosperous states are more stable. On the other hand, stability and democratic institutions cherish innovation and support competitiveness. However, prosperity is not a vaccination against shaking democracy. Research shows that in many prosperous states, civilization, social inequalities are not eradicated anymore as they were before. So this has an impact on democracy. So if people are unhappy, they might get caught up with the ideas of illiberals. However, there are signs that prosperity economically and societally can shield from shaking democracy, for instance, from coup attempts. But of course, this is not what we are always talking about when we talk about problems in democracy. However, if there is a revolutionary attempt from the inside, this might not help if the power is centralized and the power is divided in a way that it's possible to internally organize a revolution. If the elite is not committed to democracy, and if political decision makers and the richest, the most rich, think that they can move the direction of the state to the direction they want. So elections, it's one of the cornerstones of democracy. It's never really a guarantee for the protection of democracy. Those in power must be able to lose in elections as well. And these are the examples that we see with activities and discussions that are going on. There are places where people try to hang on to power regardless of elections. So what can we do to all about this? So last week, an Oxford University political studies professor, Tony Capocci, visited us, and he emphasized in his speech both long-term and short-term preventive measures. So on the long term, we must make sure that illiberal extreme ideology legislation is up to date and that government institutes have confidence. Capocci also emphasized that these types of activities act as gatekeepers against illiberal actors. Also, the civil society has a very important role in this. However, these are such structures essential to democracy. They are fundamental, but their creation and maintenance takes time. They need a lot of know-how and learning, lifelong learning, which I mentioned. Capoccia mentioned Israel. There, with the public discussion, they have been able to show that some minor seeming amendments to the law have led to the deterioration of democracy. And then in Germany, both journalism and with covert operations of the police, they have been able to publicize illiberal ideology. So developments are taking place, and of course here the free and independent media has an important role. Now I would like to say something positive to finalize. Democracy takes place globally, and it's not a one-way street. For instance, in Poland, the previous parliamentary elections showed that it is possible to turn around and choose another direction. And the Gothenburg Institute says that in 19 countries globally there was a democratization process underway. So work in promotion of democracy is going forward. The Council of Europe summit in Reykjavik made a declaration on democracy, human rights, and the strengthening of the rule of law, and this is now being implemented. And a hearing is organized on the basis of those principles in the Reykjavik Declaration. So all speeches, debates, and questions from the audience here in this event work for the benefit of democracy. The right to be heard, the right to participate, are the basis and precondition for a stable democracy. And hopefully we can soon participate in that. Thank you very much.
Lämmin kiitos Jenni, tämä olikin osuva ja naseva.
Warm thank you, Jenni. This was a very fitting final comment that brings us nicely to the discussion portion of this event. And I encourage all of you to send in your questions through the chat. I have already received a nice amount of them. But let's start by Olli Rehn. I will give you the opportunity to reflect on Jenni's speech. Thank you, Jenni Karimäki, for her contribution and the views and concerns that she presented regarding the state of democracy in Europe. I share them. We have several problems currently for a long time already. If I look at the development in all the Western societies in the last 20 years, the political field has been reformed in such a way that there is a second line that can be defined by populism and Euroscepticism. This has divided the political field in almost all European countries in such a way that it is more difficult to formulate functional government coalitions. This has been clear for a long time already in France. There has been a permanent government crisis there, and they haven't been able to make political decisions. This is evident also in Germany. This is clear also in many Nordic countries. I don't blame anyone. Citizens vote, make their voting decisions from their own standing points and perspectives, but this is just a fact. And this, the consequence of this is a cycle where the problems are big, but the government's ability to function is weak. And since the problems remain, the political field gets more and more fragmented, and it is more and more difficult to form functional coalitions. And this cycle should be stopped. There are no miracle medicines for it. What you need for that is politicians, organizations, people who work in them, free society, and I think this is the most important medicine for this illness that we are suffering currently from. Thank you, Olli. We have one question here in English related very closely from Bloomberg or Reuters. It is not, I do not know who has formulated, but this reflects communication studies that we have done at the Bank of Finland. The central bank should communicate about the efficacy of the policies, not so much about the tools, but the effect of the tools. And this question reflects politicians' actions and begins by saying that here in Europe we are seeking safety and security. People enjoy and like stability, but then throwing the ball to the politicians. Politicians should speak about the consequences of their decisions. Jenni, how do you see this as a research in the area of politics? Personally, I look at this through political rhetoric in such a way that if we look at Finland, since the recession in the 90s, we have had strong discourse of necessity. So political decisions, difficult ones, in most cases are justified by they must be made. They are a necessity. And this is, of course, often true. But it doesn't leave much room to provide other explanations. Discussions on different options is left out because it is just a decision that has to be made, and that is the only offered explanation or justification. If that wasn't the case, the citizens would have more opportunities to understand what the actual options are. Olli, how do you see this? If, for example, politicians say that no immigration, does the audience understand what the consequences are? In fact, this is in reality about how well the media is able to challenge decision makers, and the established media does do that. It is very healthy. It is very important as a consumer protection in a democracy. The field is much more fragmented now, and we do have a lot of new interesting media, podcasts to various websites. And I hope that also these new medias, I'm not talking about social media, that is a slightly different thing, but I also hope that these new medias are going to fulfill their role and focus on real questions. What the consequences and results of decisions are. You asked about immigration. In the Bank of Finland, we also carry on research, and if we look forward a few decades, in the 2040s at the latest, our human capital, which consists of we have the amount of our population, especially in the working age. And then on the other hand, on the quality side, investments that are needed in education and the education level, our human capital will start shrinking in the 2040s, unless we gain immigration, quite a high net immigration. But Jenni also ended her speech with something positive. So quite often, almost every day, I bicycle from Eastern Helsinki 15 kilometers to the Bank of Finland, and I go on the boulevard. There's a digital and population agency screen there outside that shows how many Finns there are. What is the population? 560,323. So there are 5.6 million Finns, more than ever. That's good to remember also in this weak situation. That is true, and cities in Finland have grown yearly. Helsinki is also soon to be a city of million inhabitants without calculating Espoo and Vantaa. In addition, yes, the capital region is 1.3 to 1.5. Yes, I am myself from Espoo, but those of us living in Helsinki see it a bit different. Good. Let's transfer this discussion to the United States. This morning's Helsingin Sanomat newspaper wrote that Amateur is fixing the financial policy in the US with some very hardware tools. President Trump has fixed many other institutions. We know this. What is the consequence, Jenni? Well, coming from a democracy angle, it is one more sign or proof for how Trump's administration and the president himself is attempting to undermine stable, independent structures that have at least been seen as stable and independent. So he and his administration are really testing the limits, where are the boundaries of what they can do. And what we can now expect is to what extent the rule of law and its powers where the boundaries are then to political power. In your commentary speech, you described the high, fast inflation of the 70s, even a stagnation where prices go up, but growth is very slow. How the country was able to, well, how we were able to stop that by giving independence to central banks. If that is removed, what follows only Fed is the most powerful central bank in the end. Yes, the FED is a very important bank that is defining the financial cycles. And that is why in Europe and in Finland we follow very carefully Fed's decisions and how its position changes. In the last few days, in the United States and in the international financial media, there has been a lot of discussion on how fundamental the change, the ongoing change is. And that is seen in how the markets react or have not reacted. Economics and other market analysts feel that markets have not reacted sufficiently. If the independence of the central bank is eroding or eroded, and the US central bank would start to make decisions based on other things than sustainable financial policies, because the president demands lower interest rates, then the consequence would be increasing inflation. When the situation in Jackson Hole, in the speech there, it was said that they are 5 years past the 2% target. Those of you who have visited the US in the last 2 years see and feel that the United States is a very expensive country today. So the level has been raised a lot more in that period of time compared to Europe. I don't believe that in Europe the development will go to that. The situation in US does have some ripple effects through political discourse and other means to other countries. It may create some pressures in other countries. But in Europe, our traditions are different, our history is different at the European Central Bank, for better or worse, in this case for better. And the independence of the ECB is set in stone in the Treaty of Europe, and the results in this sense have been good. So I don't believe that we will be seeing changes, a lot of changes in Europe, and I of course don't wish for it either. The questions that are presented online and what I also think about often, how could we avoid this in Europe and these very extreme political phenomena rising? Jenni.
Well, I don't think there are any quick fixes here, any rapid solutions, other than we try to early on make public such information on certain political actors that try to shake the liberal democracy. And the long-term measures are actually most importantly linked to avoiding
koska sehän Yhdysvalloissakin tällä hetkellä kuitenkin
serious polarization. We have to intervene there because this is one of the central root causes in the US for the political situation being so damaged, so serious. The whole nation is very polarized. And from the perspective of a Nordic country, we of course want to use education, these traditional measures to provide citizens these basic services so that they can feel that they are actually a part of the society, and then they would not be so interested in trying to change the society with unconstructive ways. Yes, in your speech you very nicely mentioned the inclusion, the importance of inclusion of everybody. And what about in the economy? What else can we do in order to strengthen our democracy? Yes, Jenny very well mentioned this, and I agree. When you think about the differences between Europe and the US and the Nordic model, well, the US is a more unequal society. Of course, their economy has grown strongly in the past years. However, the Great Seven, the AI and tech companies have a big part in this, but also partly they have fed the inequality. And now we are looking at the growing crypto markets, and it's been sped up by the Trump administration. And operators are able to gain billion-fold assets with the operations in the crypto markets. And actually, during the past presidential election campaigning, a major part of Trump's funding for his campaign came from the cryptocurrency market assets. So that's a very good explanation on why they want to boost, for instance, the stable coin. And as to the situation in Finland, of course, we have to stick to the Nordic societal model. And in the economy, we need proper incentives. Here we still have work to do, taxation linked to social security, and we need decisions that support equality. Equal chances in education. A civilized society is key here. It's our strength, and it helps us to build a republic where all citizens are seen as equal. This is our strength. Thank you. Now, a question from the audience. Looking at the US and the chaos there, and if the dollar would weaken internationally and more capital would flow to Europe, well, what type of risks would this entail to Europe? That is a very good question. First of all, I do not hope that the US dollar would weaken, that it would collapse, because it would have major impact on Europe and the whole world. And we can remember the financial crisis 15 years ago. And then in Finland, in the beginning, we were saying, and elsewhere in Europe too, we were saying that, well, this has nothing to do with us. This is there over the Atlantic. It's the crisis of American capitalism. But it did have an impact on us. Unemployment went up, also in Finland, and inflation as well. So I do not wish for such an upheaval linked to the dollar. However, when we look at this from the European perspective, we have too little investments in production, manufacturing. So I do hope for more capital flows here. Risks in the normal bank systems. I don't see any particular risks here. Rather, this would help to finance those extensive investments that we need in order to strengthen defense, to take forward green transition, and to strengthen the digital base of Europe. Jenni, in your commentary, you described very well democracy and strategic autonomy, the link between these two. And one way to strengthen this autonomy would be to strengthen the international role of the EU. Are there any other ways to strengthen strategic autonomy in Europe? And also so that we do not disturb others. Yes, well, I was talking about this from the perspective that when we listen to discussions on this matter, and to refer a colleague, we usually hear talk about the so-called hardware, defense, economy, and such matters. So I think that in order for us to create strategic autonomy in those fields, then that would create external security for us. I don't mean foreign policy, but economic and defense policy security that would then guard the liberal democracy. However, if in the discussion we totally omit the dimension where we have to be able to explain to people where all this tax money is coming from, how it's used, and how people can see it in their everyday lives, and how this is taken into consideration throughout Europe. So if this is done well, then we can support the so-called software that is the soft core of democracy, which then helps us to support the European values and the way of life, and then we can combine these two. Olli, you have also talked about this theme. So if with soft values we can strengthen the hard core of democracy and strategic autonomy, perhaps you would like to add something to this. Yes, I was the enlargement commissioner a few years back, and then we talked a lot about the soft power of the EU. And for me, that was a great job, because the reason why I came to these types of activities was through civil society activity, and integration is a result of that. And it worked. It worked in the way that stability in democracy in the Central and Eastern Europe, it's there. We had some problems with Poland and now Hungary. However, the Eastern enlargement was a success story for Europe, for the EU. It has stabilized Europe considerably, and it has promoted democracy and social market economy in different parts of the world. So this is the basis for the EU. And I agree with Jenni on what she said in her speech. Yes, a strong civil society, a democratic society, is resilient to crises when it works well, because when citizens feel that they are a part of this society, they have ownership of that. And that's the whole idea behind the Finnish Republic. And then finally, one quick question on the Eastern enlargement. What is your estimate? Does it strengthen the EU's democracy? Jenni? Yes, a further enlargement, I mean. The next enlargement, the next phase.
Se tietysti on että tämä seuraava
Well,
on vielä hieman työn
the
alla,
next phase is still under construction.
Oma ymmärrykseni on, että nyt tässä uusissa keskusteluissa esimerkiksi...
Well, I understand it in a way that when we look at discussions on the rule of law principle, which is one of the priorities, it's discussed in the negotiations first before moving on to next steps. And so if that is the procedure, then I think the further enlargement will be successful. What about the former enlargement commissioner? Well, the next enlargement will be challenging, however, very important. And if we look at the countries we're talking about, there we have Ukraine, half a dozen smaller countries as well, West Balkan countries, Serbia, Macedonia, Montenegro, and Moldova. Geopolitically, of course, this is a very sensitive region. However, I would like to emphasize that the next enlargement, which will not happen anytime soon, but it will be a geopolitical enlargement. And it's very probable that with Ukraine, I assume that the EU leaders will make commitments already within the Ukraine peace process when it gets underway, that the Ukraine will have a strong EU perspective in this respect. Yes, positive words about the future of Ukraine. Now we can finalize this very interesting discussion. Many thanks to Olli Rehn, Jenni Karimäki, and to an active audience. Thank you very much for participating to the discussion on Esko Anttola lecture. Thank you very much.
Kiitos Mika ja oikein hyvää alkuiltapäivää yleisölle. Tervetuloa.
Thank you, Mika, and great afternoon to our audience. Welcome to follow this next panel discussion, EU as leverage for Finland's growth, organized by the European Investment Bank Group. Finland needs growth through various actions, as highlighted in the recent report by the working group led by Risto Murto and the working group for the growth strategy for the financial sector. How can the EU and the European Investment Bank Group contribute to the growth that Finland needs, and how will the EU's future multi-annual financial framework take Finland's needs into account? Today we have three experts here. Marjut Falkstedt, Chief Executive, European Investment Fund. She has acted in her role since 2023, and before that she was a Deputy Chief Executive of the European Investment Fund from 2007 to 2015, after which she was appointed Deputy Secretary General of the European Investment Bank in September 2015 and served in this role from 2018 to 2022. Henrik Husman, CEO of Nasdaq Helsinki since 2016, the Helsinki Stock Exchange, and prior to that he served as Deputy CEO of the exchange and was responsible for the development of the Nordic equity trading at Nasdaq. And as the third panelist today, Aura Salla, MEP from the National Coalition Party and EPP, was elected to the European Parliament in the 2024 elections. In 2023-2024, Salla served as an MP for the Helsinki constituency, and before her election as an MP, Salla worked as the head of public relations for EU affairs at the technology company Meta in Brussels. A few highlights before we get started. These reports mentioned in my forewords. The Kasvuriihi report, growth working group's report led by Risto Murto, was published at the end of February this year. One of its 4 themes are the operational conditions for growth companies, which are seen as something key for creating new jobs and the growth of the Finnish economy. There should be an R&D investment deduction for corporate taxation. This is one of the key proposals of the report, and shifting the focus of state investment activities towards unlisted growth companies and replacing of inheritance and gift tax. However, the working group for the growth strategy for the financial sector sees things very similarly, and also the private equity investments are seen as very important. Also, the bank-centric financial system in Finland should be renewed, and also raising the level of ambition in growth finance and financial literacy. Other recommendations from that report include lowering the listing threshold further and reallocating state financial investments, and also developing Finland, making Finland a significant domicile for funds as part of the EU savings and investment union. And finally, a few words about the upcoming MFF for 2028-2034. The Commission gave the key proposals on the 16th of July this year, and the Commission is proposing an overall budget framework of almost 2,000 billion, corresponding to about 1.26 of EU GNI, and compared to the current budget, which was about 1,200, this corresponds, the current budget corresponds to about 1.1% of the EU GNI, which would be then a fairly large increase in the overall budget. On the other hand, together with the NGEU recovery instrument, the current budget is larger than the Commission's new proposal. So this brings us to the panel discussion, and I think we can start. What is the status quo? Aura and Marjut, when you look at Finland's growth potential from abroad, how does the Finnish economic situation and growth potential look like when you look at it from the Brussels perspective? Okay, regarding the growth companies in Finland we have a very well-developed ecosystem where growth companies are able to develop, they support each other. We have a lot of public institutions who provide support and help. We also have some private equity investors, so the framework is rather good. But then when I look at the results from these different working groups and what they propose, what Hosu said this morning, mindset change has still not taken place. If in Europe, especially in Finland, if we want growth companies to be able to grow, we want to have a completely different grasp and attitude. It isn't sufficient that we continue similar programs and do similar things than we have done so far. For example, there are great programs in the European Union which support growing companies in the Union, and we have to continue those, and the share of those has to grow because no country in Europe is able to do this development alone. We need the various instruments and factors from the European Union to support that, and we need private equity investors. And when we talk about them in Finland, and I also read their report where they say that more investors are needed, that's a great thing, absolutely. We need a lot more investors from elsewhere in the world. But before we start developing this forward, we also have to consider what type of investors we want to attract. And I feel that all this talk about what is needed is okay, but we need more action. We need concrete actions and radical decisions which state this is what we want and this is what we're going to promote. We need big growth funds in Finland, and they don't need to be Finnish funds, because all funds have to disperse their investment portfolio. They can be anywhere from Europe. The main thing is that Finnish growth companies receive or have access to investing rounds that are significant. And I'm not talking about 10 million, I'm talking about 50, 100, 150 million, which then would help these companies grow to a level where they would be able to get listed. So growth companies need direct opportunities, and to use that potential, we need more private equity investors and bigger funds. Yes, we really need to consider where the funds, the capital come from. Aura, what does Finland's potential look like from the perspective of the EU? I continue with this swift in the way we think. A lot of companies and different actors, operators come to me and they ask me, how do we get EU money? How can public sector fund this? How can the EU fund this? We have a great idea, but we need public money. And I always ask them, if it's such a great idea, why do you need public funding? If it's such a great idea, take it to the markets and you will receive private funding. Finland and Europe will not turn towards growth with public funding, and it shouldn't. My task as a politician is to enable the private sector and private investors a good operating basis so that private companies are able to grow and bring competitiveness and growth about. And that is the big swift shift in thinking that we need. And that is my responsibility as a politician to do that through my actions. And the second big thing is that we have to enable our companies to take bigger risks and more risks. Currently, the EU is ensuring until the very last meter that the risk doesn't fall on us. But that means that companies are also not growing. It is very clear in how in the EU we've had a huge wave of regulation. We are regulating to death the opportunities that companies have to grow. We have a lot of sad examples of this. I worked for Facebook for 3 years, and during that time it became Meta, and it changed its strategy completely. I'm not able to give exact numbers, but when I joined the company there were 40,000, and when I left 80,000 and 11,000 were let go the previous week. And that tells you about the kind of volumes we talk about. This is a giant company, and the target of that company is to make money and to create growth. At the same time, it creates jobs and enables a lot of things also in research and development. It is not optimal in many ways, I'm sure, when what comes to big societal questions. But if we want to learn something from a company of that size, it is that for the sake of growth, we also have to enable volume, scale, and risk-taking here in Europe, because the giant European companies are not born out of the current strategy. The strategy we have chosen because it is maintaining. It leans too much on public funding, bank funding, when it should actually enable the big private funds to grow in Europe. I have changed my own thinking a lot from what it was 5 years ago regarding how much we need to turn our gaze to the United States. It depends and is dependent on their politics. I want to raise European companies first. I want to see these big growth funds grow here. And as a politician, it is my task to ensure that we have internal markets where they can grow. We've talked about internal markets for the past 30 years. It's very unsexy, media sexy, but it is something we need, and I'm sure we'll discuss that further here, but we need more risks, we need more scalability in Europe. So taking of risks and supporting growth companies, both of these require assets and capital. Finland has been called capital poor country compared to Europe, and Björn Wahlroos has said that capitalists should be made feel more comfortable in Finland because this would also bring in investments. Now the trend has been to the other direction. Capitalists have fled the country. Is this part of the reason for Finland's weak economic growth and financing challenges? Yes. Regarding the mindset basis, I agree. Last winter, we sat quite many mornings in that working group from the financial sector, and quite a small amount of Finnish companies, when they are asked, seek growth. So there's no will, no desire to grow. Why is that is another question, but EU's list, we have the savings and investment union as a target, but that was prior to that was a 10-year period, and Risto Murto said that in order to have a capital markets union, you need capital. That's how it goes. So you need capital, you need risk-taking, and for risk-taking is needed in order to have your economy grow. That is the calculation, the formula. We heard all possible actors. So banking funding is available, but banks don't fund high-risk projects. It's not their job. Bank is not interested in a fast speed growth. They're only interested in receiving the loan back. The loan payments are made. So risk in funding is coming from venture capitalists and risk funders. So our current situation is clearly better than on average in Europe. If we're looking at listings, for example, we have in the last few years had more listings relatively, for example, even absolutely in absolute numbers than in Germany, for example. And Germany is a big economy. What is clear in Finland in the capital markets is that we are #1 in Western Europe when you look at the ownership of listed companies, how many are linked to state-owned companies or are state-owned. So is that an optimal situation is one question. Then our citizens' assets, the level is quite poor. We are one of the last in Europe. Of course, I know there are certain statistical factors to that, what is calculated as asset, and then risk-taking. At Nasdaq, because we also operate the Stockholm Exchange, so we talk about the miracle of Sweden quite a lot. So it's good to point out on this forum that in Sweden, Sweden is a union member in the same way and belongs to the same framework as Finland. And I suppose I have to say that regardless of this, we have the same starting points, but Sweden has been able to create the most successful capital markets of Europe with foreign equity and capital. It is, however, significant to me from which world places the investors come from. When the actor is Swedish, who collects all that funding and investors from elsewhere, it is clear in the decisions they take that they are, however, from Sweden. And we want to improve the operating conditions for Finnish investors. And there are some things that are easy to solve, and by changing them, we're able to attract more capital under market terms, and private is what I mean, private funding, private capital. And in my world view, a single investor has to be in the driver's seat.
Now, if we look at the private investment opportunities, how to improve the situation, and Henrik, if I summarize what you just said, so the level of investment here is on a reasonable level, but it's not sufficient considering the potential and what impact for economic growth larger investment would have. We have occupational pension institutes where they have invested, but not so much in growth companies. So an institutional or a private investor, do they have enough opportunities and incentives to invest in Finnish startups? Well, of course, we can always improve matters. At the moment in Finland, we are on a rather good level in terms of supporting citizens' shareholding, so we have given support to that, and we are on top of the list in Europe. And then after 8 years, we had this finally acquired this shareholders account model, and the idea there is that with a more neutral and a simpler tax treatment, we can incentivize savings in shares, because there are certain risk investments also made on smaller startups. In Helsinki, we have this First North growth company segment, and the median size of turnover is about 20 million euros. So about 60 companies have listed in this size range, and there the private investment is a very important part of the operations, forming a major part of the daily liquidity. And then something else already mentioned. What we need additionally is what you mentioned is the inherited tax in Sweden. It was given up in 2005. So whether we like this or not, but if people do not have buffers and capital, we cannot expect them to take risks. So therefore, this money is lying in bank accounts in Europe. So capital is not enough. On the other hand, huge amounts, perhaps 300 billion flows from Europe to the US stock markets. There the companies are more interesting, and that's also another problem. Aura, you already mentioned this. How can we create these bigger, more successful European companies here? Yes, perhaps I can continue with the Capital Market Union. You already mentioned this. Capital Market Union was for a long time something that was pushed forward by the Commission, and many heads of state, when this was discussed, agreed that this is a good thing. Well, then we asked from Petteri Orpo, are you prepared to change the Finnish bankruptcy legislation to be similar to that of France? And he said, well, no way. It's a national matter. What about then opening up the pension funds to be used for strengthening the defense industry in Europe? No, we cannot touch our pension savings here. What about corporate tax? Should we harmonize that on the EU level? No, that's out of the question. That belongs to the national competence. So what are we left with? So the Capital Market Union has achieved minor things. Politically, it sounds like something has been achieved, but if we really want to create a Capital Market Union, we have to intervene with taxation, bankruptcy legislation. Capital must genuinely flow and not lie there somewhere in the pension funds, because we cannot achieve Capital Market Union by this. If you hear a politician saying that it's something beautiful, then you can ask that politician these three questions. Are you ready to make concessions here, changes? I myself am a private investor, and I would like to invest more on the European level in different countries, Romania, Bulgaria, but it's very difficult to find suitable targets. Well, I'm not saying that small private investors would save the economy, but there are quite a lot of us active. So it's very important to keep in mind that countries have different procedures. In Finland, we have money tied to mortgages, to property, housing, and we have different types of traditions on how people want to invest. Shares as investment is a good start. I think there are a lot of things we can do to support that. And then what the EIF and EIB, but especially the fund is doing, they are funding, giving venture capital to small companies, which is good. And we should be more aware of what the European Investment Fund is doing and what type of opportunities there are for small investors. And this is my responsibility in my job. Well, I can continue on this. Exactly, I thought you would. When we talk about the pension funds, all of you there in the audience, you have insurances that you pay premiums every year. So how many of you know actually where your money is invested in? Exactly. I'm sure the investments are productive, but I don't think they are invested in Europe, and especially not in Finland. So I think that this is something that we should discuss much more, i.e. where our pension money is used. If we want to develop Europe and Finland further, that money should be invested into companies that can grow, be productive, and then help in terms of employment. So we should start the discussion from asking, what do we want? Where should our money be invested? There are a lot of opportunities in Europe, also in Finland. Of course, this money must be decentralized on the European level. I'm sure that we will get the productivity that we are wishing for. So what do? We invest in different parts of Europe, into funds that then again invest into small companies, growth companies, technology companies, defense sector companies. So all these type of companies should be getting the investments if we want to be the European champions. The Finnish champions, European champions, And then eventually these companies should be world champions. The next generation, Skype, Spotify, Bolt, etc. So companies worth billions. Before we sell them to the US, no, we should not sell them to the US. No, we should grow the European capital markets in this way. And then small investors. We cannot achieve this without European investors. We need them. And we have to look at the specific countries where they should come from. And we also have to keep in mind that stock markets, investment in shares, it's a very small market. The deeper we go to particular companies, then we are talking about this anchor investor, where the money comes from. So when an investor invests into one company in Helsinki, then it's not about investing to a company in Turku or Tampere, because then you lose the control over that company. But then, of course, if we talk about the whole Finland, then it's enough. But we have to keep in mind that if we do not take care of having enough capital in Finland, especially in smaller companies, then it's possible that we will be disappointed, because already in the bigger listed companies, or not yet listed companies, when it's planning to be listed, and if it doesn't have any anchor investors in their own country, then it's difficult to find investors from other countries. Of course, if you're Spotify, then the world is open and you get investors. Well, so we need an anchor investor and an investor with networks that can help to take your company forward, to grow from your own area, a region, towards the Nordic countries, etc. So first the anchor investor, and then the next phase, networking as a company. And then after the anchor stage, then you get on board European or international investors. And I think Sweden is a good example here, because the listing development there is fantastic. With systematic measures they have created with the main parties a societal contract. They said that marginal tax cannot be more than 100%. We have to attract companies back to Sweden. And I think in Finland we're still discussing this. So do we want to have a country where investment, where capital is there, is present? Yes, and then regulation. It has a major impact on the operating environment of companies and on how growth companies can grow. So the preconditions for growth. What do you think? The EU regulation, is it a limiting factor for growth in the EU? And is there something that the Commission and the EP could do about this, if it is a problem? Well, regulation is a huge problem. Somebody said to me it's not, but it is. And Bradford and I think that we should have the best export product for the EU. And there is a lot of hindrances for companies to take risks. And we are missing on the unified market here. There's on top of EU regulation, also national regulation. And the poison here is uncertainty in the markets. And in global politics, we see that the situation is very uncertain. And in addition, the EU have created a lot of regulation, and during this term of the Commission they want to deregulate. But what does it do to the markets? It creates uncertainty in the markets, because nobody knows where things are going. At the moment, we have these anti-regulation packages underway, handled by the lawmakers, and there we have to see what is sensible and what not. But when we ask the companies what should be taken out, Nordea told me, wait a minute, you just created the regulation and we have adapted our operations, so do nothing at the moment. So it's not so simple that as politicians we say that we should deregulate. However, we have to be very careful on what regulation is concerned in order not to create uncertainty. And technological regulation, we worked on that for a long time, and I'm very worried that there are a lot of administrators and politicians who do not know technology at all. And now we are building up regulation which goes against market principles in these companies that try to grow, and at the same time they have to report on that and be worried that will Commission sanction them or something. So it's very difficult to regulate something which doesn't exist yet. Innovation is stopped. Putin said 10 years ago that who wins the competition on AI will win the world. Well, of course, the commissioner will say nice words on how they support innovation, but actually Commission is slowing down innovation because nobody really knows how their innovation should be taken forward. And my mission is to simplify as much as possible, even though this will make things a bit unstable. However, we are forced to do this, especially in the technology sector, to deregulate. And we have to look at this from the internal markets point of view, how we create a common energy union, a capital union, and the capital union is something I want to discuss. There I want to discuss the bankruptcy union and pension funds and how we can have EIB to fund arms. These are difficult questions, but we have to talk about them.
Marjut, you already referred earlier to the fact that the Working Group for the Growth Strategy for the financial sector pointed out the points that we need in order for the Finnish companies remaining in Finnish hands longer if they were able to get listed easier. And the topic of this panel is EU leverage for growth companies. And what do you say about this? Well, the good news is that EU has a lot to offer, but there aren't big enough funds in Finland who could make 10, 50 to 150 million investments to 10 to 15 different companies. Those are not here yet, but there are answers in the European Union for this dilemma. We have 6 member countries who have created a 4 billion program, and with that we can help develop 1 billion funds in Europe, and these funds are able to invest in all of Europe, for example, and elsewhere if they find great technology in Australia, for example, because they will invest in the best technology at the time, in the moment. Of course, at the moment we have 15 funds who will benefit from this program. We have used all 4 billion until the end of this year, and we want to continue with this program. But if we don't have this 1 billion fund available in Finland immediately or not in the next 2 years, it might not appear. So here we also have to find possibilities to grow the middle phase. So little bit smaller funds who are then able to fund those smaller companies who do get listed. So there is an initiative. There should be an initiative where we could help, for example, Voima Ventures and Maki. There are different funds, and we could help them grow, because these funds they don't get born out of nothing. So you have to have teams ready in place who start promoting and taking things forward. So these are the tools or plans that we have to further things. We can do it. But what I would still like to say is that Finnish growth companies cannot just wait around for a long time for these things to happen, to get bigger funds in Finland and more and bigger ones in Europe as well. And one further thing in startups, of course, nationality is important, but the bigger these companies get, the bigger they grow, the less borders matter. We have to accept that it's a good thing if investors come also from other countries in Europe, not just from Finland. Okay, then our very last theme that we presented in the opening speech, the EU multi-annual financial framework for the years 2028 to 2034, the Savings and Investment Union. Henrik, if we continue with you on that, the Savings and Investment Union, does it offer Finland and the exchange, stock exchange, some opportunities for growth and closer cooperation, for example, with other Nordic countries? Well, we do favor the goals of the Savings and Investment Union to further the capital markets, but I agree with Aura about the genuine challenges that we have in Europe. If someone looks at the EU and Europe from the outside as a market, you have to do a due diligence from each country separately, because there are different legislation in every country regarding listing of companies, regarding bankruptcies. We have not even attempted to harmonize all of this regulation and legislation, and they are also not on the agenda of this new Savings and Investment Union. So I find it a risk that we will just continue with programs that are more clearly under EU's mandate. There's a long list of this pan-European pension product, which was a big thing 5 to 6 years ago. It is now in production. I think there are 2 EU countries, Slovakia and some other country, where this is offered, and it didn't get started actively because it just wasn't attractive. And there are many other similar, for example, the Listing Act, which is slowly coming into force. Also a great idea, lowering the listing threshold. It is being realized, but it's not introducing any game changers either. So we cannot be complacent with what can be done on the EU level. It is limited. And a quick example about something that almost happened, Commission saw that the Nordic countries have a fantastic concept because we allow shares that have different voting rights, and those companies can also get listed, and there are many examples. So there are different So Commission thought, let's introduce this to Europe because it's a great concept. But in the European Parliament, somebody came up with the idea that no, we have to ban this 1 vote per share and not several or differing amounts of votes per share. And now finally we managed to prevent the banning of this system, because this would have been a catastrophe for the Nordic capital markets if they... So I'm just trying to describe the challenges that we sometimes encounter in the EU process. Aura, in the Parliament, of course, you're closely involved in the MFF process. What were your first thoughts when you saw the proposal? Yes, I'm in the budget committee myself, and we gave a position regarding the internal markets to the MFF. My greatest concern in the proposal is that it is leaning a lot on so-called national envelopes, and now that we are here in Turku, you should also be concerned, because this does not promote a common European thinking. This places us more and more in our individual national boxes. In my opinion, EU money should be used for EU-wide projects, something that supports EU growth And next week, I'm involved in tripartite negotiations. The idea is that Euro gives €1, and on top of that, there's going to be a private investor money. And if this doesn't work, then the EU euro is going to take the hit. So this disperses the risk, in other words. And EU funds can do this also in Finland. You can go to any of our banks, commercial banks, if you don't want to use your own home as leverage when you're founding a new company. EU provides a guarantee to your project which disperses the risk, and you don't have to place your own home or the house of your parents as guarantee for the company. And the EU money can also attract private fund investors. And this has been one of the most successful ways to do this. And this idea could be used even further in the upcoming MFF. This has been included, for example, in the Ukraine support and also in growing the defense industry. So not direct subsidies, but sharing of the risk instead. But we have to remember that this is only the Commission's proposal. And next it's going to the European Parliament and then to the member countries. So this is going to be modified in many, many different ways. Still, I'm looking for more money to security and defense, technologies and climate, and less of those cohesion subsidies, regional subsidies, because I truly question what have we achieved with these direct subsidies. We need productive wells instead. Time flies, and we only have a few more minutes left of the panel. We have one audience question, but before that, Marjut, InvestEU has been a significant way for the European Banking Group to support growth companies. What are your greetings, for example, to the Finnish government? Are our interests and Finland's interests united or common? Thank you, Aura. InvestEU is a program that helps companies, whatever they do in, and they help it that way that the loan is cheaper, and all of these guarantee issues. Yes, guarantees, exactly. You don't have to use your own assets, such as your home, and the loan period can be much longer. If we talk about companies, this is exactly what companies need. They don't need subsidies, they need help, and help in how to fund their operations. And I would also like to mention that this would be needed also in agriculture. Many small farmers, agricultural entrepreneurs, they don't need necessarily subsidies. They need help in order to set up a productive and profitable business, which is nowadays very difficult. So we need much more funding, what we have available. So greetings to all governments in Europe. Put more money in InvestEU because it is so helpful. It helps us raise our productivity and it really helps in growth in Europe. And don't change the program much. More money and we'll just keep going. That's what I want to say. Public money alone is not the solution, but it may encourage private funding in important areas where Europe needs investments. We need encouragement for risk-taking and change in mindset. Question from Keränen. How do we make sure that the funds flow to Finnish company when the general situation eases in Europe? So how can Finland ensure that they get their share of the fund and funding? Well, I talked about this already a little bit. The investors are also following the crowd. Of course, if you have the anchor investor, then the investor, it attracts other investors. So you join others. You provide leverage for that investors when there is some private investor who has decided to invest, then others likely support that. And so one question is, how do we create attractive companies? Taxation is one big thing that we can always mention when I say that there's no will to grow in Finland. Is it because taxation is so tight, so high that people are satisfied with their house, car and summer cottage? Thank you for active discussion. We have used all our time and I wish everyone a great continuation of the Europe Forum.
Lämmin kiitos kaikille puhujille.
Kiitoksia ja lämpimästi tervetuloa tähän keskusteluun, jossa me tänään pureudutaan Euroopan unionin
Welcome to this discussion where we look at the EU multi-annual budget.
jo muutama budjettikausi.
Finland's 30 years of EU membership have already seen a few budget periods, and this time it seems that it has grown to a whole new level. And no wonder the EU must respond to the enormous challenges of our time with a multi-annual budget. And these challenges relate to issues such as security, defense, competitiveness, migration, energy, and climate sustainability. So we are therefore facing some big what kind of budget does this question will be answered in our panel discussion organized in cooperation with the European Parliament's office in Finland and the European Commission's representation in Finland. At the same time, a big thank to the Europe Forum for providing an excellent setting for this discussion. So my name is Maria Blessar. I'm the head of the European Commission representation in Finland and the moderator of this discussion. Our participants are from the European Parliament and the European Commission. Welcome to Elsi Katainen, Jussi Saramo, and Mikko Vähäsipilä. Elsi is known as an active Finnish MEP. She is a member of the Parliament's Committee on Regional Development and the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development. A warm welcome, Essi. And Jussi, he's our second MEP, an expert and very energetic. He is a member of the European Parliament's Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs and the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. Welcome, Jussi. And thirdly, Mikko. He represents the European Commission, i.e. the Civil Service. In this discussion, he is a financial expert in the Commission's Investment and Reform Group and in the Finnish representation of the Commission. Welcome. Now, hopefully in the end we'll have some time for questions from the audience. You can send those questions to the forum platform. You can find the link on the website of the forum. And now let's get to the point. As I said, in July the European Commission presented its proposal for the EU's next multi-annual budget. We often call it MFF, abbreviation from the English term, and this proposal contains several hundred pages of legislative proposals and background documents. And naturally, we cannot cover all the details in this panel, but we will try to highlight at least the most important topics. The proposed budget is approximately 2 trillion, that is 2,000 billion for the period of 2028 to 2034. And this corresponds to 1.26% of the EU GNI. And according to this proposal, the budget would therefore increase from the current budget by 1.13%. The Commission makes also some other proposals for the structure of the budget in order to increase the flexibility of the budget. Also, the number of EU funding programs would be reduced and simplified, and a large part of the funds would be directed to national and regional plans. There are many priorities, major focus areas, i.e. strategic technologies, research and innovation, as well as defense and security. And the Commission is also proposing new ways of financing the EU budget. So now we get to the core. Dear panelists, to begin with, could you briefly tell us what was the first thing that caught your attention in the Commission's budget proposal and why? And let's start first with Elsi, Jussi, and Mikko. Thank you. The first presentation of the budget was very exciting because before that there were not so many leaks as there were before. So it was a hidden secret. So there were no throwballs to the Parliament or other operators. And I paid attention especially to this increase, considerable increase. 40% is the clearest way to state that growth is significant. Well, it's said that it's almost double of the previous budget. Well, not quite, but I'm sure that all citizens and others understand why this is happening. And then what caught my attention was the basis of the budget, how it's changed as regards agriculture and rural development. They would experience significant cuts, and understandably competitiveness and defense would then receive that money. So these are the main points for me. Thank you. And then Jussi. Thank you. Well, as a panelist, I can often agree with Elsi. However, now I have to say that my attention was caught by the size, 0.02 from the GNI, and then payment of the previous recovery loans. So in that respect, the growth is not very big, and therefore there are major cuts proposed for agriculture and rural development. And for me, this is surprising because already during the last term, the Commission requested a report from Mario Draghi. And this 5-year period was supposed to be based on Draghi's report, where he states that we are losing here the game between China and the US, so we need major investments. And even if agriculture and rural development experience cuts, but then this 0.02% from GDP is so low a level that it will not kickstart the European economy. Of course, we have to be prepared for the Russian threat and invest in defense industry. So it was 2% before, and now it's 5%. So perhaps 100-fold in expenditure, depending on how you calculate it. So in my opinion, was hoping for a bigger growth, actually. And I hope we can come back to this. Our own resources, that is something I want to say. This digital tax, are they there? And 2 weeks before the publication of this proposal, there was a leak on rejecting the digital tax because of fear of Trump. I hope we can come back to this later. Thank you, Jussi. And then Mikko. Thank you. Yes, actually, I paid attention to the same topics as the MEPs. The size of the budget. Of course, we can have different types of interpretation. Has the budget grown a lot or not so much? And even the Commission says that this is a very ambitious budget as such, and it reflects very clearly the new challenges and the old challenges that the EU has to tackle. So in that sense, the budget is in line with the economic and security risks. Also, I paid attention to the structure, the big picture, as Elsi mentioned, i.e. certain simplification is taking place, and the amount of programs, they were 52, and now we would have only 16 funding programs, which would hopefully make the application for funding easier for the beneficiaries. Thank you. Yes, I can see that your views are aligned with the views that we've heard in Finland, so the size of the budget and also the cuts to agriculture and rural development. Now let's move forward, and if we think about the bigger picture, what type of topics should the EU budget concentrate on from 2028 onwards? Perhaps you can give us 3 priorities. Jussi first. Yes, perhaps I can summarize a little. I mentioned China and the US in the commodity production side and science. In this field, we really have to make investments because we are lagging behind. Now, if we want to tell ourselves that the climate change is not a big threat, however, there is this transition. But in the EU, we are not really producing fossil fuels, so we have to exit from the dependencies to Saudi Arabian countries, Middle Eastern countries, Russia, the US. So this dependency has been a big problem, and it still is. So therefore, green transition is number 1. And then this is linked to skills and science, and it's very important that the Commission wants to increase funding here. And with any transition, we must have a just and right type of policies at place, and it's not the EU that takes care of these services to citizens. However, we have to guarantee inclusion and sustainability. And thirdly, and this is linked to autonomy, independence, we have to be able to keep up our independence, not give in to Donald Trump. And this is linked to income as well. When we look at entrepreneurship, well, there the manufacturing, the production side is pretty strong in Europe, perhaps not in what happens in China, but services, digital services, what we use. They are produced in the US, they don't pay much taxes here. Apple, that produces both hardware and software, they have paid tax from their production only 0.04%. And this should not continue. Our companies are the losers here. So we should find a way out of this as well. And then Elsie, 3 comments. Well, I think that the EU priorities now proposed are the right ones, and they have a lot of support in Finland, and we want to support all this. Security, this is a top priority, we should strengthen it. On the other hand, competitiveness, and thirdly, often immigration is mentioned, the external borders, these are important matters. However, I stress that the budget should also prepare for the EU enlargement. And I'm worried that there is hardly any discussion on that, because there are several countries whose accession is getting closer. And then security. The significant investment from the EU, as we can see from this budget, are very important. However, if we compare them to the corresponding ones in the US, then we often forget that we should also include here what the member states are doing individually. Many member states have already a long time neglected certain activities, and Finland is trying to show a different type of model. But on the whole, Europe is not in such a bad state in comparison to the US. And it's difficult to compare these two areas in linked to the budget. And less here have been talked about strategic autonomy. Perhaps a year ago it was very much discussed. The term was used a lot. Perhaps it didn't contain much as such, but I think it's very important in terms of competitiveness to be able to get rid of these negative dependencies already because of security, but we have to be able to stand our own feet and produce things that we are now buying from elsewhere, and we have to strengthen our company base. And of course, the state aid discussions are very difficult. They are linked to this. And of course, output issues are to be discussed. And then enlargement. The next budget should be able to take that into account. Of course, this is just the beginning. We just got the proposal. We'll have negotiations for the next couple of years, and I'm quite sure that the size of the budget, which is too big to my mind, will be reduced. Most of the member states think that it's out of control in this volume, and whatever the own resources are, it will be difficult, and the proposal is not quite ready yet. I think it's not ready yet at all. Thank you.
Mikko, how do you see this? Many very good points presented by the MEPs, and in general in the EU MFF, they are in particular investing in areas where the additional value is as high as possible. Internal markets, security, strategic independency, and defense are areas where EU is able to produce additional value that member countries alone cannot produce. So these are the type of priorities that I identify personally. Internal markets are, of course, one of the greatest achievements of the EU, but still by far not finished or completed. A lot of work still to be done there. Then a few priorities that are more principles. If we talk about investment sectors, rule of law, following the rule of law is definitely a clear principle in the use of all EU funds. It should be followed and abided by, and this is clear in the proposal. So no payments if there are any issues with the following of rule of law. So the same rules for everyone. Democracy, basic rights should be respected. And secondly, we need to ensure that the economic interests of the EU needs to be protected, so preventing corruption and fraud. Thank you. Following the rule of law is, of course, significant for the credibility of the internal markets. Good, thank you. We have many good justifications and explanations here. Security was mentioned. Let's talk about that a bit more. Ursula von der Leyen, President of the Commission, when the proposal came out, she presented it in these words. In times of geopolitical instability, the budget gives Europe the opportunity to shape its own destiny in line with its vision and ideals. A budget that supports peace and prosperity and promotes our values is the best tool we have at our disposal in these uncertain times. And we know now that we are living in times of geopolitical instability. And like I said, economy, security, defense are more visible, more pertinent at the time. So do you think it is possible and desirable to strengthen the geopolitical position of the European Union through the multi-annual financial framework? Yes, I believe it is possible and also desirable. The world political operating environment is very unstable and unpredictable at the moment, and also what European Union does, there are more expectations towards these actions. So through MFF, it is possible to help key sectors remain functional and competitive, even though technological and geopolitical changes are fast moving. And it is also clear that these dependencies of the EU, we should continue to decrease them. And in my opinion, the Commission's proposal provides good tools for that. For example, the investments into competitiveness, energy security, renewable energy, critical raw materials, transport connections, and so on. That I'm sure is true that expectations are often high towards the EU and the European Commission. Elsie, what would you highlight in this connection? Well, with this budget, the total security is a concept that has been really highlighted, and you can count almost everything that was just mentioned as part of it. And when the defense budget is being increased, it is also well-founded. But we also have to take into consideration that, on the other hand, this erodes the entity of total security. We talk about, for example, food safety and security and other closely to security-related questions. And I hope that in the upcoming 2 negotiation years we could find a more balanced solution. That how can we, for example, ensure such a critical thing as food safety in Europe? Everyone understands that if European farmers, out of them only 12% of farmers are under 40 years old. So in the beginning, it really looked like we will look at this thing, okay, minus 20% of the budget tells us a different story. It isn't taken seriously. Also, regional development, it has been one very central cornerstone of European Union, and it is now being thrown into the trash. And we no longer speak at all that we try to balance out differences in development. Instead, the tendency is now to direct funds to those areas that are already doing well, which means that, of course, the weaker areas are a risk for the whole areas. Eastern Europe areas that are unsafe. So I would like to pay attention to this. But of course, I was glad that Sauli Niinistö was requested to put together this report. I hope it will be used as a tool. Jussi, in my dream world, all nations in the United Nations would together decide on a world with common rules, playing rules, and one could further the unions as well as the global benefit. But looking at the world, we are moving further and further away from it. We have China and other authoritarian nations, states, Russia. We have areas, countries who want less Europe, and then we have to admit that less Europe means more Trump or Putin or Xi Jinping. So less Europe is not stronger Finland or stronger France even. No, Finland is a small country at the edge of Europe. And for that reason, I am willing to grow the European Union's budget, but then it has to be used in the right way. And of course, I am very concerned about the defense funds in EBIC. Commission's position was quite favorable. Commission proposed that 80% of this money needs to be used within the European Union for our own defense, but Parliament cut it down to 60%. This is about our common defense funds. Part of it is going to be directed to the US and to Israel. Finland is a good example that a lot of our money has been sent to Israel, who's committing a genocide. For example, you're not able to defend yourself with weapons that are manufactured in Israel against Russia. So it feels that festive speeches and actions are in conflict. There are still tendency to lean on the United States. Seems that that is going to continue, and in these trade negotiations, I think that became very evident. Thank you. Then let's return to the size of the financial framework. If we talk about, let's say, 1,000 million. This, of course, will be also visible to the citizens, but it may be difficult for the EU citizens to really understand how the EU budget affects their everyday life. Can you give some examples of this? How is this visible in Finland, for example, in the citizens' lives? And is there something you would like to change in the upcoming MFF? Elsie, would you like to start?
Oletan, että ihmiset odottaa sitä, mihin nyt panostetaankin.
I expect people to expect what we are now investing in. I think people have understood that European Union is a community that produces and maintains security. So security actions, the feeling of security, security has become weaker through hybrid threats, for example. So I do believe that the citizens appreciate and value investments into security. Then competitiveness. Everybody understands that the competitiveness of Europe is poor and it has to be strengthened. The better our internal markets manage and do and succeed, the better in a better position the Europe is in a global environment, and the better off Finland will be as well. There is an indirect, very strong indirect impact. I believe that citizens understand these things and they expect actions from us. Mikko. I would return to the European internal markets and how what happens there is clear in everyone's free time, at working places. Goods, people are free and mobile. Consumer protection is strong in Europe. These are things where EU is visible now, and it should also be visible in the future, or even more so. Some practical examples include, for example, traffic networks, how Finland is linked to the rest of Europe. Quite a few of these links have been funded with EU money. Perhaps in Finland, we don't have the habit to very visibly draw attention to smaller or bigger EU programs, and perhaps that is not the central question, how these different programs should be visible in people's everyday lives, but they are partially linked to producing security, and what the internal markets can produce is predictability and stability in the operational environment where the citizens and companies live in. I think that is the key thing to which the MFF can also have a long-term impact on producing safety, security, stability, predictability for people to establish companies, work and study. There's going to be videos on the permanent representation, EU representation of Finland on their website, presenting what has been achieved with EU funds. Jussi, how do you see this? The subsidiarity principle is something I believe in. Also, a euro that was produced locally and will be used locally. And in that sense, Europe shouldn't cover everything. Agriculture is something that it is clearly seen what the euros coming from the Union are used for, and perhaps on the supermarket cashier You see it also, although people don't always realize that, okay, our food products are safe and clean and so on. But if things are done well in the EU, and EU is strong and looks after our position in the world globally, climate change and so on. Of course, it is visible in the Parliament. When there are climate crisis caused by climate change, then of course we take action in the Parliament. But it would be a good thing, in fact, if EU was not the main thing, but that they take care of the big picture so that Finland and other countries can prosper.
Yes, these activities, these measures are what is to be expected, perhaps as a continuation of the measures that were started already, and they're not so visible. Of course, the carbon neutrality objectives by 2050 have not disappeared anywhere. But then this is about withdrawing certain types of projects. This is a new phenomenon. And you talked about predictability and stability, and I think we should concentrate in the EU on maintaining unity despite of all the crises and because of the crises are taking place. And I think that the stability is in danger. In many European countries there are things bubbling under the surface, and then the result of that can be seen in the election results, especially what the extremist movements are doing. And then especially linked to climate action. In many places it seems that many of the legislative projects are being cut and withdrawn. Perhaps I could add one more thing. Erasmus is very visible to citizens. Students have benefited from the mobility. Finnish youngsters often don't actually go abroad to study. However, in the Commission's proposal, they want to expand this, so we are not just talking about the university students, but also vocational students can benefit from this. So I think there are certain individual topics where the EU can present added value. Well, climate change, of course, is naturally here, but also the EU can guarantee fair competition, prevent tax evasion, etc. Thank you very much. Now we only had about 10 minutes left. Let's look into the future. As you stated, Elsie, the next couple of years will continue negotiations on the budget, and of course the EP, the Council and the Commission, they all have their respective roles during these negotiations. Now, I turn to the MEPs. What do you wish for to happen during these negotiations? What are your expectations from the perspective of MEPs? Quite short answers, please. Yes, perhaps just one item. We mentioned the digital tax. About 10 years ago already, we saw that this growing sector is lagging behind compared to the US. Monopolization is going on. The US didn't take care of the competition. It's a sector with huge problems globally and also for the EU economy. And then we thought that we have to tax them. We tax European media, but we do not tax the social media from the US and other service providers. And then we decided we have to do this. But then we had this great project in the OECD sort of mini tax globally. So if a country doesn't tax these operations, then a minimum tax of 15% could be applied, which is much better than the almost zero level for Apple in Europe. And these big multinational companies would then give taxes, pay taxes in different countries. Well, and all this was thrown in the trash bin by Trump on his first day at office. So we tried to substitute this digitax with something. And we have been also discussing of going back to the digital tax. Well, the Commission has dropped this because Donald Trump said that he will not going to accept anything like this. We have 5 or 6 countries, member states, who levy this type of tax. So even though in Europe no one wants to give a general tax right to the EU, but the sectors that are not taxed by the member states because they are not able to do it, then the EU should levy taxes in this sector so that we could have a level playing field with China and the US. So this is something I'm very worried about. We gave in to Trump on this. Yes, I already mentioned that the Commission's proposal is not complete because the income side is not there really. Of course, it's almost an impossible task. And I support including the digitax, but not of course not a generalized taxation right to the EU, but in certain sectors, yes. And in more general terms, concerning the increase in the budget, well, this requires an increase in the member states' payments. And already at this stage, Germany has refused to even think about this. It's very critical about this, about increasing the budget. So this is already one obstacle to the end result. So I think the overall budget will decrease in the end. I still hope that security competitiveness can be achieved with a decreased budget. And then about the big picture. I hope that the budget would be simplified significantly. And I also hope that whenever we use EU money, we should do it transparently. And this is not the case at all at the moment. However, transparency can be improved. However, this then increases bureaucracy. So whenever you hand out money, then you have to control how the money is used. So therefore, simplification and simplification of standards is difficult. So I think Commission has promised too much in terms of simplification. And I would like to refer to legislation which is already in place and also to the future. It should be, all this should be simplified. We combine different programs, of course, that involves also quite big risks. So the basic functions, basic activities must be taken care of by the EU within the budget. And once again, when we look at the big picture, it's important that the EU citizens feel that they are included, that no region or no group is left behind. Indeed, of course, the credibility of the budget is important, and that is linked to the responsible use of funds. So we have now about 5 minutes left, and we can take a question from the audience, and you panelists can reply if you so wish. So there's a question on how the budget proposal takes into account the eastern borders of the EU. This is a very topical question. Perhaps I say something about defense. Well, I think it's not taken into account at all. Finland, we have the long land border with Russia, and thousands of billions are invested in defense. And even in this situation, we're not getting enough. The Spanish Prime Minister said already a long time ago that it doesn't make any sense that Spain increases its defense budget by 5%. That money should be put to good use at the eastern border. Well, Belgium and other countries do not use much on defense either. I'm a bit skeptical. How is this going to increase our defense capability? Yes, you talked about defense, and then another perspective is the economic vitality in the eastern regions. How the regional economies can develop. It doesn't look very good. And in that sense, the EU has promised all sorts of support packages and regional thinking. However, I don't think this is going to happen. There are no signs of this, no evidence of that. And I think this is very short-sighted. A few months ago, certain funds that were allocated to the regions were actually transferred to other purposes because of receiving NATO. So I think we really have to take into account the support for these regions for their vitality and survival. Yes, this is something we've discussed and it's been lobbied a lot in Finland. Yes, the same result in the government and in the EU. And then Mikko. Well, if I look at this proposal from the Commission, immigration, and there's a certain bonus for the eastern border. So in funding, this would be taken into account. But all depends on what type of national plan Finland will have and what type of measures Finland will propose there for the eastern border region in order to support its vitality and well-being. So certain possibilities there are included in the Commission's proposal. Right, now I think we've covered pretty extensively the EU budget proposal, and I hope that negotiations progress well. At least I know that you have the know-how and expertise on this. Thank you very much to all of you panelists.
So, hi everybody, and welcome back to the main stage. I'd like to
secure, clean, reliable energy for Europe while having to stay competitive at the same time. No small things today in our discussion. I'm very happy that I'm joined by Markus Rauramo, the president and the chief executive officer of Fortum, as well as the president of Eurelectric, as well as Christian Ruby, who is the secretary general of Eurelectric. I want to give you a little bit of context to our discussion today. There have been several discussions already in this Europe Forum on energy for fairly obvious reasons. Europe is currently slowly getting back on its feet following a historic energy crisis that we went through a few years ago. But at the same time, our response to this crisis was historic as well, given how quickly and how quickly we reacted, as well as how determined we were in our response. We diversified away from Russian gas, notably, as well as other fossils. We ramped up renewables in Europe. Their share continued to grow. And we have returned the discussion on nuclear energy back to European level. At the same time, high energy prices in Europe are hindering our competitiveness and slowing it down. Extreme weather events that we all witnessed this summer are a stark reminder of climate change and the need to ramp up and speed up clean transition. Yet many politicians and businesses would prefer to pull a brake on climate action in the name of competitiveness. We are also finding ourselves in a highly challenging geopolitical context, to say the least. Energy is a critical good, and it is very central in almost any trade negotiation or any diplomatic or political discussion between countries or partners. And it does not help matters that EU is heavily dependent on imported fossil fuels. So today's discussion focuses on energy sector's role in Europe's competitiveness, and we will also discuss electrification as a solution for decarbonizing Europe. Competitiveness, it is something that not a single European politician is giving a speech without mentioning that. It tops the agenda everywhere. There was Mario Draghi report. We have competitiveness compass that the Commission proposed early this year. At the same time, with the competitiveness debate, there is a debate on climate. And I would like to ask you to open this competitiveness part of our discussion, that how do we marry these two parallel universes, almost sometimes it feels, climate debate and competitiveness debate, so that they can mutually reinforce the debate as well as our solutions to these respective matters. Markus, do you want to start?
Happy to start, and thanks for inviting myself and Christian here. So maybe first, I acknowledge the issue. So the background is that Europe is using, when it comes to energy, Europe uses twice as much gas as it uses electricity. And in a Finnish and Nordic context, this is not always so easy to understand and remember. So there's a massive shift that needs to happen. And this will include not only the technical and financial part, but it's also a big social transition for industries and for households who will need to move from fossil gas into clean energies, whether it's synthetic gas or electricity. Then the other question in the big context is that, well, is there hope? Is there even a theoretical possibility that this could be done? And that's where Nordics come into play as an example that clean, reliable, affordable energy is possible. And the point there is that in Nordics, things are the other way around. We are using much more electricity than gas. But this did not happen by itself, and this did not somehow fall from the skies on us, and we got the CO2-free system. But what we have today is a result of decades of very clear policies on accepting all CO2-free power, hydropower, nuclear power, also being positive to renewables, but also being able to go through the transition. We've had a big share of coal, we've had a big share of fossil fuels in the mix. That goes for my company, Fortum, as well. So if you go 10 years back, we had gigawatts of fossil-fired capacities, even in the Nordics. But that all has been phased out. So now we are 99% fossil-free, CO2-free company. What we also have in the Nordics, what then helps in this transition, are things like smart meters, which probably we not notice too much. Everybody has one at the homes, which means that then you can measure your consumption on an hourly basis, soon on a 15-minute basis. You can have spot contracts, so if you flex your own consumption, then it will be rewarded when energy costs are lower. There is also land, and there is grid, and the prospect of new power, which is available. But even that doesn't come automatically, so it means that zoning, permitting, long-term planning has to support this. But my point with the Nordics is that, yes, the transition is possible, and it doesn't have to be expensive. It can actually be an enhancer of competitiveness.
Christian, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think Markus nailed it here at the end, that indeed there's a tendency to see this debate as a dichotomy between climate concerns, competitiveness concerns. What we're trying to say as a sector is that there is actually a way forward where we find a sweet spot and we can pursue both objectives at the same time. And that is if we center our growth strategy around electrification, building out and decarbonizing our electricity system while gradually replacing fossil fuels in end-use sectors with clean electricity. And I think this message is actually very important right now, because we are seeing not only the concerns of individual industries, but also a very ideological push, especially from the Trump administration, to rebut and roll back efforts at electrification. There's the example of the postal services in the US that were not only asked to stop deploying electric cars, but also to rip out the infrastructure they'd already deployed. So this is non-economic. It is really ideologically driven, let's say, fight more against electrification. We also see it, by the way, in the context of this trade deal with the EU. But right now, what we need to do as Europe is to double down on our climate targets, double down on a simplification strategy that allows us to pursue clean, competitive electrification.
So you support the European, the EU model or the policy to decarbonize and to stick to our goals and to keep them and pursue ambitious climate and energy policy. But how do you see it? You mentioned the Trump administration rolling back electricity production. They are also not particularly friendly towards renewables more generally. But what could this result in a backlash in Europe as well? You both have your best place to give your commentary on this, given that you are leading Eurelectric at the moment and you are in touch with oil producers. How do you see this? Is there a danger of this type of, given that there have been quite a few politicians in Europe already saying that we need to roll back on and we need to backtrack a little bit on our ambition, and it's harmful for the industry, all these kind of things. And then the US goes and does something like this. They can do it better than the EU. We have 27 member states. We need to listen to everybody. They have one central government. They can do it faster. How do you see that?
So there is a backlash also at EU level. We see a rise of the right that traditionally, so the extreme right, I would say, that traditionally carries a deep climate skepticism. And we are also seeing individual industries push back and question the direction. What we have to say as an electricity industry is that there's also, let's say, economic interest at stake on our side. Let's take the ongoing debate about electrification of transport. There are very clear, quite ambitious targets in place. The electricity industry has been investing on the back of that political signal, investing in charging infrastructure, investing in all kinds of ancillary activities, investing in the grids to make sure that they are ready for the rollout of electromobility. Should we now go back and say, well, let's forget about all that, let's go back to fossil cars? Well, of course, those investments are lost and our planning horizon collapses. So it's very important to say that once we have policies in place, let's stick to them, let's find solutions and possibly flexibilities, but let's not revert to a rolling back of what we have now painfully negotiated over 5 years.
Markus.
This is a super important point. So if I think about what are the big questions that we're trying to answer here, is how to fight climate change. That is an existential problem for all of us. So how to tackle that? Europe has, on the other hand, has now been struggling, like you said in your opening words, we have been struggling with the dependency on imported fuels. And maybe that's something also we want to address so that we are not dependent on one or two sources. Like I said already, that I think the transition is very much possible. We have the tools to do that. EU has the competencies, EU has the institutions and financing structures. But like any change, you need to explain that.
Yeah.
It is really important that we as companies, as associations, politics, regulation, we explain to everybody that where are we moving from and where are we moving to, and how does that change look like? And of course, for example, with renewables, that means that we need to build grids. We need to build transmission grids, distribution grids. There will be zoning. There will be visual impact with wind turbines, and this needs to be explained. That when we get this, what do we actually then remove? What are the negative externalities that we can get rid of with this movement? And it will not be easy. That's why it's really important to have everybody on this ride, so that we don't exactly get the backlash that both of you were describing.
Yeah. Going back to the competitiveness side of this, you have also followed the European Commission presented its proposal for the multi-annual financial framework, meaning the long-term budget for the EU last month. And from the point of view of Eurelectric, for example, how do you see the role of the European Union or international European regulator as something that would drive down prices? Because we cannot have a discussion about energy without discussing high energy prices, and this also tends to be the stumbling block or the bottleneck for competitiveness, especially if we listen to business representatives. But how do you see the role of there is money for energy sector, quite a bit actually, that was proposed, but is that how much do you see the role of a regulator in this? How far can regulator go in terms of impacting prices?
Yeah, so with regards to the competitiveness of new clean energy supply, it's pretty easy to calculate that what would the cost of hybrid full load power, for example, be, and that would be competitive versus the fossil alternative today, minus the negative externalities that you would have with the fossil alternative. But again, it requires the change. So you have to commit to the change journey of having renewables, having more intermittent power, committing to flexibility, finding new ways for that. But that is possible. Then what can EU, what can the authorities and regulators do to support this journey? we have the competencies, we have tools, we have financing mechanisms, and what I would call after is the similar approach for EU as we have had, for example, in Sweden and Finland. Point being that we are then open to all CO2-free alternatives. Then it's a national question how you want to implement them and use them, but not try to address this rather big issue with one hand tied behind the back, but use the financial competencies, lending capacity from EIB, creating supply chains, getting uniform regulation, type certification for various equipment, for example, nuclear. Yeah. So rather than having 27 different regulations, maybe have less to get economies of scale. But there are ways.
Christian, Commission proposal on energy taxation directive, which is blissfully stuck in the Council, which means that it is stuck with member states who can't seem to be able to find a suitable solution for all of them. Do you think that's the right step? Will that be effective in terms of impacting prices?
As Eurelectric, we clearly support the swift adoption and conclusion of the negotiations on the energy taxation directive. But I think we need to be clear about where can you actually move this needle the fastest and the most, and that's at member state level. We have the example here in Finland. I understand that there's an ongoing debate about how you tax, for instance, data centers and their electricity use. And to be very clear, that's going to be much faster from member states to take those decisions and make electricity competitive. Should we also fix that directive? Sure. But if we look at, let's say, the palette of options to reduce energy prices and make electricity more competitive, this is one out of several options. Right now, when we look at what's happening in the electricity sector, we are undertaking an enormous transformation, a quite challenging, technically speaking, transformation, moving to a much more decentralized system, phasing out the old but also stable power plants. And what that means is that we have much more system cost, as we say. We are going to need to invest much more in infrastructure. We're going to need to invest much more in modern, flexible capacity, but also the stable, dispatchable capacities, the base load. And what that means is that we need to make sure that the public resources we spend in this space are aligned with these priorities. And there I think that the MFF is good news. For instance, when it comes to the quintupling of resources for energy infrastructure, the devil in detail.
The taxation, for example, energy taxation, is a really important one. If you allow, I'll take one step back to give a little bit of context to the point. So you already know that Christian is the CEO and the General Secretary of Eurelectric, and I'm the chairperson. So what is Eurelectric? What are we actually trying to do?
Exactly.
So we are the association that represents all the national associations of all EU countries plus more. So 34 member countries associations, which then represent 3,500, isn't that correct? Companies with almost 1 million employees. And what we're in Eurelectric trying to do is exactly on the points that we have been discussing today, take in our member input, our member country input, look at what is EU, what are our customers trying to achieve, and then give good advice that if you want to get there, this is the direction you should be moving to. And I was just elected the president quite recently, and the new presidency defines the priorities that we are then working on, the Secretariat is working on. So there are 3 points. One is customer-driven electrification. So listening to our customers very carefully. That's the whole point. We want to help our customers, energy-intensive industries and consumers to succeed. The second one, which was a little bit touched upon, is the security of supply and preparedness, so that we have a system that actually works in normal conditions and also in conditions that are not normal. And then the third point is that we already discussed renewables, connected customers, flexibility, intermittency. The third priority is that we need to digitalize and use AI in much more intensive ways than we have done before to achieve the goals. So these are the 3 Eurelectric priorities. But then one of these things that we continuously try to push towards EU and the regulators is that there are some really easy solutions how to make things move forward, and one of those is predictability.
Yes.
So Christian was referring to the Finnish discussion about the energy taxation for certain energy-intensive sectors. As long as that's uncertain, there is uncertainty, which impacts investment decisions. So this is kind of a, you could call us kind of staple advice that we give all the time. Keep it predictable. If you decide something, stick on to it so that you can let the markets, let the investors, let people actually work towards that goal.
And here comes the immediate question then, or the obvious follow-up to that, what you just said. How do you then see the deregulation? Well, deregulation is probably the simplification agenda of the Commission. We have presented several omnibuses, and they mainly deal with legislation related to environment, energy, climate. So how do you see that? Is there anything that could be potentially, from your point of view, something that some companies who thought that they will have the first mover benefit by already implementing everything and doing everything by the book, and then comes this? How do you see that?
It's a risk, of course, that there may be slices of under omnibus if some regulation is removed, that somebody's business model would be impacted by that. But I'm positive towards the whole omnibus concept, i.e. trying to reduce regulation. And my point there is that we have CSRD, we have taxonomy, we have Nissan, we have DORA, and we have all kinds of regulation. And having a lot of experience, for example, in sustainability reporting personally, knowing what we report, hundreds of lines, there is overlapping regulation. And when there's new regulation, like in anything in life, you ought to take stock of, okay, so is this now in line? Is this overlapping? Is this even conflicting? So removing obsolete and redundant regulation makes all the sense to me. So I just hope that Omnibus doesn't become a project of itself that lives its own life on top of everything else. But I will say also, like talking with investors, talking with many stakeholders, NGOs, ESG reporting and so on, there are things that I get continuously questions about, and there are some things we report I never get any questions about. So I would say, well, maybe that's obsolete. So we could actually get that out and stick to the ones which are very impactful and which are very topical for our stakeholders.
Christian, you mentioned earlier that electrification is key to decarbonizing Europe. I think it's very clear to everybody, at least on this stage, that Europe will not be able to meet our 2040 decarbonization targets without moving to electricity and without electrifying our system. Our grid, the European grid, is the most integrated grid in the world. And that's basically where the praise stops. There are many bottlenecks. The Commission is on it. There will be a grid package proposed by the end of this year, and then we presented already an action plan 2 years ago. But what, from your point of view, what are the main bottlenecks that need to be solved ASAP?
So I think we have come a long way with a lot of different legislation, and I think it's important to underline that the reforms that have been put in place, in part, for instance, in relation to the electricity market, are important and balanced, and they should stay. So there's an element of saying, well, there's already a good job being done, and we have a lot behind us. Now, is there still stuff we can do? And yes, indeed, absolutely, there is still stuff we should be working on in the affordable energy action plan, for instance. A number of meaningful actions were set out in relation to tariff methodologies, in relation to de-risking, as we were discussing before, in relation to bigger grid projects that may not find its own immediate financing. So there's plenty we can do on the side of the electricity sector. And then I think where we should also really focus now is on the industrial piece. So a lot has been done in the area of transport. We should try to stay the course there. Now we should turn our focus towards industry and say, what is it that's actually holding back the most obvious cases for electrification. There's a whole series of different industries in the medium temperature range where there's a business case and where there's definitely a climate upside for doing something. What is it that's holding back action here? And the decarbonization bank that's been envisaged as part of the new MFF and the Clean Industrial Deal, I think is a very good step to basically say, how can we fix the capex part of this while at the same time continuing our push to drive down electricity prices so that after the initial investment has been done, it's also a relatively cheap operation.
Yeah, Markus.
If I add a couple of points here, so I still go back to the enormous scope of the challenge. And I said before that Europe is using twice the amount of gas compared to electricity. So we have a monumental shift ahead of us. Is it technically possible? Absolutely. That can be done. But my advice would also be that let's stick to the 2040, 2050 targets, but not prescribe exactly how it should be done. Yeah. Leave it to companies, leave it to consumers, leave it to the markets to solve it. Make the solution space as big as possible. And we'll probably find solutions that we can't even dream of today that will happen already in 2030 or 2035. Couple of very concrete points on the bottlenecking and what will very likely happen is that in the short term, all the new supply will come from renewables. Yeah. That's what Fortum is doing. We have gigawatts of renewables, 8 gigawatts in permitting alone. So there will be a lot more intermittent capacity that will not be available all the time. And there's a serious point about the adequacy of the system. We saw in Iberia what happens when you don't have the required adequacy in the system. Nobody's fault exactly, but it has to be recognized that we need flexible and reactive capacities into the market, and that's where Finnish government is taking the right action with the NFS. The other point is that when we will need more grids, we will need distribution grids and transmission grids, and then we get to permitting. So if it takes 7, 10, how many ever years to actually make things happen, that will be a bottleneck. So we have to focus on things which we can impact and have to impact. Permitting and then the adequacy of the system. Yeah,
and it was something that was brought to political level 2 years ago. I'm sure that you probably, if not both of you, probably one of you were invited to a big event, a stakeholder event in Brussels to precisely discuss with what should we do with the European power grid. It is aged and it does not support renewables in the way that will be absolutely necessary going forward in the future. So that's one of the reasons why then Commission also immediately started, because I mean obviously all of this happened in the aftermath of Russia launching its war in Ukraine and the energy crisis and the prices and everything, and then the obvious question is that, well, I mean, how do we ramp up renewables if our grid system does not support it? Markus, you mentioned twice actually the amount of gas, that is natural gas, that is still being used in Europe. It is clear that the European industry will need natural gas for still some time. The Commission has been very, very transparent and open about this. In our legislation and in our communications this year, it's something that we have to mention despite our strategy to decarbonize and all the rest of it. It's very, very clear that there's a clear industry need. We are diversifying at the same time from Russian fossils, which means that some of that gas, LNG, natural gas, piped gas, has to come from somewhere else. And as was also mentioned, we are highly dependent on imported fossil fuels. But it was Trade Commissioner Šefčovič who, in his press conference on the EU-US trade deal a couple of weeks ago, he mentioned that there's a nuclear renaissance ongoing in Europe. And it is true that just going back just a couple of years, there wasn't really a nuclear energy discussion at European level at all. I mean, it was kind of, energy mixes for each member state. They decide what they do. At the moment, half of EU member states have decided to use nuclear. Some newcomers might come in or not, and then it's going to be quite big if yes. But how do you see the role of nuclear energy in the electrification of Europe going forward? How do you see that level up with homegrown renewables, for example, whose share is also growing? But could nuclear replace? And how quickly some of the imported fossils that we continue paying humongous amounts of money? Christian, do you want to start?
I think maybe to start with some simple facts, nuclear today is the single biggest source of electricity generation in the EU. I think people know in Finland that it's an important source, perhaps less so in other parts of the continent. But it's important to really underline that we need an approach which has this all hands on deck principle, as Markus has referred a few times, that we should avoid, let's say, discriminating against solutions that are actually going to be needed to achieve the target. How then do we foresee the electricity mix, and how do we sort of decide on where it's going? I think here we should leave some freedom to member states, and we should also leave some significant freedoms to companies to make the right investment decisions, to weigh the risk of individual projects against others, to weigh the cost of individual projects against each other. But at the EU level, it's very important that we avoid a priori discrimination. That often happens in technical legislation, for instance, in the transformation from electricity to hydrogen, which types of electricity can you use, or in other technical dossiers. And here it's important that we get a level playing field and make sure that we can make the most of the clean resources that we have.
Did you want to come in?
Well, Christian basically emptied the bank there, but being CEO of a nuclear company,
yes, you might have a couple of thoughts on that as well.
So Christian very well referred to the point that if we make the solution space bigger, it's easier to find good solutions. It's just very simple. And I go back again to the quite monumental shift that we want to make. So of course we can do it all with renewables, but that means that there will be much more land use, there will be much more grids to be built, there will be more visual impact, etc., and less stable full load power. So my advice would be that, well, let's use all the tools, find the right mix, exactly like you said, Christian, based also on national preferences and geographies and topographies and all of that. So keep the solution space as big as possible. Then what can EU do to actually make things easier, to make it more competitive? We know that in recent decades, not very much nuclear has been built in Europe. Actually, Finland, TVO, Fortum, we were the first one to commission a new nuclear reactor, Olkiluoto 3, since many, many decades. And it wasn't easy as it was a first-of-a-kind reactor. So what you want is scalability. You want supply chains where the equipment suppliers, turbines, generators, reactor vessels can make as many as possible, and then you get the cost down. And this is where EU can come to play. So both help in standardization so that the suppliers can come and establish their supply chains. The other point is that whereas we can build new solar plants in 1.5 years, we can build new wind parks from decision in 2.5 years. Nuclear takes 10 to 15 years, and the financing is much more difficult. So the point is not that somebody externally would have to come with money, but the risk sharing is something where EU can play a role with its existing institutions like EIB and guarantee institutions and so on. So getting 10 to 15-year financing for projects, that's a difficult part to get from the bond markets or bank markets. EU can play a role there in risk sharing.
the European Commission and the EU institutions, mainly the Commission, relies a lot on diversification of energy sources as well as homegrown renewables to increase energy independence and energy security. And obviously, in this world situation, it's impossible to discuss energy without the security and independence aspects. The EU signed a trade agreement now, or trade deal with the US this summer, and one quite central part of this is the part on energy and the political commitment that was made to purchase different types of energy, as well as it includes energy investments as well. How do you? What were your thoughts? And you can be quite honest as well. What were your thoughts when you saw that? How does that fit your immediate plans? We have to talk about immediate plans because for energy sector, 3 years is immediate. I mean, investments are for longer term. I mean, we're now talking about political commitment for the next 3 years, basically. But how do you see the energy part of the trade deal?
When I heard this announcement, the duty part itself, of course, having visibility, that reduces uncertainty. So that's per se a good thing. Duties, in my view, are not a good thing as such, but removing the uncertainty is good. Then when it comes to the commitment to buy equipment, invest, buy fuels, my thought there was that, well, typically it's done, okay, military equipment, that's done by government, so governments can decide that part. But on the fuel purchase side, it is companies. So I'm not yet aware what will be the mechanism, how that will be done. Can then more purchases be allocated into one or the other direction? That's something where EU needs to then work on that. How would you implement that? From our point of view, as we are not, and Eurelectric is typically representing now companies who are in electricity, of course, gas-fired capacities are a thing that also we need to understand eventually that is there an impact or not? We shall see. But many unclear points yet to be understood.
It's clear, yes. I mean, there are many things that need to be hashed out, but broadly also for the audience and those following in line, what was made was a commitment to buy different types of energy from the US worth $250 billion a year for the next 3 years. And here LNG, liquefied natural gas, plays a big role. Of course, the EU had made a commitment, again, a political commitment already before this trade deal to increase our LNG purchases because we need to have a substitute for the fossils that
I think that highlights, by the way, sorry Christian, that just highlights the point that the annual amounts you are mentioning, these are staggeringly high. Then if we are investing according to the EU targets into clean energy, we're talking about hundreds of billions and trillion plus. But then you start to see the relation that, okay, we are spending tens of billions or hundreds of billions a year in imported raw materials and fuels. So from an independency point of view, it does make sense to invest so that we can have more home-produced clean energy.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd maybe urge that we look at that target as something that's been agreed as part of a larger deal, and it's also been explicitly said in that agreement that this is a non-binding declaration of intent. So I would suggest that we take this seriously, but not literally, and that we think of this in the context of a trade engagement with the US, and I would advocate that we broaden the scope. Again, instead of doubling down on a set of technologies, that we look at the full scope of technologies we need. We will need to invest and import liquefied gas from the US, but even more so, we'll need to find out how do we get into the future with the US together, looking into technologies that are still maturing, such as geothermal. There's a nuclear leg in this, which is fine, but what about the renewable energy technologies? Why are they excluded? How does that make sense? And maybe just to sharpen this a bit, if we were to take this literally and literally spend that money, first of all, the EU wouldn't have that money, so they would have to oblige companies to do it. We would undermine our climate targets, and we would definitely undermine our energy security because we would make ourselves extremely dependent on one supplier. So this, in my view, would go dead against the interests of the EU if we were to take this literally. So therefore, let's take it seriously, but also work on the concepts and nudge this in the direction we need to go, which is clean, competitive, and secure.
And it has to be, and again, it's important to remember that it is a political intent for 3 years. So we're not undermining our medium to long-term decarbonization goals. 3 years, it will not have an impact. It will basically just mean that we are ramping up, very likely, LNG purchases to make up for the Russian fuels. We just presented legislation a couple of months ago to fully phase out Russian fossils. So that, in a way, there is obviously a clear logic to this. On staying on the kind of safe energy security safety, we've been talking a lot about electrification. It means necessarily that systems will be more automized, they will be quite high-tech, and with that comes the risk that they could be vulnerable to cyber attacks, to espionage. How do you, from the Eurelectric point of view, how do you work to ensure that as we move more towards automized electrified systems, that these high-tech, super intelligent systems are actually not exposing us to completely new risks? I mean, the Baltic Sea has been like a petri dish of all kinds of attacks in the past couple of years. So it's something that is actually happening, and there are forces testing our resilience. So from the point of electrification, what are your thoughts on this?
Maybe I can start. So I think before we get into the sort of nuts and bolts of security in electricity, I think it's important to underline the fact that we're moving towards electricity because the most immediate vulnerability for our energy system is actually our fossil fuel import dependency. This is what triggered the energy crisis 3 years ago, and this is what is, let's say, out of our hands. It's literally someone else who can turn off the tap. This is why moving to electricity in the first instance is so important. Then we also have to start looking at how do we now protect our systems, because indeed, as you say, there has been a significant increase in the cyber attacks and also the physical attacks on our infrastructure in recent years. And we need to essentially, as companies, move to the next level of how we do this. One thing, I mean, Markus is really the expert here because he's running a company that does it. But one thing that we've been focusing on in our research is, for instance, how to separate IT and OT so that the access to an IT system does not necessarily mean that you're then also in control of the physical assets immediately. So there needs to be an effort at all levels, and this is what I know you're working on, Markus.
Do you want to say?
Yeah, happy to comment on that. So there are 3 points for the resilience and preparedness. One is the situational awareness, understanding what's actually happening. Second point is contacts with authorities, and third point is rehearsing your resilience and preparedness. And on the point of the situational awareness, we are being continuously under cyber attacks, hybrid attacks, espionage, satellite disruptions, dubious activities. So we are dealing with that every day, us, Eurelectric member companies. Despite that, our asset availabilities are over 90%. So we can keep our assets running. Then the authority contacts are really important so that we get correct information of what is happening so that we can prepare correctly. From a Finnish perspective, from a Fortum perspective, we have been working with police, security police, the military for years and years. Yeah. That's been normal course of business. Now we also include NATO into that. Yeah. So just last week, a couple of last weeks, we have been practicing with NATO.
Yeah.
And this year we will have 20 exercises. So these are the points how you can prepare yourself, and it is just continuous observation and rehearsing.
That's very comforting to hear in this situation. We have used our 45 minutes highly effectively of solving all energy-related problems of Europe. I want to thank Markus and Christian for taking the time to be with us today, and I would like to wish everybody a lovely afternoon here in Turku and those following online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
where we are discussing the crucial topic of innovation policy and closing the innovation gap in European Union. And we have with us the wonderful panelists. We have, on my left side, we have Emma Wikberger, policy strategist from our sister organization in Sweden. Warm welcome. We have naturally no one else but Minister for European Affairs and Ownership Steering, Mr. Joachim Strand. Warm welcome.
Thank you.
And then last but certainly not least, we have Sara-Sofia Sirén, who comes from the Parliament and holds the chair of Grant Committee. Warm welcome. And perhaps I'll say a couple of words till we let our great panelists to take the floor. So the European challenges are being laid bare as the European leaders have to shoehorn their way into the global discussion where the destiny of and peace in the continent are discussed. We have seen this all by our own eyes. Yet it is only the most blatant and worrisome example of Europe's global standing declining. The challenges in creating digital growth have been extensively highlighted in the reports of Mario Draghi and Enrico Letta. They have also pointed out how Europe does more than its share on basic research, as roughly 1/3 of the research papers published are European, only to then conclude that we let others to do the commercialization of the innovations. And finally, as our continent ages rapidly, we wonder who the workers will be to build Europe's future security and prosperity. But so far, the cures for the continent have been quite meager. Who truly believes that making bankruptcy great or harmonized again would release the economic growth? Here I'm referring to the EU 28 regime. Now the Commission actually has thrown, while we were on a vacation, the member states a gauntlet. And that is called the Multi-Annual Financial Framework, or MFF, as we Euro nerds tend to frame it. And it actually manages not only to identify EU's weaknesses, but also provide, in my mind, the right cures. But how likely is it going to be successful in getting the ambitious new idea for an EU budget over the line? And this is the topic for our discussion today. And I will pose the first question to our panelists. So here on the MFF and more concretely on the Competitiveness Fund, the Commission proposes roughly 200-300 billion euros more to be dedicated towards innovation, single market, digital and defense. What are your first impressions? Is this enough to change the Europe's fortunes and our way? If we start with the Minister.
Well, thank you. If we briefly look from a Finnish perspective on the new proposal for the MFF, it's quite large. We think that it's maybe too big. We think that we should be able to prioritize spending more. It cannot grow from 1,200 to 1,893 billion euros. But then if we think about what's inside, there are many of our priorities when it comes to security, when it comes to competitiveness, etc. So we are happy about the areas there are focus on, but we think it's too big. And when you ask if the competitiveness part around 300 billion, of course that's also a lot of money, but money alone cannot solve the competitiveness challenges of the European Union. We need to be faster, we need to be more agile, we need to have better regulation, and we need to be extremely, let's say, we need to be more industry-driven in our R&D activities. My dream is that all big global companies, existing and new ones, will focus their R&D activities to Europe. Then we will always be able to build and finance also everything from healthcare to education to everything else. So instead of talking only about the size or the money, I would like to focus on what we are doing and to be fast and to really be smart in how we use that. But I'm happy that we are doubling Horizon, etc., because that's good for Finland as well and for our industries. But money alone cannot solve this.
Okay, thank you.
There is money in Europe.
Very good starter. And now perhaps throwing the ball over to Saara-Sofia. I guess that you have a hard time anticipating the discussions in the Parliament. So do you feel afraid, or are you just fired up?
Well, I'm definitely fired up, and looking forward, it's going to be the MFF as a whole is going to be our biggest task for the remaining time of this term. The negotiations are now starting, but of course we've already worked with MFF since 2010, 2024 at least, starting influencing the preparations. And I think Finland has done quite well in the upstream influence regarding the MFF proposal from the Commission. The priorities that the Minister mentioned, they are in line with the Finnish priorities that we've had for the previous 2 years, and that what we are working with at the moment. So in this regard, I think Finland can be quite happy with the proposal. There has been a lot of discussion regarding the size, like the Minister mentioned. That was my first impression too. Like there is a huge growth in the size of the budget proposal, but at the same time, we really need to think what is inside and the priorities that we are emphasizing, where we are planning to spend more money on a EU level, are exactly the ones that Finland likes to see. Security, defense, and then competitiveness. And regarding competitiveness, innovation, R&D, those were the messages that Finland wanted to have in the Commission's proposal, and we do. So, I mean, it's a good basis for the negotiations that are starting now.
Okay, very good. So trying to squeeze in a couple of observations. So the size matters, but also the content matters. And now, have Finland managed actually to break the paradigm? Because we have always said that we're so bad in our advanced policy advocacy work, but now it seems that we've succeeded. But what is the Swedish take on this? Emma, please.
Yeah, I want to start from the beginning, from a Swedish industrial perspective. Just to start, the innovation gap, why is it important? For us, this is, I mean, we have a lot of different competitiveness challenges, but the innovation gap for us is the most crucial one. Why? Because that's how the innovation gap consists of how do Europe secure that we both can bring the knowledge through research, excellent research, all the way to commercialization and industrialization. So that's, as we know, the verdict came in for a year ago from the Draghi report that says we are excellent at doing the research part, but we do not have the means to actually industrialize. And what that means is that the technologies that we need in order to solve the other competitiveness challenges as the green transition or security, that is very much related to our ability to bring forward the technologies and industrialize them in Europe. Yeah, it all starts with closing the innovation gap. And why I'm starting with this is I think from the Swedish perspective, that's why we support the idea of the competitiveness fund, because in order to bridge the innovation gap, you need to align R&I and industrial policy. And the competitiveness fund with Horizon Europe, even if it's a self-standing program, it still will be a part of the competitiveness fund. And that's actually, we think that's the way forward. So that's good. But I agree with you in Finland that, of course, the size it's very large. But for us, and maybe we can get back to that, we have more problems with the details of how it will be governed. Because this is Europe's, the fund is Europe's ability to be an industrial player, and we need to have that capacity. But in what way? There are many questions left to be answered. Yeah, it's very good that you brought up the devil in the details, because we are looking forward to have something more detailed already on during the next month. But we can come back to this question a bit later on. But if we look at a bit of the allocations, so the proposal would channel most of the money into the resilience and security, as well as digital leadership projects. So roughly 125 billion to security, roughly 50 to digital, and then 26 to green, and less the last 20 billion roughly to the bioeconomics. Do you think that these allocations are right for the development of the Nordic companies, the Nordic capabilities, and our excellence, which is based on the long tradition of the RDI? If we start with Saara-Sofia now. Well, I think it's quite clear why security issues are
the number one priority now. I mean, the world has changed really dramatically, and the environment in which Europe is standing at the moment is quite different, and there are really good reasons why we need to increase funding for security and defense on an EU level, and I don't think there is much disagreement on this. Obviously, it's Russia brutally attacking Ukraine. We have a war in Europe, and we need to build our own defense and security based on the environment that we have at the moment. So this is very, very obvious. At the same time, I mean, what's happening in the global market, we need to step up our game there too. And that's why the competitiveness is the other big theme in the EU policy as a whole, and seen also in the Commission's proposal for the MFF. So I think these priorities are there for a very good reason, and the allocation is going towards the right path. Of course, at the same time, we have other challenges too. And we have these global challenges that we need to solve, for example, climate change and the solutions that we have in terms of circular economy or bioeconomy, which you mentioned, and these are all interlinked. But if your question was whether the priorities are right or wrong, I think they are exactly where they need to be.
Yes. Perhaps there's one kind of quite clear, perhaps call for criticism might be the size of that is allocated to clean or green transformation, as quite many actually speakers on this forum have raised that the Europe needs to adhere to the ambitious policy. And if you think it's roughly half of what the digitalization gets, are you worried that it's kind of getting deprioritized?
Well, I think it's still a priority, I mean, as the size of the budget is growing as a whole, probably it will not be this big in the end throughout the negotiation process, but it's going to grow anyway. If we want to make it smaller, we do not want to cut down from the priorities that we have.
Yes.
And for example, green transition and climate solutions, they are directly linked into competitiveness questions and innovation and research that we have in Europe.
Indeed, indeed. What is your take, Joachim, on this, about the priorities?
Well, I completely agree. With everything that has been said, and of course digital leadership and resilience, they have always been Finnish strengths, they have always been Nordic strengths, but I would also emphasize the clean transition and fighting climate change, because I still believe that's the biggest business opportunity this world will ever see, to be able with technology that we develop to take down pollution levels in Asia, etc., etc. I think that we should focus even more on the clean and green transition, circular economy, bioeconomy. And then when you talk about digitalization, I wouldn't see them as separate things, because they support each other. And if we look on the small country of Finland, which are the biggest areas or companies that focus on R&D in Finland, still Nokia is number one, digitalization, and then we have the energy technology companies, Wärtsilä, ABB, etc. Of course, many others, but it's Digi and it's energy, and that's what the world needs. And when you combine these two, with of course new technologies, artificial intelligence, etc., that's where the money is.
Indeed.
That's what will keep us alive in the future. And if you look on what is now being invested in the world in clean energy systems, it's something around 3,000 to 5,000 billion euros, maybe 500 in Europe alone. So it's a huge cake to be eaten.
Indeed, indeed. And it's definitely agree on that the clean or green and the digital need to be combined, and then we are hovering already there in 75 billion roughly. What is your take, Emma, on this?
Yeah, as always, we agree with Finland, so of course we support the overall objectives. But once again, when you read the Commission proposal for both Horizon Europe and the Competitiveness Fund, there are, as I said, a lot of details left to be answered. And one of them is, of course, you need some kind of strategic direction, like these kinds of priorities that we support. But how these priorities will be operationalized and how they will actually be managed. For us, our companies can not just participate in one of the policy areas in competitiveness fund. A lot of our companies work with technologies that cover the whole value chain. They work with a lot of different actors. So an innovation happens in between. So you think you need to be aware of, if you structure the fund like this, you need to put a lot of effort into the steering mechanisms, both downwards to Horizon Europe, but also in between the policy windows, and also upwards to commercialization and the industrial policy. So that's one. But of course, I mean, the priorities are.
Yes. So it's so perhaps if we dwell a bit on the details. So. As I promised, so now the award criteria on the legal proposal, the excellence is only mentioned under the window of security and defense. Do you see this as a great threat? Because, well, my intuition would be that it should be applicable to all windows so that the European or Nordic excellent companies would have a chance. But do you want to elaborate that a bit, and then we can do the whole
we have
round
been a bit hesitant to just put labels on different things, and maybe it's just another burden to, even if the excellence criteria are of course key for Sweden and our industry. But what we think is the best way to secure excellent research and industrial strategies is to involve the market, the industry.
Yes.
So once again, both the Competitiveness Fund and especially Pillar 2 and 3 in the Horizon Europe needs to have more strategic, transparent and actual dialogue where industry can more clearly say, this is our needs. And it can be, and technology, I mean, the technologies we need for defense and transition or whatever, they are at different stages. So sometimes industry needs to say, okay, we need more groundbreaking research in Pillar 1. So, because right now there's no way for industry to, Pillar 1 should still be governed by academia and freestanding, but still find ways for industry to say, these are our needs. The same in Pillar 2, 3, the Competitiveness Fund. So I think maybe it's not a specific answer to your question, but for us, that is how you secure excellence. And we are a bit worried with the Competitiveness Fund, that's the European Commission, and we understand why. This is their time to become an industrial player, which we need in order to compete with the States and China and the whole world. But it needs to be done in still a market-driven way. We can't just throw every principle out. Indeed. And what we've seen in the governance details, that it's not very detailed, but in the proposal, it shows that we're a bit worried that how industry will be engaged in the decision-making and the priorities, and fear that it might be a continuation of the top-down industrial policy that has not served Sweden or the Nordic countries, I think.
Very, very good point. So then perhaps if I rephrase the question a bit to our politicians,
sorry, it was a long answer.
will it turn out to, how do you see a risk that it will turn out to be an Italian job where all kinds of country member state interests prevail rather than the market mechanism that the Emma was calling after? Joachim, what is your take?
I think Emma gave an excellent answer. Of course, on a general level, when you think about research, it has to be excellence-based. You need to be the best in the world on what you are doing. But then, of course, if you want to make money of it, if you want to finance the welfare state, then there has to be some kind of market and some kind of business and some kind of customer to sell the solutions to. And now also in Finland, when we put a lot of money into R&D public spending, we cannot put everything to the academic side, even if it's the best in the world in some fields. We need to make sure that we do it together with the companies that have a paying customer on a global market. So that's why I'm also very much in favor of the industry and market-driven approach. That's not away from basic research, but the extra funding we are putting has to generate more money from exports, so that we can also finance the excellent basic research in the future.
And this has also been a goal that Finland has had in the preparations and has in the negotiations. We want to emphasize quality when it comes to research and innovations. We always need to balance gains and contributions, and this is a great example. I mean, it's up to for us to influence the outcome and make sure that it's good for Finland and Sweden, and our companies will have new possibilities.
Yes.
And it will benefit our countries and our businesses and our competitiveness here. But I want to go back to where we started from. It's not only about the money. I think that's an excellent point, and I understand why we are talking about money and the Competitiveness Fund, since it's something new that is being created, and several smaller programs are going to be under one umbrella, and some new money will be poured in. But it's also about the regulation side. Yes. That we have quite a lot to do in terms of competitiveness, and therefore it's good that the Commission has already started with the simplifying the regulations. We're going to have some more omnibus proposals coming this autumn, and this is also one of the key priorities or goals that Finland has had towards the new Commission.
Yeah, that's very good. You take up that the regulation side. What do you think actually? Which will have, if we get the Competitiveness Fund right? What do you think? Which one would have approach would have a stronger and faster impact? Injecting more money into the innovation or changing the regulation? If you just have to take one of these, what's your take?
No, I'll take both.
You take both.
We
you're
need both. And I mean, it also, of course, depends on what kind of business or market situation you have. We have some areas where there is a lot of parallel regulation, and there's a lot of need to have the regulation simplified, and it might have a bigger impact. And then we have some new markets. For example, in circular economy, there's a lot of examples where we need a push from the funding side to create the actual market, and then we have this huge potential.
Yes. What about Joachim?
I agree, and I would also I would strengthen the cooperation and the dialogue with the companies to really understand how can we help the companies to compete within the company, because of course global listed companies, they will not tell you in public, okay, we are maybe putting up a research facility now in China or in the US or in Africa, but when you understand what their research is all about, what their clients' needs are, etc., then you can, with quite small, let's say, public funding, you can help them compete within the company so that they will focus the R&D activities to Europe and also bring back production. Yes. We have examples of this, and I think that's very encouraging. But that's not money alone. You really need to understand where they are in the value chain, as you mentioned, etc. Yes. So.
Yes, and then of course our national policies need to be in line. I think that we were a little bit surprised on the discussion on around the data centers and so. And instead of kind of reacting, we should have had ready roadmap how to discuss with the companies. And yes, these are the arguments. Please place your data development centers, not only data centers here. Yeah. What about Emma? Regulation or money? Which one would you believe?
Governance, so neither.
No one's answering my question.
No, but I will not go with more money, because I agree with the minister once again. The Draghi also stated it seems like we've forgotten that one of the key issues that was connected to the innovation gap is we need more private investments.
Indeed.
And how do you get more private investments? You need to find a way, once again, to involve and, as you said, speak to the companies. What are their needs? Because you want to make Europe an attractive place to both place R&I investments and also scale.
Yes.
But you can't do it. I mean, from a Swedish perspective, and I think maybe also Nordic, we have a different approach. So I think it's important. I mean, we collaborate a lot with you in Brussels, but in the upcoming negotiations that we really push for a market-driven approach and better governance in order to attract private capital, because we won't have enough money otherwise. So.
Yes, good that you actually brought up the importance of the private investment, and we have been discussing a lot with the Commission on the Finnish lead company model on innovation. So in Finland we have this thing called veturiyritysmalli, and now we actually found it on the proposal. It's there, so that it's quite historical that the Commission can now fund directly industry-driven consortia, and I think that changes the. I would believe that that changes the European fortunes, as the Hosukli Makiyama this morning said that the European problem is the one that you have the competitors on the same table doing innovations, but here the innovation can really take a leap. I still have a couple of questions for you if I get this thing open. All right. So of course on the MFF proposal there are quite obvious challenges as the ends do not quite meet, and hence we have some 30 or 40 billion of new own funds. And what is your take? Can we find in the Nordics a common agenda to really defend the good in the MFF and try to find innovative solutions to make the ends actually meet? Perhaps this is the challenge you are going to be facing, Sara. So, Sara-Sofia, so I'm giving you the floor first.
Thank you. My take is that the cooperation between the Nordics has already strengthened, also for obvious reasons, and with the Baltics too. So yes. Nordic-Baltic cooperation is very active, and I think it's even becoming more and more active all the time. The minister has first-hand information on this as well, but it's happening also on the parliament level. So the parliamentarians are interacting with each other very actively. And for example, the chairs of the EU committees in Nordic and Baltic countries are very regularly in contact with each other, also prior to the actual COSAC meetings that we have. We have mutual interests. Of course, we don't agree on everything, but we see the challenges that the EU is having at the moment in a pretty much the similar way. So it's already happening, and it's really, really important, and we need to continue strengthening cooperation between the Nordic countries, and including the Baltics and Poland.
Yeah, of course. This is what the Prime Minister talked about this morning as well.
Yeah, yes. I would say I have excellent cooperation with my colleague, of course, Jessica Rosenkrantz from Sweden. And if I think about our priorities, they are more or less one-to-one. I cannot even come to think of many things that we would disagree on, maybe some small dimensions, but more or less on the same side in everything. But I just want to say a couple of words when you mentioned the veturi concept. I'm extremely happy if we can get that to on the European level, because when you get the bigger companies together with their subcontractors, etc., research institutions, universities, everything, when you get them to really do R&D together on a big scale, that's when you also develop products that you can sell to clients that are already existing. Indeed. Small companies can grow and become medium-sized, they can get new clients and become big companies, etc. And then the research done around that is relevant because it's market-driven, etc. So, and I also think that in Finland we should increase funding to the veturis. Many of the companies who now have, some of them have 2 or 3, I believe, already veturi projects. I think they could have even more, because they are companies that are active all around the globe, and I don't see any reason for why not putting even more efforts into that, because it means that for every euro the public sector is putting, we get many more euros from the private sector.
Yes.
So
and then perhaps we have like the best chance ever to prepare. So now that we can build on the existing veturis, and then we can keep an eye on the other side of the bay, and then look, for example, the security and defense. So if we start with Finnish players, then when the 2028 kicks in, we can easily incorporate the Swedish ones. And or would you agree, Emma?
Yes, I would. And we have, as you know, the same kind of public-private partnerships innovationsprogram in Sweden. That's pretty much the same, and that is key. And you can find that in Pillar 2 in the Horizon Europe. So I also think that's something that's maybe a detail, but in the negotiations that we have to stand up for Pillar 2, because that's where you can find these kinds of collaboration that we also think are key.
Yes.
So. Yeah, I absolutely believe in the Nordic cooperation, but I really think it's important that we come together because it's, as I said, it's in the details, and we have, I think, I don't want to be smug, but we have some, I mean, in Sweden we have huge, I mean, most of the R&I is funded by our companies. I mean, the public side is very small. And we invest heavily in R&I, so some things I guess we have solved, and I think we can bring this to Brussels, not in we have a system way, but there are some key lessons to learn. So we also have some confidence when the Competitiveness Fund and Horizon Europe now are being set up, that we have something to bring to the table from the Nordics in relation to innovation and industrial policy, because we have.
Yes. Can we dwell a bit on the Swedish model of doing the public-private partnership? So is it Finland developed this veturimalli in order to leverage private investments. But was it? Have you had the similar challenge, or is it as established as here in Finland?
Yes, I would say yeah. It's been going on for decades, I would say, but in different shapes, of course. But it's the same setup. And I think that's also important, because when we talk to our companies about Horizon Europe or collaborative research or what is needed on industrial policy, it's not necessarily money, because you always end up maybe in state aid or those types of discussions. Yes. But it's more that they need the public to help to set up collaboration arenas that in forms of public-private partnerships where they can meet, as the minister said, smaller companies, academia, public actors, and quicker solve the problems. And then, of course, they can scale it. But so, yeah, that's something. And we have that in Europe as well. So I hope that will be developed in Horizon.
Very good, very good. And then perhaps I think it was Joachim who mentioned the importance of having the better understanding in the Commission in the real life needs of the companies and so forth. So we already discussed the EU Tech Frontrunners, that now it's the first perhaps acknowledgement that the companies are respectable players on this. But what would you, and I then remember having a discussion with some person, anonymity granted, that perhaps we should help companies setting up some kind of an advisory board consisting only of companies. But what would you think would be the best way to give the Commission the best understanding of the real-life needs of the companies and how to really bridge the innovation gap? Yes, you can start.
No, but we have the same idea. We think, because as I said, the Commission are mentioning some kind of coordination tool that will connect the fund with Horizon and a steering board. So of course they have ideas, but I think it's our job to make sure how these kinds of mechanisms are operationalized from the Nordic countries in the negotiations. Because I think that what we see is what you said, some kind of technological council with a broad industrial base represented that is not dominated by one sector, one company. Because I can only speak from a Swedish perspective, we have seen the industrial policy from Brussels as not necessarily wrong. I mean, the things like betting on batteries, for example. But for us, it's how did you become a part of that consortia? It's not transparent, and the current industry dialogues from the Swedish industrial perspective, we are not happy with that. It's not transparent, it's not strategic, and it's not at all. Our companies don't have the way into saying these are our needs, from research to scaling. So I think, but now we have the opportunity to find these kinds of mechanisms. So maybe some kind of technology council within the fund, or
yes, so very good ideas. So they have had, the Commission has had the appetite to discuss directly with the auto industry and the are indeed prices.
But you can't discuss in its value chains.
Yes,
you can't just take.
Indeed.
one question or a sector at a time.
But yeah, of course, without strong companies and without a strong economy, we will not have a secure Europe in the future. So, of course, one would hope that the Commission would be interested enough to have this 24/7 dialogue with companies and also understanding how different sectors are parts of the same value chains, etc. When we talk about some kind of strategic autonomy in some way as well. So I would say one of the, let's say, paradoxes or maybe tragedy in the Europe of today is that there is money. Our companies has a lot of money. They have quite strong balance sheets. Ordinary people have lots of money on their bank accounts. Only in Finland we have far beyond 100 billion euros on zero interest rate. But when people go and buy milk and they see our eastern neighbor president on the newspaper on both of them every day, it's not that may be inspiring to consume. So we also need a change in the mindset. We need to put the private money moving, both on the private household, let's say, level and within the companies, because we have lots of strong companies, and that's why also Finland don't understand why we now have also 2 new debt-based instruments within the new MFF proposals. That's something we oppose.
Okay, Sara-Sofia.
Yeah, I mean, I think the minister is right that we need a more positive attitude. There's a lot of challenges, there's a lot of uncertainty during these times, but we have a lot of potential. Finnish companies have a lot of potential. European companies have a lot of potential for growth and competitiveness. And I have this feeling, or I can read signals from the Commission's proposal that they are very open to hear the messages of the companies. Yeah. We can see it in the MFF proposal. We can see it in the competitiveness fund. We can see it in the flexibility that they are building within their proposal. And we can see it in the simplifying omnibus proposals that we've already seen and that will be coming in the next months. So the Commission is already doing a lot that the companies have been talking about. And I am not the one to tell what would be a good model to hear companies out, but I am sure that decision makers, both on national level, the government here in Finland and the Commission and MEPs in Brussels are very open to hear concrete proposals or suggestions what could be done better for competitiveness and growth in EU.
Yes, and I have one anecdote on this, but I urge the public to think of questions to these wonderful panelists. And the anecdote follows. So usually I have had many discussions with the Commission, and usually they go on a model that you get 1 hour, and then the Commission person walks in, and then he or she describes the problem and describes the solution, and then we have ended up using 45 minutes of the meeting, and then he or she asks, would you have any questions? And this keeps going on. And this is something I would like to change, that we tell, or perhaps that they would limit themselves to describing the problem or the challenge, and then ask that, what are your solutions? But perhaps we are inching away towards this, and this is, of course, opening up this. So, or anything, can you kind of share this kind of attitude, or have you met this kind of attitude in Brussels? Yes.
Maybe a bit, and when it comes to Brussels, you don't even get coffee there. In Finland, you get coffee everywhere.
That's true,
but as Sara-Sofia said, I think that the Commission is really ready to listen now. That we see it in all this with the simplification, etc. So I think we are going in the right direction. We have to, and of course the trade wars and everything that's going on, it's a necessity if you want to get stronger.
Indeed, indeed. But now for the audience, would you have any questions to these wonderful panelists? Please raise your hand, and then when you pose the question, please present yourselves. Come on.
No question.
Aren't there any?
Everything is super clear.
Yes. All right, there. Wonderful.
Thank you so much. Great to meet you. My name is Marja Nyrus. I work for Suomen Yrittäjät, which is the Federation of Finnish Enterprises, so the SMEs in Finland. We represent about 100,000 companies. Obviously, the MFF is very important to us. A lot of the legislation coming from the EU affects SMEs directly in Finland, even if you wouldn't maybe think so. My question is what is the, well, let's put it this way. There's been a lot of turbulences in political world in recent years with COVID and the war in Ukraine. And a lot of the companies may seem, it seems that it's just another hurdle after another. What does the EU offer now as a brighter future? What can the companies expect? And now, especially in SMEs, that might not be as innovation or research or development intensive as maybe the bigger technological industries. Thank you.
Very good question. So should we start from Sara-Sofia? And so without crisis, what is in there for the SMEs?
I think that's a good question, and it has also this national level decision-making connection. Here in Finland, it's our job in the government and in the parliament to make sure that the environment for growth in Finland is as smooth as possible. And I mean, there are good reasons for us to say that this government has been very friendly for small and medium-sized enterprises. We've done reforms that have been waiting for tens of years, and our countries like Sweden have conducted these reforms already 20 plus years ago. So that's the national side, and this is the message that we bring also to the EU tables. It's about one of the biggest tasks that we have in these turbulent times is to level the playing field for our companies. This is the only way that we can actually even hope for growth. So I think the message is very good, and it's also very well heard at the moment here on the national level at least.
And you have worked a lot with SMEs, so...
Yeah, on the national level we have done a lot when it comes to the labor market and other things. But of course on the EU level we need to keep strengthening the single market. In many ways there are still 27 different markets. It's not a complete single market. There's lots of things to do. And then of course everything that benefits the investment climate and gives us also new bigger investments. That's good for the SMEs as a whole. So I believe that we have some good years in front of us actually in the EU. So I'm quite optimistic, both in Finland and when it comes to the European level. Then of course everything with what relating to financing, the banking sector, regulation, etc. We know that there are lots of smaller companies today that has problems getting loans, but that's not always the fault of the EU. Because when we look at how the banks are doing in Finland, even though we haven't had proper growth in many years, I think the banks are doing quite fine. So it's not an impossible environment for banks, but maybe there is something still in the regulation together with maybe taking a bit more risks. We know that the taxpayers have been saving the banks earlier in this country, so maybe now it's time for the banks to step up and put the money rolling. It's also on the private side. I hear of lots of young people who have jobs and maybe have the grants, etc., but maybe do not get the loans. And I can say this because I've been working in a bank on the legal department where I studied. So I think that the banks are too risk-aversive today. They need to step up.
Okay.
Besides the single market, which is really important, it's a big challenge for us to step up. Also trade deals. I mean, there has been a lot of focus on the Trump von der Leyen deal. It just underlines the need for EU to have open connections to other markets as well.
Yes, and if I may rephrase a bit for Emma, so do you have any good examples from Sweden, from your experience, how to merge or leverage the innovative capacity of larger companies so that they will develop more demand for SMEs?
yeah, of course, public procurement, but also, as I said, the public-private partnerships at the national level is important.
Yes.
But just very quick answer, because you covered a lot of the most important part. But I think if I'm sticking to the proposals on the table, both Horizon and the Competitiveness Fund, I think we can add better tools for SME to have the capacity to actually take research and as I said, industrialize it and bring new technologies and solutions to the market. Because right now there are, for startups and scale-up companies, but you could broaden that to existing industry and SMEs. So there are a lack of tools in the innovation gap that we're talking about.
Joachim wanted to add
one big point with these veturis is that we get the SMEs together with the bigger companies.
Exactly.
And then one last point, even though the budget is now growing as a whole, I noticed that the Invest EU part is actually decreasing in the proposal. That are giving good types of grants to financial institutions, etc. So that's something we need to work together with Sweden.
Yes. So we've already used our time, but there was so good sentence on the interweb, so I need to read this. So there's a good reminder that technologies are developing with no regard to EU schedules, and then the question would be that how can we be sure that EU RDI funding rules are not too rigid? But perhaps this is something we need to work out together and find the inner Italians so that we can have the best offer for the Commission. But now I would like to urge the wonderful public to give applause to our wonderful panelists and our way forward to the Competitiveness Fund.
Warm welcome to all of you to join Sitra's discussion event, Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund. Today we will ask what are Europe's or European Union's possibilities in times of upheaval, and we also want to consider how EU could be a player to be taken seriously in the global forum. These questions will be discussed today by two experts and representatives of two different generations, Marja Rislakki, Ambassador and former permanent representative of Finland to the EU, and Samuel Tammekan, Senior Specialist at the European Movement Finland. And the panel will be moderated by Veera Heinonen, Director of Foresight and Training at Sitra. And my name is Rosa-Maria Mäkelä from Sitra as well. And I will now shortly tell you a little bit about the fresh Sitra Foresight report. But first of all, I want to take you back to 1952. At that time, an Italian woman was asked in a television interview, "What do you think of the new coal and steel community?" And she replied, "I don't know, but if it's for peace, then that's good." I wonder what she would say to this question today, or what would a 15-year-old say to this question. Now we have more information available about the EU than ever before, but for many people, the actual meaning or significance of EU is still quite an open question, or perceptions of it can be very different. This spring at Sitra, we took up this idea and we started to consider in which direction is the EU heading in these rapidly changing times. And the whole foundation and basis that the EU was built on is crumbling. In this situation, the Union has been quite reactive and it has also adapted, but does it actually have a vision of its new place in this new environment? There is a place for such self-reflection, and it is justified to ask, is the EU truly a value community if in times of conflict it makes compromises of its values? In this report, we wanted to make the choice to turn our gaze to what is good at the moment and what already functions well in the EU and what are EU's possibilities. When we look at this world and we look at EU on the global scale, EU still has the most prosperous societies, and resources are being distributed quite evenly. With this report, we want to introduce perspectives into the discussion on Europe's future. We want to be able to develop EU further, and we look at the long perspective until 2035. We live in times where megatrends are not somewhere far away in the horizon. We are living them every day here and now. And in times such as these, foresight helps us to understand the big picture and what kind of developments are simultaneously going on and what kind of tension exists between them. This report is based on Sitra's experts' background work, their discussions, and also literature. I would now like to point out 5 perspectives that are key for building Europe's and the EU's future from our perspective. Many of these themes have been discussed for a long time, but now their emphasis is different because the operational environment has changed. Here you see the big picture. These are the possibilities which define the direction of EU's future. This includes economy, people, technology, nature, and the powers at the center, we have the internal markets. And this is one of those things that have been long discussed, but the significance is heavier than ever before. EU's internal markets are bigger than the biggest of the world. However, the economy has not grown in 15 years, and the economy cannot stand unless it grows. Right now, EU's potential is not really fully realized. Internal markets are full of obstacles when we look at without dismantling these obstacles, it's difficult for the EU to keep up with the global competition. Also, the lack of innovations are an obstacle to growth and are also making the EU less able to function. And that is why we need fully functioning internal markets. Power. For the first time, Europe is in a situation where it has to secure its own position and security on its own. Crisis, power politics, and weak political mandates make decision-making difficult. And when we look to year 2030, we see that the EU is expected to have over 30 member states, which will further complicate decision-making. And in this current operating environment, the ability to act is paramount, because without the ability to make decisions, the EU's sovereignty risks being undermined. But opening up the treaties in the current situation is almost impossible. But what if this very pluralistic, multinational, and compromise-oriented decision-making model is actually one of the EU's greatest achievements? Could it be that developing and leading the EU should do in relation to this complicated operational environment that we find ourselves in? We have two directions to choose from. Developing leadership requires either centralizing or decentralizing decision-making, and this can take place either through further integration or certain coalitions. People. The EU's popularity among citizens is higher than ever in the history of Eurobarometer surveys. Yet, we also see that citizens' expectations are growing faster than the EU institutions can respond to them. People expect investments in well-being, so for example, healthcare, but also in defense and security, and this creates tension. Not everything can be done at the same time. We have to choose. It's also good to note that in these matters, there is no clear mandate in the EU. Instead, cooperation between the member countries shows the direction. If the Union fails to meet expectations, its raison d'être is shaken. So even though the EU's popularity is at its peak, the ability to meet expectations is what counts. This is why it's so important that the EU define what kind of community it wants to be. Is it a single market project, a community of values based on solidarity, a loose association, or an emerging geopolitical player? And these questions, when we think of them, it's so important to look to the future. We cannot forget the young people or the future generations. We need a completely new social agreement. Nature. The EU has significantly reduced its emissions from the 1990s, and also the transition away from Russian energy was rapid. But even though steps have been taken, the climate and nature laws do not wait. More and more of these extreme weather conditions that we have seen are using up a lot of money from countries. In the beginning, the green transition is costly, but in the future it will be evident, for example, in lower energy prices. Competitive economy based on renewable energy sources could be the EU's next success story. And the EU already has evidence of this. For example, when we look at circular economy, EU is at the forefront in the world. The climate crisis and nature biodiversity, loss of biodiversity are bringing with them new phenomena. And EU is not yet fully prepared for these. And we do need to start adapting to the climate crisis. We have to reach the set goals, even though it is difficult. Then technology as the fifth theme. EU is standing at a crossroads. It can become a technological superpower or remain dependent on others. This is not only about economy, this is also about values. When a country or area is using the technology from someone else, they become dependent on the value set that this party represents. Who defines the principles on which generative AI functions on? If EU is not involved in developing critical technologies, it loses the opportunity to define the rules of the game. Digital internal markets, better regulation, and our own investments are critical and quickly, not only for competitiveness, but for our political independence. And finally, when we look at this picture, we have to look at all of this as an entity. And as I mentioned previously, what we need in this discussion is the perspective of future generations. What are we leaving behind for them? And what is the vision we are seeking at the moment? So somehow we need to turn our eyes to that. And in this discussion that follows, we will focus on these questions. And now I give the floor to Veera Heinonen. Thank you, Rosa-Maria. Our excellent participants and speakers were already introduced, but just to remind everyone, we have here Maria Rislakki, Ambassador and former permanent representative of Finland to the EU, and you are at the European Association right now, but I suppose you more represent your own thoughts in this discussion. And now we have Samuel Tammekan here. And Maria, I would like to ask you your first impressions of this Foresight report. And for the audience information, we also interviewed Samuel to this report, actually. Thank you, Veera. Your Foresight report is topically excellent that you are publishing it exactly now before the negotiations on the next MFF. And we all see the challenges that the EU faces. We are well aware of them. We know, in a sense, what the illness looks like in the European Union. But the problem is perhaps that the physicians are not able to solve how to cure that illness. There are different options, but what is the correct one? And the physicians and doctors are not able to agree. That's a pretty big problem, and bold solutions are gravely needed. What I would have expected this report to include more of is EU's funding, because that is a very significant factor in order to respond to the citizens' expectations and the great challenges that we have in front of us. Okay, one concrete development suggestion. Then Samuel, in the last year and also previously in my career, I've thought about the future and future studies and foresight in general. And what drives EU is the push right now. So we are just reacting to sudden phenomena. And of course, this has been done for a long time. The financial crisis, the euro crisis, the war in Ukraine, immigration crisis, and at the same time, the weight from the past, the national states are also weighing us down. And from the sectors that were presented, we have the usual suspects: climate change, extreme weather phenomena. We have seen the heat waves and the flooding in Europe. The climate change is already here. But more surprising, of course, technological development, information is power, who decides, and so on. And as a surprise, I suppose also that our long-term ally, the United States, has began a transactional game. They're not even ashamed of it, whether it's about the NATO guarantees or security in general and so on. So many new phenomena. And right now, it would be good to be able to look further into the future and create visions. So to give a suggestion, I like to dive deep into different scenarios about what could be the best solution for the EU in the future.
Me halutaan kuulla näitä ajatuksia, että mitä tosiaan tämä katsaus herättää ja mitä siinä pitäisi vielä tosiaan olla mukana, että on niin sanotusti.
Right, we want to hear your thoughts about this report. This is a living process, and so if we move forward, we are sort of in a midterm position right now. We have 30 years membership behind us, Finland, and also 20 years with euro, the common currency, which was a big strategic decision to go into these different cores. And we were also deviating from what our closest neighbors, Sweden, Denmark, were doing. But if we think about this intergenerational aspect, what kinds of goals and targets should we set for the next 30 years? So that the future generations would also feel EU as something that is theirs, something they identify with. Young generations are not active voters in Finland. There is some kind of attraction missing that our young generations at least do not feel connected to the EU through voting. So what do you feel the EU is offering now that we are living in this transactional power politics era of power politics? EU is sort of defined more about what the US or China does. Where is Europe's own voice?
Well, EU's voice is based on EU societies, democratic societies, and these societal principles are very important. I would say that already now the Commission, which has started a program, and the Council has made a program, a vision for the following 5 years. So we are taking a look far to the future. And in the preparation of all this, the Commission has organized citizens' hearings. The previous Commission started this round of hearings in all the member states, and from that, EU priorities became very clear from that perspective. However, I do not know to what extent young people participated in these hearings, how many ideas were from the youth. And of course, a big problem is how to involve the youth in all this. I have the impression that either young people take the EU for granted, or else they see the EU as something distant that they cannot have influence on. And I think we have to do something about this. And this is up to the member states. For instance, Finland, what happens at schools on EU, it's almost non-existent. I think there's only one course, obligatory course, where they look at how the EU operates, and they look at institutions mainly. But I think it has to be more. I think we have to take a look at why we have the EU, what is its significance, and this way try and get young people on board. And I have heard local level activities. I went to the Häme region. They have an EU academy, which they established themselves, and there are more applicants than can actually participate. And then at the end of the academy cycle, then the group of youth can visit Brussels. So I think that we should think about this more. I'm sure that it's been discussed in different tables, how to get young people more interested in the EU. Good. Let me give the word to Samuel. What do you think? Because these matters are also culture related. Do we have an EU citizenship identity here, which is somehow then created through certain traditions? In some countries it's more visible than in others. What do you think? Well, when we look at different generations, and I could look at my own life, then I can see a very clear life cycle in relation to the EU. Well, in October I will become the same age as our membership in the EU. So I've never lived in Finland before the EU. When we had the financial crisis, before that we had the great things such as Nokia and the mobile phones and good times. But then after that, things got slower. So in the political science lessons at school, you are right. They teach you about the different institutions in the EU, the differences between them, and I was so ignorant, I wasn't interested. I replied to 5 questions out of 6 and I still got full points. Well, in 2012, the parliamentary elections were important for me. I followed them for the first time. There was the big shock from the True Finns party, etc. So that mobilized me. And then, since then, we've replied to different crises, and Draghi said, whatever it takes. So I think in the 2020s, what was done to prevent corona, the COVID crisis, and I think EU did it so well that support for them became an all-time high. And I think the older generation, well, they put priority on internal markets and the better known values, but young people see it as something defending the social pillar. And internal markets are not so important to the young people because they've never experienced Finland without them. So I think this is important to keep in mind. The young people should find this attractive so that they can form their own visions. Spinelli wrote, when he was a prisoner, a manifest on United Nations, and we try to imagine what the world would be after a crisis. So I think this is the kind of thinking we are after here. Yes, this is very important what you said, that the youth barometer shows that the younger and older generations value different types of things. So if I now interpreted you correctly, so you're saying that this dimension of values is more important to young people. And then another thing I would like to take a look at, the decision-making in the EU and the argument that we are putting forward here in our foresight report. that the EU should be able to market this democracy-based value society, and the member states as well. We strive for consensus, for compromises, etc. So these types of values that when we look at what's going on over the Atlantic, there they are having a more centralized, a cult-like decision-making machine at use more and more. So we should reflect that and compare it to ours. So I think that putting forward this type of argumentation, decision-making in different stages, as we heard from the previous speaker, well, it's not very attractive as a message, but it is a message of democracy. So Maria, all the experience, you've been there to see how decisions have been taken. If you had the power to reform it, would you use this argument that I was just presenting, or would it be something else? Well, the decision-making in the EU works when we have qualified majority decisions in use. But the problem is that in these questions that are vital at the moment, for instance, foreign and security policy and things to do with funding and financing, there we need unanimity. So I would first and foremost try and change decision-making process towards qualified majority. But I know that this is very difficult. Now, the current treaties contain a passerelle clause which allows member states to decide on particular matters with qualified majority, but to do this, a unanimous decision has to be taken first. So this is a vicious circle. A reform of the treaties in this kind of situation is difficult. It would require an intergovernmental conference. And another way to reform decision-making is that we use a differentiated integration. So those member states that would like to move forward faster with integration can do that, and according to treaties, this would require at least 9 member states. And there are examples for this already in place. Last time when I was in Brussels still, we set up the EPPO, the prosecution office, and not all member states are involved. It started off with this differentiated approach, and then later on member states joined. So this is quite attractive, and I think this is one alternative, one way to make the decision-making swifter. Samuel, what do you think? What type of decision-making would be the best, the smoothest way to guarantee this legitimacy that citizens are after? Well, these ideas that I just heard are excellent, and qualified majority is at stake here, and oftentimes the main idea that everybody can support is found. Well, as a value-based union, EU is in problems when deciding on the sanctions. For us to be able to make foreign policy decisions make decisions on crimes against humanity, and then we accept sanctions, and we are blocked because of one country which is somehow in alliance with the dictator. So this is very difficult. Of course, maybe this is utopia, what I'm saying now, that perhaps we could have a super QMV 4/5, so that not just one MP, which we have, cannot overrule or block the decision. And I think this is the development that we're going through towards, and I think coalitions are formed. However, it becomes more and more complicated, and situations become slower and more complicated. And I'm a bit worried, especially during this era of superpowers. And then decisions might be lobbied against in the corridors. Russia offers something, China offers something else, or put pressure on us. The US the same, tries to be attractive with some advantages, etc. Just one comment. That's a very good idea. This super QMV decisions, so that not only one or two countries can use their veto right. I think that's a really good idea. We should really consider it. So super qualified majority, 4/5 or something like that. And I think we could sell it here together with a couple of other member states who are also worried about this. So I don't think we would be alone with this. So the core idea in our foresight report is that this requires a direction. We have to find a direction for this decision-making process, because otherwise we are in problems with Hungary. Or we have to pay some sort of a protection money so that we can accept the sanctions package. So the differentiated integration or centralized or more focused integration with the QMV. Now, do you think that Finland is active enough in searching for this reform? Because we are part of the EU, it's not somewhere else. What do you think?
In my time already we had these unofficial ambassadors, and this is exactly what we considered, increasing the number of qualified majority decisions, or that in, like Hungary has done in some cases, that Prime Minister has left the room and others have made the decision regarding sanctions, for example, or the Ukraine package. It's very difficult, however, because there are surprisingly many member countries who absolutely do not move to this. So somehow the understanding of, I have an understanding that if what would be good for the EU in the long term would be good for all member countries, but people are really tied up with this thought of the national state. Finland also in some questions, yes. Samuel, how do you see this? Have we been active enough if you consider this kind of, from your perspective, from your role to create decisions? No, we have not been. Finland has been quite reactive. EU in our media is handled very one-sidedly. They take some decisions that they present. You know, the EU wants to forbid the smoke saunas, something that's culturally really important to Finns. The MEPs are listening to the citizens, and they promote a lot of the things that Finnish citizens stand by. In climate change, we see this very clearly, but security, defense questions are perhaps the kind of questions that have really sort of woken up the Finnish citizens, because they go so much to the core of our needs. In customs negotiations, I think we noticed that we don't have a lot of ways to protect ourselves against blackmail carried out by big powers in the world. Exactly. At the center, we have the internal markets, and when we showed this report to our test group, they said that there's nothing new here, and that is true. Enrico Letta owns, in some ways, this idea in his report, which focused on the internal markets and the potential that is not used. With the AI's assistance, I did a little calculation, and based on that, EU makes approximately 2,500 regulative initiatives. That is one workday per week. And this EU regulation is something that Commission must oversee before this is all then implemented in the member countries. And what is interesting is that the Commission, during its last 2 terms, the Commission has decreased its overseeing activities, so it has decreased these actions of punishment towards the member countries by 75% when they do not implement the regulations. And this has a huge unused potential. These are the world's largest internal markets and second largest economy in the world. We should have better leverage in customs negotiations, and this is not what we just witnessed. So what does it mean? Juncker said back in the day when he was asked why France is not given any consequences because it wasn't following a specific treaty, and Juncker answered, well, because it's France. So there are 2 sides to these things. Maria, what do you think? Von der Leyen's previous commission was already very political, and the power was centralized a lot to von der Leyen's cabinet. That is a problem. But then again, in Finland, we've used to thinking that, well, big countries are big countries. If France and Germany find a common tune, that is what we will follow. But of course, things should be monitored better. But on the other hand, there's too much regulation, and regulation should be decreased. That is quite clear. We are drowning in regulation if we think how much legislation is drawn up in Finland and how much in the EU. It's quite difficult on the internal markets because there's always something new coming that the companies and businesses would have to implement and follow. I have one good experience when I was Coreper 1 ambassador. I was responsible for the internal markets. There was some regulation we could not follow. We had entrepreneur driver directive. EU wanted that the truck drivers calculate their total working hours, not only their driving hours. In Finland, where we have a lot of drivers who only drive one vehicle, how on earth can anyone follow and monitor how much paperwork how many hours of paperwork they do at home that is connected or linked to their business? An excellent example from real life. And now, okay, the sound came back. We would like to ask the audience to these 5 phenomena that are mentioned in the report, which areas are particularly important in your view. So with the QR code, you're able to vote, and we will see the results up on the screen. What is your view on this? What is essential out of these 5? Renewing of decision making, the internal markets development, reaching the zero emissions targets, answering to people's expectations, and technological sovereignty. So with 60% right now is renewing of decision making.
Se on, näkyy olevan itse asiassa tuolla kaikista matalimmalla. Mutta mä luulen, että meillä aika lailla tässä niin kun tämä tulos on, että jolle ihmeitä tapahdu, niin yleisö on äänestänyt.
I believe we have the results. The audience has voted. Number 1. Most important thing is renewing the decision-making processes. So when the people speak, that is the only correct answer. Which one would you have selected? Samuel? Well, I would like to point out technological sovereignty, and I picked that one because of how many people from the audience are searching for news through social media, or they watch news on TikTok, or they ask ChatGPT for advice in a particular situation. It's really important. Unfortunately, the world looks pretty ruthless in these terms. If people will be guided more and more by rules that are not based on our principles, it will affect voting. So this is protection of autonomy, of people's own autonomy. I want to also give my 3 points, which I promised I would do. Most important thing is that EU is unified internally and externally. That is what we have. So we have to do something about that, and we have to have sufficient sanctions for countries who don't follow. And then EU budget is in a central role. We have to grow the budget, and we need to have an open mind. We have to be bold and put in the money, whether it's a common joint debt or whatever it is. And third, decision making. Same one as the audience. I share your points, Samuel. And now I will ask Rosa Maria to come up here, and we will record all of your comments and proposals regarding the report, and Rosa will tell us what happens next. I have to say that this became so interesting that it would have been nice to continue the discussion. I'm wondering how answering people's expectations is on such a low level. But I'm now inviting you to participate in this discussion. You may, with a very low threshold, get in touch with Marja Kukasjärvi, myself, or other people who were involved in writing this report. We're happy to hear your feedback, and also invitations are welcome to different events. And you can find more information from Sitra's website and channels regarding this foresight report and its future. And then about Sitra's future work. In the future, we promise that at this Europe Forum, there's going to be an event coming from Sitra as well. So with these messages, I want to thank our participants and everyone in the audience as well. Thank you.